In a world at war with terrorists, America needs a covert last line of defense. A special operations group unbound by standard rules and procedures, and answerable only to the Oval Office. A team of battlefield commandos and cyber warriors takes the most direct approach, stemming the tide of global terrorism and high crime. As the court of last resort, they handle the dirty work no other government agency can touch. Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's
Stony Man.
Narrated by James Konachek, with performances by Terrence Aselford, Nanette Savard, Richard Rowan, David Coyne, Christopher Graybill, Jeff Baker, Vanessa Benjamin, Tony Penny, Ken Jackson, Tim Carlin, Michael Glenn, and Mort Shelby. Stony Man number 44. Thirst for Power.
Peru.
I can't wait until this operation's over.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend my loot on some... Huh? You hear that?
Hear what?
Nothing, I guess.
There's something... Oh, I heard it too. Oh, merda.
Stony Base, Stryker here. I found what I was looking for.
Stryker?
Go ahead, Stony Base.
Satellite assist is out of the question for another 4 hours. There are no orbitals in position, even if we could get access.
Then I go in blind.
You could hold off.
I am proceeding.
Affirmative.
Mac Bolan moved to the rocky ledge and peered into the expansive darkness beneath. The vast emptiness of the 300-foot drop was cut down the middle by a meandering ribbon of black water, but there was no sign of human presence. He pushed at the mask that covered the top half of his face, sliding it onto his forehead. The bizarre green of the night vision glasses transformed to natural darkness, and he waited, as still as a hunting cat. While his sight adjusted, he listened to the night. Both senses failed to detect anyone else in the vicinity, but Bolan didn't believe that evidence. They were down there. He followed the earthen trail down the cliff, watching for any sign of life on the trail ahead of him or below, down near the Reyes River in south-central Peru. Bolan quickly moved off the trail into the scant shrubbery that straggled out of the rocky soil of the cliffside and fisted his K-bar fighting knife. He knew there would be more coming. Within a half a minute, a pair of armed men emerged from the darkness, each toting an automatic rifle. They reached the spot where Bolan crouched without noticing him. One of them never saw it coming.
¿Qué?
I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer me. Or my arm slips, and I might just botch a tracheotomy. Get me?
Sí, yo comprendo.
What organization are you with?
Ejército Peruano.
No. Tell me the truth, and tell it in English.
I tell the truth. What army?
No, you're a mercenary. Who hired you? Idiota.
Following the trail, Bolan heard and saw no further signs of life until he reached level earth at the bottom of the canyon. He jogged easily across the empty ground, scanning the area for signs of life. They were here, somewhere. Reaching the narrow river, its water as black as oil, the smooth flowing current reflected nothing. The sky was moonless, masked by dense clouds. The lights that would normally have guarded the high nearby cliffs from low-flying aircrafts had winked out an hour earlier. But there was light, and Bolan squinted into the blackness until he could make it out. The slimmest sliver of white light originated a half a mile away at river level. He started the trek upstream. Towering above him, inconceivably massive, was the great white concrete face of the Bedoya Dam. The tiny light Bolan had seen was at the base of the structure.
Stony Base to Stryker. Re-instructor.
Stryker here. Do you read? Shit. The valley must be blocking this signal.
Coming to within 100 yards, he saw a large tent against the base of the dam. The light inside was seeping through the canvas material and showed as a feeble glow in the blackness of the night. He sank to the ground and examined the scene over the slight incline of the riverbank. It took him 2 minutes to place the guards nearby. One flanked the right side of the tent, while another man stood in the scraggly knee-high grass along the base of the dam, maybe 100 paces from the tent. If there was a third guard on the left, Boland couldn't find him in the darkness. He'd deal with him if or when he showed himself. Crouching, the executioner crossed the darkness, sprinting between clumps of weeds. He reached the dam and felt the cold wall press against his back. He paused there, feeling the unforgiving strength of the concrete. The soldier peered directly up the side of the enormous wall, and now he could see other figures, clinging like flies to the concrete. They were dressed in black and working by the dim green light of chemical glow sticks. Creeping along the concrete, he spied the guard. The man was facing away from the dam into the darkness of the canyon, oblivious to the danger encroaching from the side. Catching sight of slight movement, Boland froze. It was the guard flanking the right side of the tent, now walking to the front of it. He lifted a flap and was dimly visible for a half a second before he disappeared inside. The guard closer to Boland was now alone. The soldier knew his advantageous situation wouldn't last. Boland continued along the base of the dam, watching the front corner of the tent. If the shots had been heard, somebody would emerge at any second. He flipped the fire selector switch to single shot mode and waited, his back to the concrete. 20 seconds. Then 30 passed. Several hundred feet above him, the tiny black figures were still working slowly on their perches. He was safe to continue. The soldier nudged at the canvas flap, saw nothing immediately within, then stepped inside. The air was heavy and stale, and a single battery lantern was hooked to a ceiling loop. The tent was empty.
¿Son los explosivos listos?
Por supuesto están. La detonación era tal y como previsto.
The voices were coming from inside the wall, from within a ragged tunnel that looked as if it had been blasted into Bedoya Dam with small, strategically placed plastique charges. Not for the first time, Boland found himself wondering what the men were up to. Whatever their plan, they were carrying it out with expertise and skill far beyond the capabilities of a ragtag South American mercenary group. The soldiers on the cliff above were strictly hired hands, but the brains behind the actual operation, whatever its purpose, were unknown entities. The faces and descriptions Boland had communicated to Stony Man Farm hadn't been useful. The digital images had all turned out to be those of small-time mercenaries without known ties to major crime or terrorist organizations. None of them could have been a major player in this operation. The perpetrators' politics, motivations, and intentions remained unknown factors. The only thing Boland knew for sure was that these men had purchased explosives on the black market on a scale unprecedented in the history of South American terrorism. It was enough to turn a skyscraper to rubble or blow away the side of a mountain, or puncture one of the world's largest dams. Bright lights were flashing inside the tunnel, and Boland pulled back when a figure appeared.
Do you speak English?
Sí. Yes.
Stay silent or you'll die.
Okay.
What organization are you with? Answer quietly.
No organization. I am just a soldier.
This operation isn't part of the Tupac Amaru initiative?
No.
So what's the reason for it?
I do not know.
Why are you part of it?
Why else? Lo hago para el dinero.
Yeah, well, now you do it for me. You lead.
Boland directed his prisoner into the tunnel, which extended a full 15 feet at a sharp angle into the wall, hanging with stalactites of ragged concrete that threatened to tear at their heads and shoulders. They found 3 men at the end of the tunnel, gathered around a box of electronics. The closest of the 3, who probably was supposed to have been guarding them, glanced up, bugged his eyes, and raised his AK-47 into firing position. Boland made sure his prisoner was in front. One of the other men snatched at the handgun holstered under his left armpit, but never even drew the weapon fully from the leather.
You want to try anything?
The survivor was calm. an older, olive-skinned figure with balding white hair. He opened his hands at his sides and glared at Bolin with hatred.
Good.
The three bodies scattered in the tunnel were as effective a deterrent as the Beretta trained on the balding man. Bolin's eyes fell on what lay at the end of the tunnel. Floor to ceiling, it was stacked with boxes of explosives, wired to one another and strapped by a crisscrossing network of small nylon ropes bolted into the walls. He snagged the fallen AK with his foot and hoisted it into his hands without ever taking his eyes off the prisoners, then gestured to the box.
Disconnect it.
I can't.
Then I will.
No! You will blow us all to pieces, you stupid fool!
Thank God you missed. You would have annihilated all of us.
Bolin didn't feel the need to tell the man he had missed the box on purpose.
Diego!
See nothing.
Diego, get down!
He will kill you.
Well, he'll have to get through you first.
What?
No!
The newcomer came into sight.
Diego!
Él las mató. No tirar. Él me matara también.
Lo siento, Diego.
How about you, Diego? You want to play hero?
No! I give up! The bomb's turned off. Please, don't kill me!
Bolin stepped over the body of the white-haired man, his back to the wall of explosives, and made a quick examination of the detonator electronics, including a battery, transformer, CPU, and keyboard. The small illuminated LED screen read disengaged. The executioner would simply have to trust what it said. The black-painted Bell 430 helicopter lay crouched in the darkness in a dip in the uneven terrain at the top of the canyon wall. Hidden behind a rise in the rock, the aircraft, silent but ready to take off, wasn't visible from the opposite approach to the dam. Even in a worst-case scenario, the arrival of an unforeseen army alerted to his plans, Clint Mahoney would be able to make an escape well before they could reach him. His thoughts didn't even consider that possibility now. An hour had passed, and the operation was going as planned and ahead of schedule.
They were worth it after all.
Thomas McDonough was at his side, surveying the scene with his own pair of night vision binoculars.
I told you the mercenaries would meet my expectations.
They do so far.
They'll continue to. They're professionals, and they're being paid well.
Most importantly, they'll take the blame.
Only if necessary, and I don't think it'll be necessary.
Observing the operation from a flat promontory on the edge of the canyon, their vantage point gave them an unobstructed view of the dam. They could make out the initial blast point camp, which was at the base of the massive concrete structure. From their perch, a full 20 feet higher than the top of the dam itself, they could watch the activity. For an hour since the apprehension of the dam maintenance crew, the mercenaries had been at work. Thousands of feet of nylon lines were used to lower the pre-configured explosive charges into position on the face of the dam. The workers were lowered along with them, armed with industrial-grade nail guns driving 6-inch stainless steel spikes, which made staccato sounds that reached the observation platform as distant pops. Securing each explosive package was simply a matter of triggering 8 nails through the support straps, then cutting the nylon rope. Each package had been prepared with a radio receiver and detonator. Once the bomb was secure, the worker simply flipped a small switch to power up the receiver. When the staging was completed, the worker could move on to the next package. A quality control operator, the only one of Mahoney's men in the field, followed the crews, checking their work. They had started at the bottom of the dam and worked their way up, so the pace increased the nearer they came to placing the last charge. It was a very efficient process that theoretically allowed 20 untrained mercenaries to stage 15 packages of explosives in 90 minutes.
What was that?
The tent at the bottom of the canyon was too distant and dark to be visible as more than a blur in their optics, so they stared at each other in silence, straining to hear the noise repeated. It didn't come again.
Diego, ¿cuál era ese? Diego, ¿cuál era ese?
Shit, they must have heard the gunfire. On your stomach, hands behind your back.
Bolin quickly sliced a length of the nylon rope holding up the explosives. He spied a steel bar affixed to the wall. It would do.
What are you doing? You can't leave me here.
I'm going to stop the others. Then I'll come back and remove you from the tunnel. Or the Peruvian authorities will take you out when they arrive. They should be here in an hour.
You'll never make it. There are 20 men at the top of the dam. You could never hope to take all of them out. They'll cut you down. Then I'll be trapped here when the dam blows.
You'd better hope not.
You can't just leave me here to die.
If your plan succeeds and this dam cracks, it will wash away at least 4 villages. 1,000 murders will be on your head. Do you think I should care whether you live or die?
I'll give you whatever you want.
Information. What are the men at the top of the dam doing?
Planting more explosives. They figured out the best way to blow it up. But the explosives will start right here, and the other explosives will weaken it all the way up.
Why the overkill? One good blast should be enough to damage it.
But it must be too broken to fix.
Why?
I don't know. That is what we were hired to do.
Who hired you?
No one told me. I am just a soldier.
Bolin rose and checked the rope.
You should be able to pull yourself free in a while, if you really work at it.
But the dam is going to blow!
Well, then you'd better hope I do my job well.
Bolin retreated to the tent, grabbing the walkie-talkie and switching it off before he probed outside the tent carefully. There was no sign of more guards on the canyon floor. He tucked the Beretta inside his armpit holster and walked outside in plain view, waving up at the tiny insects clinging to the side of the dam far above. He approached the dam, unable to see the response from the workers above, grabbing for the rope ladder. He knew the workers wouldn't yell. They had been commanded to silence. His only hope was to behave like he belonged, so he started up the ladder without hesitation. At 10 feet from the ground, the rope ladder brought him to the permanent steel rungs bolted into the dam. At 200 feet above the floor of the canyon, he reached the first of the mercenaries planting explosives and gave a quick wave. Hanging on a series of cables dangling from the top of the dam and several yards away from the ladder, the man gave Bolin a look and a quick wave. He went back to what he was doing, inspecting the explosives carefully with a shielded flashlight. Bolin knew the man had to be fulfilling some sort of an inspection role, as he was the only worker with a light source better than the faintly glowing chemical sticks. Another 50 feet up, Bolin passed a second workman, who seemed to be wrapping up his activity.
Cualquier cosa nuevo sucede. La espera quién es tú. Oh!
With one hand, Bolin yanked the man close, and with his other, he grabbed one of the safety ropes. In a single swoop, he looped the rope around the workman's neck and dropped him like a deadweight. The workman clawed at his throat and kicked his rubber-soled shoes hard against the concrete until his legs and arms grew limp. He dangled, swinging at the end of the rope like a pendulum. Bolin hurried skyward.
Hey!
Bolin stopped and dragged the night vision glasses over his face. A handful of figures appeared out of the blackness 50 feet above him. One of them bent over the edge, rifle in hand.
Shit.
Bolin picked out other figures above. Bolin snapped his eyes shut and pushed away the night vision mask. The enemy had a spotlight up there. Not for long. He continued climbing, jumping 2 rungs at a time. He reached the top of the ladder just as a gunner leaned over the concrete, swinging an Uzi submachine gun in his direction. Bolin made a wild grab for the Israeli-made weapon, snatching it by the muzzle from the gunner's hand so quickly, the man made a wide-eyed expression of surprise. He was even more surprised when Bolin tossed the Uzi into the open air with one hand, caught it deftly at the trigger, and fired. Bolin peered through the rails, forcing his light-blinded eyes to seek the darkness for other gunners. There was a confusion of men milling nearby, each unwilling to be the next to poke his head over the edge of the dam and get it blown off. The executioner didn't give them the opportunity to find him in the darkness. Looking around the pavement, Bolin saw nobody in any kind of shape to do him harm. A light played against the lip of the ladder he just vaulted over, and he peered back, Uzi in hand. It was the inspector, the man who had been working with a flashlight. He almost shot up his hands in surprise, but quickly regained his balance. Bolin motioned him to keep quiet, and climb up to the pavement. He complied. Hauling himself over the railing, the inspector looked at the grisly scene and, if possible, blanched even more.
Where are the others?
They've left.
Where to?
To watch. From that high peak over there.
Who hired you to destroy the Bedoya Dam?
I don't know.
We're not playing any more games here. I get a name or you get a push. Then you're nothing more than a red stain down the side of this dam. Got it?
Clint Mahoney.
Who's he?
An Irishman. He's in charge. Thomas McDonough's his engineer. He figured out how to blow the dam.
What's the reason for it?
Make money. He has a desalination technology to sell to the Peruvians. Made a deal with the guy who developed the technology. Joshua Ichan. It's worth billions. Wants to finance a terrorist war against the English.
You and I are going to dismantle these explosives.
You're too late for that.
We'll see. Explain how you've got the charges set up.
Plastic charges packed in hollowed-out 6-inch thick steel plates, all set up along the weakest structural rib in the design of the dam. The initial shock at the base of the dam will weaken the rib. When the other charges go off, they will force the metal through the dam like knife blades, creating 15 perforations, bottom to top. The dam's integrity will be critically compromised.
But the base charge won't be going off.
Won't matter. The Bedoya Dam will be destroyed.
Stand up.
I'm not going to help you. There's no reason I should. I'm as good as dead.
Consider it a step toward redemption.
I don't ask for redemption.
Bolin had followed truckloads of men up the narrow, freshly paved Andes Mountain Road. 30 men minimum. He'd taken down 1/3 of that number. Then he heard their footsteps in the darkness. They were invisible in the blackness of the cloud-shadowed night, but he could hear them walking along the road that topped the dam. Bolin could barely make the figures out, approaching without a word, 3 abreast, rifles aimed in his direction like riot police. There were some situations the most highly skilled warrior could never expect to survive. This was one of them. Bolin stepped to the edge of the dam and jumped onto the rail lightly, making a grab for one of the dangling nylon cords the demolition team had used. The Uzi flew out of Bolin's hand as he slammed into the side of the dam. Pausing no more than half a second to get a breath, he stood against the wall and hoisted the rope around his waist. With his good hand, he held onto his position, and with his other hand, he grabbed for his Desert Eagle. A head appeared over the side. Another figure reached over with an AK.
Stop! Hold your fire!
Toros Paris!
How many down?
2 of my men down. All original detail down.
Jesus. How many do you estimate in the team?
We have 1 gunman. He is trapped on dam face. Shall we take him out?
Clint Mahoney raised his night vision binoculars to his face again and peered through them, touching the electronic focus switch. The vision blurred slightly, then readjusted to the sharpest possible detail. There he was, the little cockroach, clinging to one of the ropes. He wasn't going anywhere.
Any word from the ground floor?
Nothing.
Damn. We'll have to assume they're dead.
Who is it?
It can't be only one man, Javier. There must be others below trying to figure out how to dismantle the detonator without blowing themselves to smithereens. Which means we need to start the detonation immediately before they succeed.
Men, this is Javier Abulu. Everybody fall back. Get off the dam.
Initiate countdown, McDonough.
10, 9,
You've
8,
just got a few seconds. Get off the dam now.
The shooting had stopped, and Bolin allowed the rope to slide through his fingers, ignoring the fire in his flesh. He came to a stop next to the first of the devices affixed to the concrete. The concave steel plate had to have weighed a couple 100 pounds, and it was shrink-wrapped in blue translucent plastic with a mound of whitish putty bricks. Bolin had rarely seen so much plastique in one place at one time. 15 such devices wasn't leaving anything to chance. The detonator was embedded in the mass of plastique and glowing with a series of red lights. The soldier examined it quickly, probing the wires, trying to read the labels in the scarlet glow. He found the wire he thought he needed and grabbed it. If he was wrong, he would be incinerated in the blast so quickly he wouldn't see the light or feel the heat. Only one way to find out. Bolin started down to the next explosive when he realized he was hearing the fast retreat of the men on the dam. Were the mercenaries simply quick to obey an order, or were they running for their lives? Bolin wondered just how much time he had left.
My men aren't clear!
But they better get clear soon.
5.
Mahoney, you son of a bitch!
3.
Run!
2,
Run, you bastards!
1. Detonation. No response from the ground floor.
Shite! You devil, you did this to me. Proceed with the others.
10.
No countdown, just fire!
Bolin was making a grab for the detonator on the second of 15 explosive fixtures when the blast came. He grabbed wildly for the rope and slammed into the dam face for the second time in a minute. The pain from his ribs sliced through his torso and his hands were singing with fire. But somehow he managed to get his feet against the concrete again. He craned his head over his shoulder, trying to see what was going on.
Shit!
2 down, plus the primary charge at ground level. Maybe that would be enough to thwart the destruction of Bedoya. He willed greater energy into his weakening limbs, pushing hard against the tenuous grip his rubber-clad feet had on the concrete face, riding out blast after blast. His fingers were rebelling against the continued abuse and started to release the rope. He clawed at the thin nylon for a better grip, but his fingernails screamed in protest. The soldier reached into his gut for his last reserve of strength and grim determination, clenching his teeth so that the pain shot through his jaws and down his neck, pulling against gravity with muscles that should have had nothing left to give. He swung his free, bloodied hand into the sky and grabbed the nylon rope and strained against the exertion. He held his position as the impact rocked through him, feeling the crashing of tiny debris against his back, and willed himself to hang on. The next blast buffeted underneath him, almost propelling him up and sending a cloud of high-velocity projectiles tearing into his arms, back, and legs. He grabbed for the metal rail, yanked himself to his feet, and was about to tumble over the rail when the final blast came only 20 yards behind him. The concussive force tossed him into the road. He pushed hard against the asphalt, ignoring his body's demand for the rest of unconsciousness, and found himself on his feet, twisting and wheeling while the road turned to gelatin.
Stony base! Striker to Stony base!
If Stony Man Farm responded, he couldn't hear it. His hearing could very well be permanently destroyed. Bolin tried to shout again, to deliver a final message to the farm, but there was a sudden 20-degree shift in the pavement. He fought on, propelling himself along the road. His only hope for survival was to get off the dam, get to the mountain, still 200 feet away. Finally, the great mass started to collapse. Mac Bolin leapt off the road, diving over the twisting metal rail on the other side of the road, falling into blackness. He was enveloped in cool black wetness. A moment later, Bedoya Dam burst from top to bottom and poured out the contents of the lake like a spilled glass of milk.
Give me Jared.
Thomas McDonough hit the speed dial code on the Iridium phone and listened for the connection.
On second thought, give me O'Connell first. O'Connell, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Mahoney here. Give me a status report.
Everything is going as planned.
You should have the placement effort well underway at this stage.
We do, sir. We had some trouble early on. Some of the hired help got it in their skulls to demand more information than we were prepared to give them. We dealt with that situation.
Explain.
We told them that they had agreed to do the job, no questions asked. We explained that if they no longer wished to abide by those terms, they were free to leave.
Who performed this negotiate?
Sir?
Was it you or my son?
I did, sir.
Why not Jared?
He tried, sir. Just couldn't seem to get them to listen to him is all. Then he turned it over to me. I think because he's just a young lad, sir. They don't see him as an authority figure.
But they listened to you.
You got to admit, I don't look like a 21-year-old.
No, that you're not, O'Connell. Give me the boy.
Just a minute.
It took a lot longer than a minute. After sitting there with the phone pressed to his ear for 5 minutes, Mahoney hung up. Let the boy call him back.
California.
O'Connell stepped out of the door and onto the front steps of the small suite of mobile home offices. The mobile homes were situated on the rim of the El Rosa Canyon, where they had served as a construction office during the erection of the new dam. Now, more construction had started, this time on the new phase that would install turbine generators at the base of the dam. None of those construction crews were on the scene yet, just a few engineers performing preliminary work. The engineers, along with the dam staff and a pair of guards, totaled just 9 men. The only arms among them, the guards' revolvers, had never even been raised in defense of the massive structure when the Mahoney team had descended on them. 2 of them had been killed regardless during the attack, and the other 7 were now shackled, gagged, and blindfolded in the mobile home office. O'Connell and Clint Mahoney's son, Jared, the official leader of the team, were using the mobile home offices as their command base. The only problem was that Jared was missing. O'Connell strolled to the edge of the canyon and looked up and down the dam. A pair of Mahoney's guards were nearby watching the scene without emotion, their automatic rifles gripped in both hands. Their orders were to shoot to kill anyone outside the immediate team who attempted to get close to the command base.
Where's the boy?
One of them pointed to the small concrete bunker-type building that topped the dam.
Shit.
He stomped down the concrete steps from the canyon edge to the narrow walkway atop the dam.
Jay, what are you up to, lad?
What the fuck you... O'Connell! I could have shot your full head off.
Jay, what the hell are you doing?
2 young men, a black man and a Hispanic, were standing around a small steel table, grinning just as stupidly as Jared.
Just checking on the progress, O'Connell.
You two, get back to the trailers. And here, your dad's on the phone for you.
Huh? But there's nobody there.
Yeah, he'd probably hung up.
O'Connell got the names and affiliation of the pair with Jared. They had seen Jared's face, and they would eventually require silencing. Mahoney knew this group of hoodlums couldn't possibly keep their mouths shut about their involvement in what would be a widely publicized and dramatic event. They would be nailed with the blame. They would be held accountable, taking the heat off the Mahoney team. But Jared appeared determined to screw it up. O'Connell jogged to the trailer holding the prisoners.
What the hell? Jay, what in God's name are you doing, boy?
The 7 surviving prisoners were covered in blood, shackled wrist to wrist and ankle to ankle in their chairs. Jared was holding a 2-foot length of concrete reinforcement rod. The end was smeared with blood and bone. One of the prisoners' faces was unrecognizable.
I'm just having some fun, O'Connell.
Put that bloody club down.
Now why would I do that?
Damn it, boy, stop!
What? What's the matter? They're gonna die anyway, O'Connell. Who cares how it happens?
You know the plan.
The plan? Oh, yeah! Is it time for that yet?
Yes. Why don't you go fetch them? And put on your bloody mask!
Give me some more of that shit, man.
Sure, man, whatever you need.
Johnson, the Black King's captain, handed him a plastic bag full of the stuff. Several $100s worth, to be sure. Jared smiled broadly and looked at the Latin Rangers leader expectantly.
Sorry, man. You cleaned me out.
Screw you, then.
Hey, man. If I'd known that was part of the deal, I would have brought more.
Yeah, well, a little late for that now. Get out of here. Get back to work, Jimenez.
What's that supposed to mean, man? Am I cut out of the cash because we used my stuff first? Is that it?
Oh, fuck you. You got no speed. Damn it, what?
It's me. Where have you been?
Hey, man. I'm talking to you.
Shut up!
I ain't shutting up, man. I want my money.
Jared, what's going on there?
Get out! Jazzy, get him out of here!
You touch me and I fucking carve you. And fuck you, man. I'm walking and I'm taking the Latins with me.
Talk to me, Jared. What's the problem?
Jared could almost see the collapse of the world at the edge of his vision. He didn't need this, and he didn't want it. At the same time, he knew he couldn't let the Latins leave. The projects needed the manpower. He didn't know what to say to his father. He was literally trembling with indecision. To his shock, he realized Jimenez was already gone, and Johnson was grinning at him idiotically.
Jared!
Oh, damn it!
Bag in hand, he managed to reach the offices, which were swimming in his vision. Jared slumped heavily against the walls of the trailer and stared at the bare, rocky ground.
What the hell? What the hell are you doing, boy?
It's all going to hell down there.
What do you mean?
The fucking Latins are leaving. They want their money.
Why are they leaving?
I don't know.
What did you tell them?
Nothing.
Ah, you stupid wanker.
Hey, fuck you, you goddamn... Ah!
O'Connell found the iridium phone in the concrete enclosure at the top of the dam.
Stupid kid, didn't even hang it up. O'Connell here.
O'Connell, where's Jared?
Incapacitated, sir.
Now what's that supposed to mean?
Too high to function is what I mean, sir. He bought a big bag of white powder from one of the gangs that got totally wasted.
What are you trying to pull, O'Connell?
I'm not trying to pull anything, sir. All I'm trying to do is salvage this operation.
What's the problem?
I don't know yet. As of 10 minutes ago, everything was running smoothly. We went through with the exposure routine as planned, and Jared was escorting the gang captains away from the base office. Then he come running back saying that the Latins are leaving. Then he passed out. I'm on my way to investigate now.
Do what you have to do to keep the project running on schedule, O'Connell.
You want me to offer the Latins more cash than I've already promised them?
Yeah. And keep Jared from screwing things up further. Take whatever steps are needed.
Such as?
Do I have to spell it out for you, O'Connell?
Yes, sir. When it comes to your son, you absolutely do. What precisely do I have permission to do to keep Jared from hampering this project?
You have my permission to shoot him between the eyes, but only if it's absolutely necessary.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Resting under the dispassionate peak of Stony Man Mountain, the U.S. government complex was hidden from the world behind the facade of a working agricultural enterprise. Not that it was a false front. The complex was a working farm. Some years it even pulled a profit. But few farms had so many visitors on any given morning. They came in before and during a blazing orange and yellow dawn that on any other morning might have been called spectacular. Nobody noticed it that day. They gathered at the huge table with blank faces and glazed eyes. Some of them stared at the walls, some stared at their hands. Nobody looked at anybody else while the tape was playing.
Stony base! Striker to Stony base!
Hal Brognola finally looked up and broke the silence.
Cats?
Yakov Katzenellenbogen leaned forward and lifted a piece of paper off the table in front of him. He didn't need it. After reading it 7 times, he had memorized every word.
The Bedoya Dam, 155 miles southeast of Lima, Peru, broke at 3:15 a.m. local time, following a series of catastrophic explosions along its face. The flooding swept away most of 4 villages, with at least 200 dead and another 300 missing. Rescue teams are finding bodies by the minute. Water rationing has already commenced in Lima. Red Cross teams on the scene are anticipating severe water shortages, and U.S. Centers for Disease Control are rushing in teams to assist the Peruvian government with efforts to minimize anticipated outbreaks of infectious diseases.
That's the best the U.S. can do?
Lima has been on the brink of a severe water shortage for years. Its water infrastructure is antiquated and operating far beyond capacity, with new pipeline construction lagging well behind population growth. The Bedoya Dam was designed to take some of the demand off other water sources. When it went online last year, 3 other water arteries into the city were shut down. They're totally dismantled. They can't be operational again for 8 months minimum.
David McCarter, the leader of Phoenix Force, one of the 2 special operations groups based at Stony Man Farm, spoke up.
It goes without saying this was sabotage. So what's the motive?
Unknown.
What do we know about the parties responsible?
Every newspaper and television station in Peru received a photocopied letter, supposedly from the Tupac Amaru, claiming responsibility.
And you believe that?
I don't think anybody does.
What intel did Mac procure on these guys?
Not much. He didn't have time for digging. It took him a week to track down one of the buyers of the explosives. That was yesterday. And the explosives were transported almost directly to the dam. Once he realized what was going down, he threw himself into it. There was no time for backup to arrive in any form. Even the local police were an hour behind him. By then it was too late.
We have a line on the buyers, I understand?
Yes, South American mercenaries. Highly skilled, but nothing out of the ordinary. Surely not the brains behind the operation.
This doesn't smell like the Tupac Amaru to me. What other extremist groups are operating in Peru?
The Shining Path, but neither group has demonstrated a propensity for using mercenaries. They wouldn't trust them even if they could afford them. And neither of those groups makes a habit of engaging in acts of mass murder.
So who does that leave? Anybody in Peru? Hell, anybody in all of South America?
TJ, this just doesn't fit any patterns we've seen from the Latin American guerrilla groups.
Let's look at it from the perspective of motive. What would anybody, anywhere, have to gain by the destruction of the Bedoya Dam?
We haven't been able to come up with anything. Certainly the only real good that might come from such an act is to make those responsible more terrible in the eyes of the people.
They'd alienate their supporters and the Peruvian population.
Right you are, Cal. And that alienation would turn to vilification in a matter of weeks. A month from now, barring a miracle, Lima's going to be turning its gymnasiums into infectious disease wards to handle hospital overflow.
Any other agency with ideas? Nobody. The CIA is clueless. The Peruvians have no leads that they're willing to talk about. I thought for sure we'd be the ones with enough to go on.
To go on? Of course we have enough to go on, Hal. We can have both teams in Peru this afternoon. They can retrace Mac's steps, shake down the explosive suppliers, follow up on the names of the mercenaries we ID'd.
We have no authority to go in on this one, Barb.
No authority? Hal, Mac is gone.
We don't know that for sure.
Hal.
He's come out of some tight scrapes in the past. I'm not counting Stryker out.
This has become a personal matter. You can't tell me it's not.
That's a bad reason to mobilize 2 SOG teams.
Not from my perspective.
We don't have the okay to proceed with any such operation. It's not going to be easy to talk the President into authorizing a mission on foreign soil. Outside the loss of one agent, not even an official agent, what U.S. interests are at stake here? Don't look at me that way, damn it. I'm giving it to you from the bureaucrat's point of view, and you know it. This is strictly a domestic Peruvian issue.
Not anymore, Hal.
All heads turned. The figure in the doorway was a black man with the dignified and proud demeanor of a college professor or a research scientist. Dr. Huntington Weathers had, in fact, been a professor of computer science at Berkeley in a former life. Now he served as a cybernetics expert on Aaron Kurtzman's computer team.
Another dam was just destroyed. This time it's in our own backyard. Take a look.
The large wall screen turned on, and an instant later, the image of a southwestern canyon, taken from a helicopter-mounted camera, was displayed with the familiar CNN logo in the corner of the screen.
It happened less than an hour ago. The media is just arriving on the scene. This is the new Southern California Water Conservation Authority Dam. It channels 70% of San Diego's water.
Are they sure an explosion downed it?
More like 20 explosions, according to survivors.
The roomful of people watched as the helicopter swung over the jumble of broken concrete collapsed between 2 tattered walls of reinforced concrete. The walls were yards thick at the base. The blasts required to puncture such a structure had to have been huge. The picture cut to another aerial shot of a ruined dam, this time Bedoya's. The Peruvian news helicopter was moving in closer, bringing the devastation into vivid clarity on the flat television screen. Every person in the room in Virginia was wondering what it had to have been like to be on that dam while it exploded. over and over again, and finally disintegrated. Every single one of them was wondering if it was possible to survive such a cataclysm. Few of them could bring themselves to believe that it was.
The Oval Office, Washington, D.C.
The president looked pale. He had asked Brognola to bring the audio tape recording, but now he regretted it. The explosions, one after another, deafening and monstrous, and the one final spoken phrase weren't nearly as bad as the abrupt silence when it was all over.
How in the world did you manage to get this?
My mission controller had a satellite uplink established with Stryker before he went in. The signal went to hell when he descended into the canyon. The uplink unit couldn't receive through the canyon walls. She unexpectedly started getting a clear signal again a little later, assumedly when Bolin had climbed to the top of the dam and could get a radio signal over the walls. We're not positive, sir, but it sounds like he went into the water just as the dam was bursting.
Good God.
The man was wondering what that had to have been like, and he found himself curiously moved and shaken by the loss of Mac Bolin. More than once, Bolin had rescued him from a bad situation. There probably wasn't a soldier alive who had given more for so long to his country and humanity, taking down the scum of the earth on his own terms. After enduring endless years of government protocol, the man envied that kind of freedom. Then he caught himself. Despite of his one-of-a-kind lone wolf status, despite his flagrant disregard of legalities in favor of justice, Mac Bolin hadn't been free at all. Something had chained him to the life he led. Some powerful trauma had transformed the soldier's life work from career to compulsion. What the hell could have done that to a man?
I'm sorry about Stryker, Hal. We're not counting him out of the picture yet, Mr. President.
Here's a CIA file, such as it is, on Bedoya.
This looks awfully thin. Am I going to find anything new in here?
No.
And the San Diego Dam?
Nothing. The FBI has only been on the scene for an hour, and our special teams won't get there until afternoon. This is going to be a disaster. We'll have to send water trucks into San Diego by the thousands. It might be months before a new pipeline is in place. A large percentage of the population will flee, and the city will almost certainly be bankrupted without federal aid, which we'll have to provide, of course. This one is going to run into the billions. And it's a crappy way to end a presidency.
Mr. President, is there any doubt in your mind these occurrences are related?
No.
Then you have no problem with my teams initiating their investigations?
The papers were all signed before you got here. You'll have full access to any and all CIA and FBI intelligence.
Good to hear. My teams are standing by. I'll make a phone call and have them in the air 5 minutes after I leave this office.
Wish them luck for me. Ask them, as a personal favor to me, to wrap this one up quick and neat. After all I've done, I'd rather not be remembered for this.
I'll tell them, sir. But to be perfectly honest, they have other personal reasons for going into this one.
Yes. Of course.
One of the best things about leaving office, he thought, not for the first time, would be the freedom to think of people as human beings again, and not as elements in political equations.
Cajamarca, Peru.
Still chewing a tough piece of beef from a roast, feeding himself and his 8 business partners, Javier Arbulu emerged from the tiny eating establishment in the village square of Cajamarca. The villagers were gathering, the children shouting in excitement. They had never seen an aircraft this close. The Bell helicopter carefully took up a position over the wide dirt square that was the heart of the little village, descending with just 3 feet to spare at the front. A slip of the hand would have sent the rotors ripping through one of the town's buildings. The people of Cajamarca wouldn't have minded so much. It was a government building. Arbulu approached the helicopter as it rested its weight on the landing skids. He was familiar with the black, unmarked Bell 430. It belonged to the man who had said they would never again see or speak to each other. The mercenary was monitoring the behavior of the occupants carefully as he approached the opening side door. His employer stepped out with a condescending smile on his face for the villagers. The armed escort remained in the helicopter.
Javier.
You told me never to try to contact you again. I assumed you would do the same for me.
That stipulation was intended to protect us from being linked to each other, in case either one of us becomes tied to the Bedoya Dam occurrence. Now a situation has arisen that might put us in danger of such a link. And together, I think we can handle it.
Why don't we go in out of this racket?
No time for that, I'm afraid, Javier.
Why don't you tell me what's going on then?
But at Bedoya, you might have noticed, I kept myself and my staff on the side of the other hired teams, just in case they were tied to the event and questioned. None of them even knew my name or the names of my staff. None of them saw any of us face to face.
No one except me, as we planned.
You were never even told my name. But see, I needed to have face-to-face meetings with you, Javier, in order to gain your confidence. Once I had you convinced, I knew you'd be able to get the other teams of soldiers on board. But there's more to the plan than you know.
Such as?
Well, I'm sorry, Javier, but the plan is for there to be no one left who knows who I am or what I look like.
The man's mouth cracked into a grin, as if the punchline had been delivered and he was waiting for the chuckle from his audience. Arbulu frowned, trying to get a handle on the explanation and feeling sure it was somehow a threat. Then he glimpsed the barrel of a machine gun protruding from the darkness inside the Bell helicopter. Mahoney pulled out a flag, red on both ends. It was white in the middle with a scrawled emblem and the letters MRTA. It was the flag of the Tupac Amaru Revolutionary Movement. The man waved it, making sure the villagers got a good look. That would keep them guessing. He scrambled for the helicopter and jumped inside as the engine intensity increased and the weight of the great bird lifted off the landing skids. The mercenaries, who had until 30 seconds ago been under the command of Javier Arbulu, poured out of a tavern and raised their weapons at the chopper. Thomas McDonough had been waiting for them with the Browning machine gun.
Pilot, swing over the square, over the crowd.
The helicopter flew over the once peaceful village. Mahoney tossed out the bald Tupac Amaru flag, watching it unfurl in the downwash from the rotors and drape Arbulu's mangled corpse. Mahoney smiled at that. He couldn't have asked for a more dramatic picture. He just wished there was a news crew around to shoot it.
Southwestern Turkmenistan.
The Turkmen Central Waterway would be what he was remembered for. Boris Romanov had contemplated, half seriously, requesting that an etching of its path be placed on his headstone. He wasn't that old, he told himself. Not as old as he felt. Maybe he would actually accomplish something even more impressive than this prior to his death. The waterway began in the desert mountains of southwestern Turkmenistan, where one of the few freshwater springs grew out of the unimpressive rocky peaks. For just a couple of miles, these streams came together in a modest river before branching into multiple rivulets and streams again, finally seeping back into the earth before traveling far into the desert. It had been a cruel trick played by Mother Nature on the people of Turkmenistan, long before the Turkmen's arrival. For tens of thousands of years, these precious streams of water had collected, come together for a brief period of greatness, then teasingly gone their separate paths. But with hard manual labor provided out of the cities of Nebetdag, Kumdag, and Kazanzik, and vast supplies of materials and heavy equipment, courtesy of the United Nations, Romanov's great work had finally got off the ground in the late 1990s. Romanov, with the help of French UN engineers, managed to train the Turkmen workers in dam construction. The slow work resulted in an unattractive but perfectly serviceable dam that stopped the flow of the Ahal River forever. The 10,000-year-old canyon would grow no farther. The water that had once followed the canyon into the desert, where it sank unused into the earth, now backflowed into the Turkmen Central Waterway. After several smaller dams, it was time to construct the Turkmen Central Dam, the largest and most complicated of them all. This would be the dam that held back the backflowed waters. Here, finally, would be the Ahal Lake, holding and controlling enough water to sustain the cities of Kazanzik, Bami, and Bakarden, and even to jumpstart the meager agricultural industry that was faltering in the southern Turkmen desert. When Romanov stood with the city officials at Bakarden, 250 kilometers from his dam, and watched the water begin to flow into the city reservoirs to the cheering of a gathered crowd, he had never been so proud and happy. Work continued at the dam. As a bonus, a new hydroelectric facility had just been green-lighted by the Turkmen government, generating enough power to support half a city. But when Romanov heard the distant thrum of helicopters on that hot, harsh morning, he had a strange premonition that it was about to all come crashing down. He watched the ridge above the base of the Turkmen Central Dam as the black helicopter came into view, sweeping over the workers who stood with their heads bent back. Romanov felt the color of the aircraft was ominous. As it landed, he saw the huge white letters emblazoned on the body of the chopper. U-R-A-T.
It's the URAT. Can't be. It's impossible.
The chopper doors pulled open, and armed men began jumping out, falling into formation in an ever-widening line. They held a mean-looking selection of automatic weapons, rifles, and handguns, and the guns were directed at Romanov's workers. Soon their approaching line was spread across the uneven terrain at the bottom of the canyon. Behind the workers was the dam. No escape there.
Get up to the top. Get to the office and call for help. I will try to distract their attention while you go. I will. Good luck. What is this? Who are you people? We are the URAT. Can't you read? You're Russian. You've got a Russian accent. Ah!
You've got a Russian accent as well, my friend. But you speak it far too much.
Ah.
I assume you are Boris Romanov.
Yes.
You have stolen our water. You've left us with no way to irrigate our crops or water our livestock. We've come to take back what is ours.
When he looked down at his legs, he saw masses of blood at his knees. The Russian, who claimed to be a member of the Urat ethnic group, was pointing at the crowds of workmen. Even smothered in a haze, Romanov realized what the Russian was up to. He reached out and grabbed a rock. He managed to drag his body onto his stomach, but when he tried to crawl, his limbs failed to cooperate. He pulled himself forward on his hands as best he could. He watched with detached horror as the line of gunmen converged on the workmen, carefully keeping their formation, a net that none of the workmen could have slipped through. None of them was brave or foolish enough to attempt an escape. The soldiers formed a firing squad, their expressions devoid of mercy, devoid of any humanity. Romanov couldn't speak, and his moans died on his swollen lips. He became aware of a shadow passing over him, and craning his neck from his prone position, he could see a second helicopter hovering over the top of the dam. There was a ladder swinging from beneath it, with soldiers descending one after another.
We've got the lurker.
Yes?
Just one. He must have seen us coming. He was trying to get to the office, I believe. They've got a phone line set up there.
We'll make an example of him. Send him down. Everybody pay attention. This is what happens to men who steal from the Urat.
No! No! No!
Now, everybody, stay still, and you might survive this day.
Ascending to 250 meters, Aya Endivik, looking out from the helicopter with the markings of Urat, smiled. He had directed his chopper pilot to plant them in a spot directly to the east of the main dam, from where they could see across the man-made lake and to the other dams. He watched with growing excitement as the minutes ticked away. He found himself wishing he had a video camera to record the event. He was going to look back on this for the rest of his life.
How are our friends doing?
Running like bugs. A few of them might actually make it to safety.
Endivik had to see for himself. He could barely make them out far down the canyon, running and tripping on the uneven surface. A few of them were limping on sprained ankles. He moved back to the side of the chopper where the door was pulled open for an unobstructed view of the dam and the lake. 2 minutes. Romanov exerted a great effort to bring himself out of semi-consciousness, aware that there was no more nearby activity. Where had everybody gone? Why was that thought ominous? Raising his head, he stared across the canyon floor to the dam. No movement, no voices. He pushed against the ground with his hands, ignoring the streaks of fresh pain in his legs, and peered at the face of the great dam. His dam. There was something strange about it. A strange mass had been applied to the face of the dam, directly above the enclosure. There was a bright blue plastic cover and a webbing of black straps holding it in place. The straps had to be bolted on, he decided. It had the appearance of some bizarre sort of monster's egg sac. Smaller such packages were placed every 15 meters or so up the side of the dam. When it dawned on him what the packages contained, he experienced the greatest sorrow he had ever known. His great dream was about to end. He was almost glad to be ending with it. Romanov collapsed to the ground, and when the massive blast occurred, he didn't even turn his head to face it. Endovik was speechless when the massive crater appeared in the face of the dam, as if it had been hit by a giant's fist. As the water began rushing out in a white torrent, another explosion above the opening tore out a second huge section. Then another, until the dam was burst entirely in two halves that were nudged open farther by the torrent of water. Great white explosions were bursting from the other dams, and the water in the man-made lake churned and shook like the Atlantic in a raging storm, the level falling so fast that it looked like a cheap model in a bad disaster movie. In minutes, the floor of the lake began to appear, and the walls of water were sweeping down the mountains into the villages of the Urat people and into the vast sandy desert of southern Turkmenistan, where it would seep away, wasted. Endovik smiled at his men. It was time to leave. People were going to know about this soon. Endovik and his mercenary army would have to be far removed when the time came. As the chopper tilted and sped north over the desert, he found he couldn't tear his eyes off the cataclysm he had created. Endovik hadn't asked and didn't know the reason for the dam's destruction, but he certainly felt a sense of accomplishment.
Over the eastern United States.
The thinly padded seat of the long-range U.S. Air Force troop transport jet was less than comfortable, and the barrel-chested figure scooted around in it for a more comfortable position, scratching an old scar on his left hand and idly watching the earth dwindle beneath him.
Oof, somebody told Jack we're in a hurry.
Herman Gadgets Schwartz was a slim figure in the seat across the aisle. His tanned face made him look younger than his comrades in Able Team, which he was. Able Team was one of the two Stony Man Farm action teams, a team that normally had just 3 members. The barrel-chested Manning was officially a member of the second Stony Man group. Phoenix Force had taken off in a similar military aircraft less than a minute prior to Able Team, headed for Central Asia. The news had come down the wire about the third burst dam just minutes before the teams were scheduled to be underway. Phoenix had been preparing to head to Peru. A quick change in plans sent them on their way to Turkmenistan. Able Team was now scheduled to head to Peru, once they learned what they could in Southern California.
Nice to have you along for the ride. To be honest, these guys can get on my nerves.
I heard that.
There was a good reason to have him on the San Diego probe. Manning was an expert in the use of military and commercial explosives. In San Diego, the team had been promised the full cooperation of the federal investigating teams. Manning would be able to make a close examination of the ruin of the dam and maybe even make an on-the-spot analysis of the explosives used. That would, perhaps, lead the team to a source for the explosives, which could, possibly, give them a line on the perpetrators. Those were awfully big maybes, but it might be all they had to go on. In Turkmenistan, the local authorities would have no reason to allow an anonymous U.S. team in on the investigation, so it had been decided to lump Manning in with Able Team's California probe.
I need some Java.
I don't think we rate a flight attendant.
Rosario Blancanales was seated directly behind Manning. His hair was grayed almost to white, but nothing outside of his hair gave him the appearance of an old man. He had clear eyes, as black as the waters of a mountain lake on a starless night. His build was powerful, He wasn't the kind of guy you messed with if you ran into him in a bar. Blancanelis was highly adept at understanding the human psyche. His able team comrades had witnessed him turn the most virulent Hispanic-hating bigot into his good buddy when the need arose. His ability to handle almost any personality had long ago earned him the nickname Politician. But Politician didn't roll off the tongue, so he was Paul for short. He rose from his seat and joined Manning in the tiny galley area at the front of the plane, ostensibly to get a cup of coffee for himself. They watched the black, steaming liquid trickle into the steel pot.
This is a tough one for me.
Yeah, me too.
Blancanelis grabbed 2 cups of coffee and entered the cockpit. Strangely, that was enough to ease just a little the anxiety resting like a sack of lead weights on Manning's shoulders. Jack Grimaldi took the cup Blancanelis handed him with a nod of thanks.
Are we at cruising altitude yet?
Not quite.
But we're sure not wasting any time.
The young black suit in the pilot's seat was one of the young military men whose duty rotated him through a stint at the farm. It was a unique but thankless position, requiring an exemplary military record and a high level of security clearance. That same need for ultra-high security ensured that the position would be recorded on the airman's permanent record in only the vaguest of terms, and he wouldn't be allowed to speak of it as long as he lived.
In this baby, we won't need to stop for gas. We're good to go all the way to Southern California. Have you there in time for a late lunch.
Grimaldi seemed almost to be sleepwalking through the flight. Blancanelis didn't blame him. When Mac Bolan ran across him, Grimaldi had been a pilot for the mob, without a sense of self-respect. With Bolan's encouragement, he had left the organized crime business, got his head screwed on straight, and eventually joined the team at Stony Man Farm full-time. Officially, he was listed on the roster as pilot, but high-level farm staff tended to go above and beyond their job descriptions, and more times than he could count, he acted in the capacity of a warrior as well. He fought from time to time at Mac Bolan's side, and the executioner's unmatched skills had saved Grimaldi's life in those situations more than once. Blancanelis handed the second cup of coffee to the co-pilot and stared out into the empty landscape of clouds. For a man who was virtually without family, for a man who spent weeks and months at a time alone and fighting his own private war, there were going to be a lot of people affected by Mac Bolan's loss, if he was truly gone. Blancanelis had to keep reminding himself that the soldier wasn't dead until the body was found. Maybe, he speculated, the body never would be found. And that way, Bolan would live forever.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Come in, Jared.
Your liquor's locked.
For a reason.
I want some whiskey.
You aren't having any.
Then I ain't staying.
Sit, Jared.
Not today, Clint.
Show him. Yeah, he's not. Thanks.
Hey! What the hell is this?
You screwed up, son. We're gonna discuss it.
You don't like the way I do my work, then I won't work for you.
I don't like the fact that you're a drug addict, like any other piece of trash from the streets of this country.
So get rid of me.
Do you have no interest in taking responsibility for yourself?
Why won't you let me take responsibility for myself? Let me do what is right for me.
Which is what?
Go where I want to go, do what I want to do.
You're not going anywhere. Your place is at my side. You're gonna get clean, you're gonna stay clean, and you're gonna learn to act like my son and my father's grandson.
Yeah, I've heard it a million times. When are you gonna get it through your head, Dad? I don't care. I don't care about your father, and I don't care about some fucking country I've never seen.
Ireland is your homeland.
It's your homeland. I don't know anything about it. I've never been there.
That's because your mother didn't teach you. She didn't teach you about your past. She didn't teach you to be proud of who you were. She didn't teach you anything.
You picked her, not me. Then you went away for 18 years. I don't owe you anything.
You want to work for me or not?
Not on your terms.
You do enjoy my money, though, however.
Not on your terms.
What if I change the terms?
How?
I'm thinking of giving you A different sort of responsibility.
Such as?
Dr. Khan needs someone to watch over him.
You want me to babysit that guy?
We need you to keep an eye on him. I want you to accompany him on his sales calls. Make sure he behaves and acts in the best interest of the Mahonies. Instead of giving you an allowance for my money, I'll give you a percentage of whatever Econ gets from each sale. How about 10%?
20.
10% of the Lima sales. If you do well, you'll get 15% of the Turkmenistan deal and 20% of sales to San Diego, and on any subsequent sales.
You plan on expanding after the Turkmen units are delivered?
I plan to expand before the Turkmen units are delivered. Soon, there'll be many more people in need of emergency water supplies.
San Diego, California.
Rosario Blancanales slowed the Ford Explorer to a stop at a corner that was dominated by the burned-out hulk of a liquor store and guarded by a 16-year-old Hispanic kid in jeans big enough for a man 5 times his size.
You want to help out, kid? I'm looking for Romeo Gutierrez.
Man, are you on the wrong side of the street? He's with the Latin Rangers. I ain't no Latin.
Neither are we, and this is not going to be a social call.
You gonna mess him up?
Maybe.
You gonna waste his ass?
We can't touch him until we can find him.
The kid tried to see through the dark-tinted windows of the sport utility vehicle, but he couldn't make out much of the other men in the car.
You guys cops?
We are not cops. Now, is this your turf or not?
So what if it is?
I thought you were some sort of a player in this part of town. I guess I was wrong.
Hey! What the fuck? You never heard of me? I'm Jose Vallarta, man!
Oh, yeah?
Yeah! I know everything that goes around down here, even with the Latins.
Where is Romeo Gutierrez, then?
He's at El Toro Loco. It's where he runs things from, starting this week. He used to work mostly out of his apartment, but then his own lady got busted for being with him, so she kicked him out of the house, man. That's the Latins for you.
So he takes his business to the bar.
That's right. Now, how about a little something for my trouble?
All right, Jose Vallarta.
Hey!
Blancanales dangled the packages of crack he'd extracted from the kid's pocket.
Here's a little advice for you, kid. Get out of this business. You're not very good at it. You're gonna end up dead or in jail, just like everybody you hang with.
Give me that back!
Sorry, Jose. If I did, I'd have to bust you.
So, how are we going to get into that place without scaring everybody away or starting some gunfire?
Yeah, I probably should go in solo. No way. They wouldn't trust you for a second. Once you started asking questions, they'd figure you for a spy for a rival gang. I'll tell them I'm a cop.
Then you won't get anything.
That's right. We need good, solid information, and we need it soon. We're not going to trick it out of them, that's for sure. And they're not going to cooperate without some coercion. We're going to have to play hardball. Paul, take us to the alley behind,
El Toro Loco.
Right.
Blancanales pulled to a stop in the alley. Several huge plastic garbage cans huddled there. The clouds of flies around them kept out of the bar by an old aluminum screen door at the bottom of 3 cracked concrete steps.
All right. Everybody know what to do?
I'm ready.
Me too.
I got the bag. Let's do it.
Schwartz and Manning stepped out of the SUV. The youth who was washing the dishes, probably barely into his teens, stood there, gaping at them, hands dripping suds onto the floor.
Out!
The kid practically flew.
Whoa! Shh! Where's my grandson?
He's fine. We sent him away. Are those all Latin Rangers?
Yes. Are you with the Latins?
No. Are you sure there's nobody else in the bar?
They're all Latins. They won't let anybody else come here now. Are you police?
Federal agents.
You will take all the Latins away? So I can run this place like I used to?
We'll see what we can do. You leave for now.
Gracias, senores. Make them bleed.
This is Gadgets. The proprietor says everybody in the tavern is from the Latin Rangers. We gave him the afternoon off.
Good.
We're gonna put on a light and sound extravaganza for these blokes. In 30.
Understood. And out.
Watches synchronized?
10, yeah. Does Phoenix Force let you get away with saying stuff like that?
Well, you should hear half of what Hawkins says.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Manning and Schwartz pushed their fingers into their ears, hard. They calmly walked into the public area.
Yeah, well, fuck you too. That's what he said, right, Paul?
Yeah, pretty much.
The four-man version of Able Team made easy work of cuffing and organizing the 14 members of the Latin Rangers, piling contraband on top of the bar.
Crack, coke, a little reefer, and enough heroin to light up the entire population of San Diego for an afternoon. You guys are going down for a long time.
No way, man. This is illegal search and seizure all the way. Our lawyer is going to have us out of jail in 5 hours.
We didn't say you were going to jail. We said you were going down. You don't think we're cops, do you?
What do you want with us, man?
You Romeo Gutierrez?
So what if I am?
We want to know what you guys had to do with the bombing of the Southern California Water Conservation Authority dam yesterday.
I don't know of no dam, man.
This could take a while.
We don't have a while. This is the deal. We are federal agents. We want answers.
We ain't giving you no answers, man. You want to arrest us for possession? You do it.
We're not going to arrest you for possession. 15 people died in California as a result of the collapse of the SCW dam, including a national park ranger. Every man in this room is going down on federal murder charges.
Mierda.
Barbara Price sat in a cushioned chair at the huge horseshoe-shaped desk that served as Aaron Kurtzman's cybernetic command center. Lyons was speaking to her from his specially configured cellular phone from the Ford Explorer in San Diego. The phone used an unusual encryption chip, developed by Kurtzman and Hunt Weathers. The voice messages used by the phone could be decrypted only by a base unit positioned elsewhere in San Diego, like a safe house, where the signals were further garbled and fed into the internet and picked up via one of Stony Man Farm's dedicated T3 connections. The mess of signals that merged into the farm's systems required several levels of processing before coming out of the speakers as a recognizable voice. Price didn't understand how, but it all happened as seamlessly as a telephone call to a next-door neighbor.
You believe them?
Yeah, I believe them. These guys are strictly street level. Guns and crack and heroin. They don't have the brains to pull off the sabotage at the SCW dam. They don't even understand the implications.
So what did you get from them?
A few names. Schwartz is sending their names and addresses they gave to you now.
Yeah, I got those a few minutes ago. I'm trolling for their backgrounds right now.
I'm sure they're all fake dead ends. But try this one, Bear. Fawcett Freschetti.
All right, I'm just checking the databases. Yep, we got something there. California and federal records on our man. You're right in his neighborhood. Here, Barb, take a look on your screen.
Huh. He doesn't appear to have any clear-cut modus operandi. Looks like he worked for a few gangs on an on-and-off basis. Suspected of being a triggerman on a couple of hits for one of the LA families in 1997, but that was never proved. His arrests have been for everything from distributing heroin to passing bad checks. This guy's a real mixed bag of tricks.
These days, Mr. Freschetti is into recruitment.
The Latins?
Yeah. He contacted the heads last week and promised them big bucks for an easy day's work. They met up late last night, drove out to the water district in a panel truck, and were put to work. They didn't even know what they were doing at the dam. But when they saw the dam blast on the news, they knew they were in deep. They were having a meeting to figure out what they should do about it.
How could they not know they were being set up by Freschetti as stoolies?
They got greedy. You should have seen the wads of cash we lifted off these guys.
Did you call the cops?
Yeah. They'll be pulling up in a couple of minutes.
Right. I've got an address for you, Carl. 7198th Avenue. You should find him there.
Got it. Thanks, Bear.
Just don't kill him.
We'll try.
Fawcett Freschetti had heard the announcement of the dam collapse on the news that morning. 15 dead, several missing. Federal investigators on the scene. He had flipped on CNN and watched the coverage of the burst dam in the Southern California mountains and another in Peru. He turned on his police scanner with growing fear, and when he heard about the bust of the entire upper ranks of the Latin Rangers at the El Toro Loco, he knew he was in serious trouble. Somebody was going to be coming after him. The gang had no particular loyalty to him, especially when it dawned on them that they had been set up by him to take a fall. So he and the gang were taking the fall for whatever organization had orchestrated the destruction of the dam. Now that he thought about it, this was the kind of manipulation and careful strategizing he had always claimed himself capable of. It was kind of ironic that someone had used such a strategy against him so effectively. It showed just how damn stupid he really was. Stupid or not, he couldn't undo it now, and he had to run fast and far. He began throwing his things together, just the small valuable stuff and enough clothes to get him through a few days. Tossing an Accutech BL-380 handgun into an old nylon Adidas satchel, he made for the door. Something caused him to detour to the front window of his apartment just long enough to glance out to the street. It had been 10 minutes since he heard the call on the police radio for the El Toro Loco. But somebody was coming for him already. He didn't know who it was, and he didn't care. The Ford Explorer was there to bring him down, he was sure of it. It slowed on the street, and 2 men stepped out of the passenger side doors before it stopped, moving with the professionalism of trained soldiers. The vehicle sped up again and disappeared from sight. More men from the Explorer would be coming up the fire escape at the rear of the building in minutes. Fraschetti would be trapped in the middle. He had to get out. He couldn't go down because the agents were coming up front and back. The stairs went to the roof, but the door was probably locked, as always. That left one escape route, the fire escape, going up. He scrambled onto the steel landing outside his window, dragging his satchel after him. Fraschetti started up the steps of the fire escape, and almost immediately his legs began to scream. Lunch 5 days a week was an Italian sausage-beef combo sandwich with French fries at Mama's on 4th Avenue. He felt the vibration through the steel fire escape as the ladder was dragged down and someone started clambering the steps after him.
Fraschetti, stop or I'll shoot!
Fraschetti's terror grew in leaps and bounds. His aching legs fought past the pain, and he increased his tempo, rounding the landings from one flight of stairs to the next faster and faster, ignoring the burning in his lungs. His hand reached into the Adidas bag for the Accutech. Furiously, he climbed onto the roof of the building and turned on his pursuers, blasting blindly into the alley and the fire escape stairs. Now he had the advantage. He'd be able to pick off the man on the stairs as soon as his head popped up over the roof. He was safe, for now. Fraschetti turned to see the roof access door break open.
Give it up, Fraschetti! No way!
You're trapped.
No! Shit!
Fraschetti turned to the east. The neighboring apartment building was just across the alleyway. It was 2 stories lower than the building he was standing on. At one point in his life, he would have been able to make that jump. His legs were wobbly, but he ignored that. He pushed himself to greater speed. He knew at the very last moment that he wasn't going to make it. The gap was longer than he had judged. His body was weaker and slower. The edge of the roof flew towards him at a fantastic speed.
Well, shit.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Colleen Davis parked the Mercedes with 2 wheels in the grass, then strolled to the house, a soft-sided briefcase hanging at her side. The kid was on the front patio smoking a cigarette, evaluating her with hungry eyes. Her face wore a cold, amused smirk. She could feel his eyes moving over her like lewd fingers, and she enjoyed it. Enjoyed him wanting her. Enjoyed knowing she had the power of her body to wield over him. The house was huge, even by American standards. Like half the houses in nearby Santa Fe, it was constructed in the southwestern adobe style, but no adobe had ever been this huge. Clint Mahoney and his idiot son were wasting it. The large third-story library was where Davis and Mahoney had constructed a war room. This base of operations was outfitted like the strategic headquarters for a small army, with enough communications hardware and computer processing capability to run a medium-sized shipping company. There was plenty of incriminating evidence to put her, Mahoney, and his idiot son away for life if they were ever tracked to the house. If there was one thing Colleen Davis wasn't afraid of, it was the police. American police were pussycats. She'd taken a few for strictly evaluation purposes. They weren't good lovers, and for the same reason, lack of drive, she was sure they weren't good fighters. Davis, on the other hand, had been trained by her father and brothers to be an excellent fighter. She was always armed, and her war room in the Santa Fe mansion had a small arsenal of staged firepower. She'd put up a good fight, if and when. Jared Mahoney came to the door of the large library that his father ridiculously called his war room. Colleen Davis had the wall-mounted television screen on as she booted up her bank of computers. Her eyes were shining, and her mouth was turned up slightly in the frigid smile that was the only genuine emotion the woman ever exhibited. Cold satisfaction. CNN was replaying the footage of the California dam break for about the 1,000th time that day.
He shouldn't have let you handle it. Now everything's a mess. If you'd managed to follow the plan, you could have at least kept a low profile.
What do you mean by that?
The gangs your father hired. They got roughed up this morning. Somebody sure caught up to them in a hurry. I was just going to call your father. Care to get on the line?
Yes?
It's me. There's a problem.
She briefed him on the police report.
It doesn't matter how much they know. What matters is the speed and the manner in which they were tracked down. This has the earmark of a high-level special forces team. The police are treating it like a gang attack. No attempts are being made to hush it up. Pretty bloody cocky.
Relax. That's what the gang was there for, to take the heat. They're dead end. They're performing the function you intended them to.
I know, but I'd estimated a full 24 hours before they were tracked down. Instead, it took just 6. Whatever agency is at work here moves fast, and they do it outside the boundaries of the law. They're exhibiting a pretty serious case of initiative.
You sound worried.
I'm going to keep a close eye on our operations. We might have attracted an unforeseen level of attention.
Northeast of Lima, Peru.
The wide space in the mountain road that passed for a square in the town of Cinchona hadn't seen a tourist in 50 years. There were perhaps a couple of thousand people. 100 homes at most had electricity and plumbing. Less than a dozen cars and trucks could be seen on the road.
Wish we could have found a stealthier way into this burg.
Not likely unless you want to hike the trip. Or at the very least, jump in and hike out.
That would have been preferable to advertising our arrival. If we'd had a better handle on their location, I would have opted for it.
Why don't you let me out here? I think I see something.
What, that tavern over there?
Yeah. Let's see how friendly the locals are.
Blancanales walked without hesitation to the doors of the tavern and pulled them open, just as a rugged-faced older mestizo was coming out. The man froze, his gaze boring into Blancanales with cold suspicion. Blancanales didn't give him the satisfaction of a return look. He went to the small counter and stood by it until the man behind it approached him, his forehead wrinkled.
Una cerveza, por favor.
The man's frown increased, and he put a can of beer on the counter. It didn't look cold. Blancanales pushed a few Nuevo Sol notes across the counter, knowing full well they were worth almost $50. In this village, it would be a fortune. The man looked him squarely in the eyes. He took the smallest bill in the small stack and gave Blancanales change.
Any place around here I can hire some men?
The bartender stopped wiping his glass long enough to look at Blancanales again. His eyes darted to the right for a split second. In that direction was a mestizo group in the center of the room. Blancanales strolled to the pair of large tables, wearing a thin smile and giving a wave of his beer.
I'd like to buy you men a beer, if you would let me.
We'll let you buy as many beers as you want.
Good. Maybe one of you men could tell me how I could hire some bodyguards around here.
You can hire me. I work for beer.
I don't think you are up to my standards.
What do you mean by that?
I mean you don't have a gun. I need armed men, maybe 10 of them, for 4 days' work in the mountains about 20 miles south of here.
Why?
Well, that's a secret.
The men exchanged glances.
How do you know I don't have a gun?
Maybe you do, but can you use it?
I can't use it.
I need a lot more protection than one man can provide.
How much are you willing to pay for 10 men for 4 days?
I'll talk price when I see the men.
You'll talk price now if you ever want to see the men.
Oh, I see. Thanks anyway.
Blancanales turned towards the door.
Wait! I will get you the men and the guns, and we will meet you here when you say. Then we will set our price.
Right. Tomorrow morning, in front of this building.
We'll be here.
Drive. How did it go? I made lots of new friends. Slow up, Gadgets.
As they pulled away at a slow pace, Blancanales turned halfway in his seat and kept an eye on the tavern. The loudmouth mestizo emerged and jumped into the ancient jeep, which started and jolted backward into the street, then spun on the pavement and took off in the other direction.
That's our man.
I'm on him.
They accelerated gradually, allowing the jeep to put a substantial distance between itself and Able Team's Hummer. They watched it turn off the main road a full half-mile ahead of them. Schwartz accelerated to the turnoff, which took them in a sudden descent. They meandered through a neighborhood of simple wooden huts, devoid of electric light, and slowed to watch the jeep barrel over the muddy dirt road, bouncing without concern through the cavernous craters in the road. He followed the road's sharp left curve into the vegetation of the mountain.
It's gonna be dark pretty soon. He'll spot us in a second if we use the headlights.
It'll be pitch black in an hour. Let's hope he gets where he's going before then.
Gadget spun the Hummer along the sharp turn and left the town of Cinchona behind them. The trees and brush grew untamed on the sides of the narrow path, hiding even the dim illumination the cloudy mountain evening was giving them. They began a game of cat and mouse, speeding up to catch sight of their quarry in the straight portions of the road, then falling back quickly before he could spot them. Fortunately, the driver had the good sense to use his headlights, making him easier to spot in the deepening gloom. He was driving recklessly, spinning around curves over drop-offs that vanished into mountain crevices of untold depth. Schwartz's driving skills were put to the test. Then they descended another 100 feet down a steep incline and spotted a turnoff ahead. There was no sign of the jeep.
Bring it to a stop before the turnoff, Gadgets.
Lyons was out the door in an instant, scanning the forest on both sides of the road. To the left, the road climbed the mountainside steeply. To the right, in the direction of the turnoff, it descended into what might be a valley, thick with trees and undergrowth as far as he could see. He crouched on the ground and turned on the flashlight just long enough to examine the muddy road, then slid back into the passenger seat.
We go to the right. Let's take it slow.
We near something?
Not that I know of. I guess it just seems like we should be.
The road was a simple vehicle trail through the thick forest, clearly made by cars and trucks with less girth than the Hummer. It thrashed at the weeds and saplings and left greenish paint on the bark of a few trees.
What have you got, Gadgets?
I thought I glimpsed light.
Lyons peered into the darkness of the road ahead. The clouds were thick, hiding the starlight. The way ahead was just about as black.
This is as good a place as any. Gadgets, get us off the road into the woods, far enough to hide the Hummer. We'll proceed on foot.
Schwartz steered the Hummer 30 feet into the forest, maneuvering around trees and fallen logs, and turned the vehicle to facilitate a quick exit. The undergrowth closed behind it. There was no chance of it being spotted from the forest road, even in sunlight. It turned out they had less than a mile of forest to traverse before they spotted open land ahead. Coming to the perimeter of a natural clearing, they observed a collection of well-maintained buildings lit with artificial light. In the deep dusk, they made out a 2-story, multi-windowed building they took to be a residence hall. A low-slung canopy on wooden supports covered 2 cars and 3 pickup trucks.
That's my drinking buddy. His car's parked out front. And check out that smaller building, the one with the curtained windows.
Residence for the headman in charge?
That's a pretty good bet. I think we'll find the man to answer our questions in that building.
Shall we knock?
I may have a more effective strategy.
He began laying it out. The old Indian man was fetching twice as much water as usual. His back was creaking and groaning like an old tree branch about to snap in the wind. His fingers would barely close on the handle of the old zinc bucket. He rested halfway up the hill, thinking that it was somehow ironic that the water was closer now, ever since the bursting of the Great Dam, so he could get it easier. But the bursting of the Great Dam had also been the cause for him to need extra water. When he reached the old shack, he pushed the door in on its wooden hinges and set the pail on the packed earth floor, then scooped out the water with an old aluminum measuring cup. He crossed to the low cot, which was piled with so many coarse woolen blankets they seemed to be shop inventory. But there was a man underneath the blankets, who might very well have died in the time it took the old man to go down to the river for the water. Pulling several layers of the blankets aside, he examined the man's face. It was pale, with a dark growth of beard, and the skin hung from the cheekbones like a thin cotton rag draped on sharp rocks. The strange thing was that this was the face of a powerful man, maybe an evil man. Who could tell? But he had been brought low by fate. He was breathing. That was a good sign. When the old Indian first discovered him on the bank, he wasn't sure if the man was breathing or not. When he dragged him by his feet up the hill and rolled him on his stomach and pounded on his back, a small river had gurgled out of the man's throat. The old Indian had pushed on the man's back. The effort had nearly killed him. He wasn't strong himself anymore. The next time he checked, the man was breathing. The sick man should be sweating, but he wasn't. The fever had already been coming to a full burn by the time the Indian managed to drag the man into the shack and leverage him onto the cot. Then the man's face had been dripping with sweat. Now there was none. The man was severely dehydrated. The old Indian knew he was dying. He touched the cup to the lips of the man, letting a trickle fall into his mouth. The man didn't swallow or move. He just laid there, radiating heat, never opening his eyes or moving his lips. The old Indian's face fell. He had seen many people die in his life, wife, children, friends, and family uncounted. He knew what it was like to tend to a man who was dying. He could feel the moment when the disease became too strong for the human body to battle any longer. This human body was long past that point. How it found the strength to sustain itself even now was a mystery. Death was inexorable. The old Indian wondered how he would possibly find the strength to bury the body. Schwartz and Blancanales emerged from the undergrowth at the edge of the forest on the north side of the compound. They crouched in the darkness and scanned for guards, finding 2 within their range of vision. Those were their initial targets.
Look at that guard. He made a smart choice. See how he's hidden in the shadow behind the lights? And he's hardly moving.
Maybe he's asleep.
At that moment, the guard walked a few paces, never leaving the shadow, and paced back to where he had been. They never saw more than a vague outline of the rifle he shouldered.
Nope. He's just good. He'll have to go first.
I'm not sure how we'll accomplish that without giving him the chance to raise an alarm.
Well, we'll just have to hope Gary and Iron Man get the lights turned off.
Manning crouched in the weeds at the edge of the rocky clearing of the compound, peering into the darkness in both directions and waiting for movement while the seconds ticked off in his head. Then he lifted the Night-Tech 4.5 power Tasco NV250 monocular to his eye, adjusting the computerized brightness control until his vision was optimized. The night viewing binocular utilized an internal light source that augmented the external light and provided a 14-degree field of view. If there was anybody walking the grounds, even in the faintly illuminated shadow, Manning would make him out.
There.
Manning pointed into the shadows next to the building near the front door.
Where? I can't... Oh, these guys are careful.
You'd be paranoid too if you just perpetrated what these guys did.
Yeah. Or maybe they're just real pros. Let's be cautious. I don't want to underestimate them.
Understood. All right. His back is to us. This is the best opportunity we're gonna get.
Let's go. I'm ready for him.
Silently, Lyons rose from the brush and stepped into the open at the edge of the floodlights that illuminated most of the compound, and approached the residential hall swiftly. Every step brought him farther into the light, and every step made it more likely his approach would be heard. Able Team had been sent into Peru equipped with automatic weaponry. Temporary team member Manning carried an M16A2. Carl Lyons had a Heckler & Koch MP5A3, a submachine gun with a curved 30-round clip. But for now, Lyons was going in with a less substantial lead weapon. His Beretta 92F was fitted with a sound suppressor forged by John Cowboy Kissinger, Stony Man's weaponsmith. He was also carrying a battle blade, which he intended to use if he got close enough. He didn't. The guard sensed him. Somehow, he knew he was no longer alone, and he turned on Lyons quickly, swinging a Czech VZ-58 assault rifle on its shoulder strap. He didn't have the chance to level it. Lyons cringed and grabbed for the guard, pulling him against the wall as deeply into the shadowy darkness as he could, and stood at attention next to the corpse. The night remained still. Manning waited just seconds after seeing the guard drop before he crept across the open ground to the generator shed, set against a waist-high outcropping. A quick glance told him the door was secured with a hefty padlock, so he moved behind the building, finding a rubber hose from the massive four-legged fuel tank. It parted under his knife, and gasoline started to fill a small depression in the rock. Next, he ran in a crouch across 75 yards of empty space before coming to a stop with his back against the wall at Lyon's side. The brightness of the windows began to yellow, and darkness crept out of the mountain forest to reclaim the clearing.
Party time.
There's our invitation.
As the guards they had been watching started for the other side of the building to check on the generators, Schwartz and Blancanales moved into the open and crossed the compound at a run.
Shit. Wasn't expecting that. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Blancanales leveled the M16A2 M203 grenade launcher combo into the room as he spotted a dark figure bringing a weapon into target acquisition on the pair. Schwartz spotted one of the guards returning from the front of the building. Schwartz turned and saw another guard in a firm shooter's stance.
Get down!
Blancanales gave his partner a quick nod of thanks. Schwartz stepped out again with the M16A2 leading the way. They stepped through the next room into an empty long hallway. Utter darkness swarmed around them, and they donned their thermal imaging glasses, which turned the place green as they moved into the hall. One of the doors ahead opened an inch, and they spotted the brightness of a human body peering out. In the blackness, the Able Team commandos were confident they remained unseen. The face disappeared suddenly at the sound of the gunfire outside. The gunner was firing on Lyons and Manning. Carl Lyons gestured to the rear as the generator gave up and lights across the compound dimmed and died. Gary Manning kept a watch in that direction as Lyons kept an eye on the smaller building attached to the residence hall. Blancanales' friend from the tavern was still in there, and that was probably where they would find the man in charge. The clouds overhead veiled the brilliance of the stars and smothered the Peruvian complex in darkness. They could still see well enough to know when the door to the low building swung open, and a man stomped out.
Hands up! I am pointing a gun at you! Put your hands up or I will shoot!
Another man jumped through the door of the building and swung a gun into the night.
Above!
Lyons recoiled against the wall with lightning speed. A head poked cautiously from the window almost directly above, then looked directly down on them.
All clear up here!
Lyon's prisoner was gone, and that probably meant he'd bolted inside the low building. The two men made for it, ducking under the windows and coming to a halt at either side of the door, which was almost completely closed. Manning nudged it open with his foot.
Whoa!
Lyons left the Phoenix Force warrior guarding the door and hurried around the corner to the rear, where he found the nearest window closed and heavily shaded. The second window was open a bare inch to let in fresh air, and the shade had been pulled down. Manning was making just enough of a nuisance of himself to keep the shotgunner occupied. Lyons drew his Tonto combat knife and tucked the 7-inch blade through the window opening, leveraging up the bottom of the shade. Inside, the blackness was thicker than the cloudy night, but the shotgunner was facing the other direction. Lyons placed the barrel of the MP5A3 on the windowsill. Schwartz and Blancanales continued their sweep of the building, reaching the last doorway. The door opened slowly, and a shirtless man, arms up, started walking toward them.
Stop where you are. Turn around, slowly.
The man did so, his face calm and unconcerned, and he even put his arms behind his back without being asked. Blancanales secured the shirtless Peruvian in plastic handcuffs and satisfied himself that the room was now empty. They walked the prisoner to the end of the hall and out the door onto the steps that had served as their entrance. The prisoner smiled when a pair of headlights emerged from the forest and entered the compound, maneuvering quickly. The jeep spun its wheels and fishtailed as it accelerated to the stairs. Lyons heard the vehicle and peered around the corner as the jeep tore past the steps. It traveled sideways over the ground for 5 yards before all 4 wheels caught and dragged it around the lower building, then turned sharply and barreled at increasing speed directly at the front door of the building. Lyons could only watch helplessly through the windows as he saw Manning's silhouette speed across the next window in the blazing high-beam headlights. He listened to a further exchange of gunfire as he raced around the building, skidding in the mud himself as he rounded the corner and leveled the MP5A3 at the vehicle. By then, it was deserted. Then he heard the shots. They were out there with Manning in the darkness, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it without perhaps killing the Phoenix Force commando. Manning saw the jeep hurling towards him, and he knew he didn't have much time. He jumped wildly to the left, but mistimed in the night. Manning felt lightning flash through his brain at the moment of impact and collapsed on his hands and knees, his vision swimming with light. He pushed against the ground, feeling the earth sway underneath him, disorienting him. One of the headlights was out, but the light that remained didn't clarify the situation. Manning had no choice but to flee. Once he had put some distance between himself and the jeep, he could get his bearings. A mound of rock swam out of the chaos of the night. Manning slowed, but his unreliable legs collapsed him on top of it. He pushed against the rock and frowned at it, trying to determine what he thought he knew about it. Then he saw the nearby shack and smelled the fumes of gasoline. When Manning realized he was at the generator shack, he knew exactly how to cut himself off from pursuit. Painfully, he crawled on all fours over the rock and found himself on a gentle incline. He found the strength to start trotting uphill. That lasted just a few yards before his feet refused to cooperate any longer. He figured he was far enough away from the generator shed anyway. Turning onto his back, he saw a brief flash from one of the guns. His best judgment told him that his pursuers were as close to the generator shack as they were likely to get. Manning crawled onto his knees and rose to his feet. He saw the light from one of the headlights on the jeep silhouetting the gasoline tank perched next to the generator tank. He grinned through the throbbing pain in his head. He had his target.
Do you see him anywhere?
I only see that jeep over there.
Well, that's where the shooting is. Come on, let's
go. Holy shit!
Did you see that silhouette? That had to be Manning!
Lyons raced into view and didn't even slow when he jogged past the fallen gunmen. They were out of the game. Blancanales and Schwartz were right behind him when he reached the edge of the mountain forest. Gary Manning lay sprawled on his back, unconscious or dead.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thomas McDonough took the stairs to the third floor of the Mahoney mansion, entering what Mahoney called his war room. It was heavily equipped with communications electronics, including iridium access to all Mahoney's contacts around the world. At the head of a small meeting table sat a beautiful woman no more than 5 feet tall. With auburn hair and pale, freckled skin, she looked like the Irish lass she was. Her boyish body had gently swelling breasts, and in her peasant blouse and trim-cut jeans, with just a green band holding in her long, flowing red hair, she looked like a high school girl, not even old enough for marrying. In actuality, she was in her mid-20s, with more than a decade of anti-British terrorist experience under her belt. After the 1998 Irish Peace Accord referendum, Colleen Davis had seen the writing on the wall. An openly aggressive stance would no longer be tolerated. The fight for total and complete defeat of the British would continue, of course, but it would require more secretive and more persuasive methods. Disillusioned, she had left the land of her birth, the land where the people had surrendered to defeat like a million cowards, and moved to America. Directed by other souls with similar sentiments, she found her way into the Mahoney fold. Mahoney's history proved him a patriot to the cause of a united Ireland and the punishment of the English. He quickly proved to her he was developing novel strategies for funding a new war against the British. Mahoney already possessed a capable second-in-command in Thomas McDonough, but he required a brilliant strategist to organize his efforts. He also needed a beautiful, aggressive Irish woman to warm his bed at night. Davis gladly accepted both positions. She sent for others she knew would be stifled under the yoke of the new Irish peace. Irishmen she knew would be choking in the thick atmosphere of betrayal to the cause by the people they had once considered patriots. Martin O'Connell had come soon after, along with almost 30 disgruntled Irish fighters. O'Connell was sitting at the table at her elbow. Only lately, and against the better judgment of his senior staff, had Clint Mahoney asked his young son to join the fold. Now Jared Mahoney was turning into a major risk.
Well?
Sit and listen.
Dr. Khan needs someone to watch over him.
You want me to babysit that guy?
We need you to keep an eye on him. I want you to accompany him on his sales calls. Make sure he behaves and acts in the best interests of the Mahoneys. Instead of giving you an allowance for my money...
Your reaction?
I think Mahoney's plan is sound as far as it goes. But Jared clearly doesn't have the belief in the cause that we have. What he needs is a real, for him, motivation. And Mahoney gave it to him.
Motivation to do his best, sure. But not motivation enough to stop with the drugs. The boy's a screw-up.
Mahoney thinks he can get his act together, O'Connell.
I don't.
I don't either.
So you think we should take him out of our way?
I don't think the situation is that desperate. Yet. We've got to remember that, screw-up or no, Jared's death, even if accidental, would have a profoundly negative impact on Mahoney. Right now, I think we want Mahoney as sharp as possible. We've got a lot of irons in the fire.
O'Connell nodded in doubtful agreement.
But Jared remains a serious threat to the integrity of our efforts. I'm especially leery of sending him into South America with Econ. The doc is as much a screw-up as Jared, just in different ways.
They'll have a couple of our people accompanying them.
Not good enough.
Then it's up to me.
It's up to you.
To get Jared to take me into his confidence.
She smiled, unbuttoned her peasant blouse low on her chest, and leaned over the table so that it fell open.
Think he'll take this little Irish lass to his heart, boys?
How the hell could they let that opportunity slip through their damn fingers?
It wasn't through any fault of theirs, Hal. Abel played it by the numbers. They didn't go in too aggressively. This guy Fraschetti had a few screws loose. The guys feel pretty bad about it anyway, though.
So we got nothing out of San Diego.
They're sorting through Fraschetti's stuff, but it's not looking good.
Damn it! What about Gary?
He's doing okay. He's got a pretty bad concussion and a ribcage covered with bruises, but he'll live.
Where is he?
Abel got him airlifted offshore to the Roosevelt, a Navy destroyer. He's being treated by the Navy dock.
Airlifted him how?
Private helicopter. We chartered it out of Lima and had it pick up Gary at the probe site. It was the fastest way to get him to a doctor, and it avoided the need for U.S. aircraft flying into Peru, which could have opened up a can of worms.
Good. And what intelligence did we gain for our trouble?
You're not going to like this. There were 2 survivors of the probe. It got rough, and they weren't in good shape by the time everything was under control and Paul could start questioning them, but they had very little to say.
Were they holding back?
No, they just didn't know much. Whoever employed them made sure they didn't know anything about the operation.
Peruvian mercenaries network like mercenaries in any part of the world. Did they recognize any of the others they saw at the site?
Now that's the one bit of good news I can give you. Raphael asked the same question. He knew the faces of 2 men at the site. They're Brazilian Indians, a tribe called Mitia. The tribe was pretty much wiped out in their resistance movement during the late 1990s and turned to mercenary work soon afterwards. It's unclear if they were hired for those jobs or just did their fellow freedom fighters a favor. They've been implicated in some extortion scams against companies operating along the Amazon River, and one of their members was convicted in absentia in the 1997 murder of a timber company executive. In fact, that man was one of the 2 recognized by the Peruvian mercs at the dam site.
We know anything about these Matia?
They're not terribly interested in retaining their tribal culture, although they are still based in a pretty remote location in the Amazon jungle. They've got a modern, well-equipped armory and a few floating tanks that take them in and out of the rainforest. Satellites keep them in touch with the world. What we don't know about them is extensive. Their numbers, their agenda, if they still have one, their customers.
But do we know where they are?
That's what we're about to show you. Bear, how's it going in there?
I was just about to come in and show you. Give me 2 minutes.
90 seconds later. Kurtzman maneuvered his wheelchair expertly through the conference room door and spun immediately to the computer set up beneath the screen monitor. He dialed it up in seconds.
I've been trying to construct a database on the Matia. There isn't much to go on. I even called my National Geographic electronic archives. You know you're dealing with a small tribe when you can't even find a National Geographic pictorial on them in the last 100 years.
The screen came to life with a colorful, high-resolution map of the Amazon River. A tiny black icon appeared on the map at the Peruvian city of Iquitos and began following the river's course east through Peru, passing under the southern tip of Colombia into Brazil.
This is the route I expect they're taking to get back to their Amazon home base.
Many miles inside Brazil, the computer-generated cursor swung off the Amazon, following a tributary north until it came to a halt amid a collection of question marks scattered in the jungle.
These question marks are my best estimates of former Matia villages. Any of these, or none of these, could be the base operation for the Matia mercenaries.
How'd you come by this?
I located a doctorate dissertation on the Matia done by an anthropologist from Brown University in Providence in 1967. It's in their electronic library. The dissertation wasn't too insightful, but the doctorate candidate describes his visits to 7 Matia villages and their locations in reference to this tributary.
What's their ETA?
Now, that's a tough call, but I would guess 19 more hours. This assumes a lot of factors. One is that they're returning directly from the dam explosion to their base. 2 is that they make the trip using the watercraft we know they possess. If they have aircraft, all bets are off. I've accounted for the flow of the Amazon in this tributary, but a lot of other factors could affect their rate of travel, throwing my estimates off by hours.
What we need to know is, can we have Able Team on the ground waiting for them when they get home?
Absolutely. Well, maybe.
Good enough. Get them there. You've got authorization to make use of a U.S. Navy helicopter and personnel for the drop. Maybe the Roosevelt has equipment we can use.
We don't need personnel, Hal. We've got Jack sitting on his thumbs in Lima.
Good. Let's get on it. Now, what's the deal in Turkmenistan?
Phoenix Force is still en route. The destruction of the dam has been kept reasonably quiet for now, which is only possible because of its location. The Red Cross is mobilizing, and a multinational humanitarian effort will be underway by dawn. There are several 100,000 people affected in that part of the world, without the infrastructure to deal with it.
It's the same story we've been hearing all day. The old water control systems have been taken out of commission for repairs, relying on the new water systems to take up the slack. When the new dams go down, there's no fallback option.
I just don't get it. Somebody is going to a lot of effort and expense to decimate entire regions around the globe, but what's the point?
I wish I knew, Barbara.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Colleen Davis left her war room. As one of the most respected terrorist strategists in Northern Ireland, Davis saw exactly where the weak point in this operation was: Jared Mahoney. Considering the Jared Mahoney problem had distracted her for days. Headstrong, rebellious as a teenager, he was the kind of man she would have purged from the operation months earlier, except that his father was the reason the operation existed at all. If only he was dedicated to the cause, she wouldn't consider him to be such a loose cannon. But Jared Mahoney wasn't dedicated to anything, except his drug habit and his hedonistic lifestyle. What he needed was inspiration, something to motivate him to succeed in his role. Davis had no compunction about taking all the necessary steps to provide that motivation. Tracking him down to his suite of rooms on the second floor of the expansive home, she walked in on him. The surprise was evident in his features.
What do you want?
To see you before you leave.
See me about what?
Davis didn't answer in words. Her physical acting skill was better than her dialogue. Reaching up to him, almost submissively, wrapping her arms around his neck, she drew his mouth to hers and kissed him deeply. She felt his body respond to hers with schoolboy eagerness. It was almost too easy.
You don't have to be at the plane for 40 minutes.
Jared Mahoney was about to speak, but then he wisely shut his mouth and went along with the program. 33 minutes later.
You have to go?
Yeah.
I've been watching you for days.
I had no idea.
I know. I suppose I come across as cold and heartless. I had to be, you know, growing up the way I did. All the men I knew were cold and mean. Not like you, Jared. I knew you were different from all those men. Different from your father. I came to realize that you're the kind of man I've been needing my whole life. Do you understand?
I just didn't realize how you felt.
I know. I was trying to reach out to you. For days I've been trying. And I just couldn't. But then when I knew you were leaving on your trip and I realized I wouldn't see you for even more days maybe, I got afraid that this might be my last chance. So I somehow got up the courage to come to you.
I'm glad you did.
I know you think this whole operation is a waste of time, Jared. But it is important to me as well as your father.
I know it is.
They parted like lovers. She watched him leave, then started to get dressed. Jared had found his motivation, and by the time he learned it was a lie, he would be non-vital. The Peruvian Air Force Hercules C-130B had been airborne since dawn. With the Andes Mountains far behind them, the landscape was a vast sea of green jungle cut by the blackish-blue artery of the Amazon tributary that the map named Olora. Herman Schwartz had been watching out of the windows for the past 15 minutes and saw no sign of life down there.
We're coming up on it. We're gonna take a look around first, but let's be ready. Everybody's lines attached?
Sure thing. Yes, Sergeant Man.
All right, I'm opening the hatch.
You're coming up underneath and a few hundred meters to the right.
The village materialized out of the jungle abruptly, a clearing about the size of a baseball field and bordered on all sides by dense vegetation. Even the edge nearest the Elora River had a wall of plant life cutting it off. But inside the border, the ground was open, covered by low grass and bare earth.
The buildings were small, framed, square houses, one of them topped with a handful of satellite dishes and antennae.
In an instant, the clearing had been swallowed up again by the jungle.
That's it. I saw no signs of life. I don't want a chance getting targeted before we hit the ground. We'll bail out downstream, let the river carry us to them.
the Hercules began an ascent again, providing the able team warriors with plenty of space to deploy their parachutes and, if their luck held, steer themselves away from anything that might hang them up. When the co-pilot gave the word, the three men pushed the supply pack out of the rear of the Hercules. The large wrapped bundle tumbled end over end for just 50 feet before its chute deployed and slowed its descent. Blancanelis, Schwartz, and Lyons jumped after it. Lyons took the opportunity during his brief time airborne to scan the Amazon River basin in all directions. The surface of the Amazon River tributary was deserted as far as he could see, but he knew that meant very little. He steered the chute in a broad circle to keep himself over the river, watching the pack disappear into the greenery and making a mental snapshot of the skyscraping tree nearest to its position. Then he steered himself into a turn and came down in the river just a few steps from the shore. In less than 30 seconds, he had the chute gathered into a ball and stuffed into the rotting hollow of a log. For a jungle landing, they had all come down with little trouble. Within 45 minutes of landing, they had located their pack, inflated the raft, and stowed their equipment. The dank heat of the afternoon was bringing out torrents of sweat, but they pushed off into the river and allowed it to carry them in the direction of the settlement of the Indians turned mercenaries. A quarter mile from the compound, they went to shore. As Lyons and Schwartz dragged the raft under cover, Blancanelis retreated into the rainforest a few yards to set up the SatLink system. A large briefcase opened to reveal the components of the SatLink unit nestled in foam cutouts. The 24-inch disc unfolded like a fan and was mounted on a motorized base unit. The keyboard plugged into the base, and with a flip of the switch, the unit powered up. The dish needed no assistance to position itself. Like a chick waking up and immediately seeking its mother, the dish at once started searching the unseen heavens for a communications satellite somewhere in mid-orbit.
What you doing? Like you can't figure it out, Gadgets. I'm setting up our connection to Stony Base.
You're not doing it manually, are you?
Of course not. I'm just initiating the self-diagnostics before it configures itself. And we're good.
Stony here. Give me your GPS position.
Sending now. We're sitting about a quarter mile upstream from our target. Our flyover showed recent habitation, but we saw no indication that the village is inhabited now. They've got the entrance on the river camouflaged. I think we're going to find when we get there that it's invisible to passing watercraft, which they don't get much of in this neck of the woods anyway.
Iron Man, everything we know and everything you've seen tells us this is a meticulous and ruthless group. They go to a lot of trouble to keep to themselves and only come into the outside world when they're paid well to do so. They're not going to be happy about company.
We're on our toes. Any further intel?
No. We tried to get Peruvian intelligence to find out anything it could about the Mitia being in the city of Iquitos. They got nothing. If the Mitia were in town, they kept a low profile. I was hoping to have narrowed the ETA at least.
We'll stay in touch, Stony Base.
The 3 serial-linked batteries in the SatLink's pack would keep it running 12 to 15 hours, during which time they would have a satellite in place to transmit their audio signal to Stony Man on an irregular basis. They retreated from the river, then turned to parallel it, requiring a full hour to make a stealthy approach on the compound. The clearing had been carved out of the jungle long enough that the stumps had rotted out of the ground and the earth was compact from the passage of human beings. The large, almost perfect diamond was fenced in only by the jungle, with one of its corners almost touching the bank of the Elora River. After the enclosed acoustics of the jungle, walking in the small, abandoned village felt strangely vast and empty. Able Team was in full jungle camouflage, including combat cosmetics, but against the whitewashed walls of the framed buildings, they stood out, stark and surreal.
This is Stony Base. Report if you can, Able Team.
Lyons didn't respond at first, giving his attention to the quiet compound and gesturing to the nearest building.
I'll check it out.
Blancanelis stepped onto a small wooden porch and pushed the front door open slowly, as Schwartz maneuvered alongside of the building, checking out its rear. He scanned it and shook his head. Nobody there.
Quiet here, Stony Base. Paul?
Blancanales walked across the stark living area with its unfinished wooden floors and walls to a kitchen. A decades-old refrigerator was in the corner, a dusty boombox on top of it. That meant there was a generator somewhere. A swarm of ants crawled along the far wall. The table was nailed together out of roughly hewn wooden pieces.
Paul? Nothing yet. Nobody home.
He moved through the next doorway into a bedroom, where he found a drapery of dingy mosquito netting over the unmade wide cot. Another tiny bedroom next to it contained 3 more low beds. Blancanales turned on his heel and strode back to the kitchen. He grabbed a cardboard carton of milk. It was going to be drinkable for another 2 weeks.
I don't think we're alone.
Explain.
Fresh groceries.
Maybe they got into hiding when they heard the plane and they watched us come down. They know we're here.
So where are they now?
This is a careful bunch. They've had decades to become paranoid. They're probably still making use of the measures they developed during the rebel years, like the camouflaged entrance to the village.
So they've got some sort of hiding place in the jungle, maybe in the village itself. Whatever it is, it's close enough to run to in case of an assault.
Paul, get out of there. We're sitting ducks.
I'll join you in 30 seconds.
You on the line, Stony Base?
We're following you, Able One. We've dug up some intel that might be useful.
Abel, listen up. Got something else from that dissertation.
We're listening.
The material would send the women and children into the jungle and have watch platforms and trees surrounding their villages, usually in the tallest, heavily leaf-laden trees. They'd put bowmen or gunmen in them with a clear shot at the entrance to the village.
Understood. We need to move in toward the center of the village. Back here, their watch is probably not even visible.
And we're invisible to them. So how do we use that to our advantage?
We drive them into the open. We burn them out.
With Blancanales joining up, the 3 men of Able Team stuck to the perimeter and charged from the rear of the house into the rainforest, then moved along the jungle floor, watching the village through the undergrowth. Schwartz kept the M16A2 M203 combo aimed into the trees and watched the foliage above their heads. There was no telling for sure where the watch platform would be situated, which meant they couldn't be sure they wouldn't end up stumbling upon it. Blancanales and Lyons kept an eye on the eerily quiet Mattia village and the jungle that surrounded it, all bottom-tier trees that created a dark mass of green between 20 to 50 feet above the earth. There was a section of the jungle that seemed to offer the broadest viewing area of the village, including the camouflaged entrance. Able Team halted and observed the trees through binoculars for a long minute.
I've got them. Look at that darkest tree to the left. I had to stare for a full minute before I caught movement. They don't have a make on us. Yet. Can you light a fire on top of them, Paul? One incendiary coming up.
Blancanales took advantage of the available time to set up his shot as precisely as possible. The trick was to place the incendiary grenade in the trees far enough above the mercenaries to drive them down without killing them all in the process. This probe was about uncovering intelligence, not vengeance. The M203 was being asked to send the grenade into a high-altitude arch and detonate at about 50 feet off the rainforest floor.
Stony Base, we're about to engage.
Affirmative.
The Able Team warriors launched themselves out of their cover at the moment of the burst, making quick time across the open ground in the few precious seconds available to them. As they homed in on the burning tree, one of the mercenaries crashed through the branches, aflame, and hit the ground unmoving. One of the first mercenaries to come to ground spotted Able Team and realized he still had his weapon. He charged at Schwartz as he brought the Uzi into play, but Schwartz was ready for him.
Iron Man, 2 running for that shack!
I've got him!
Paul, runners at 10 o'clock. Got an HE?
Right here.
The grenade struck a tree in front of the mercs, exploding with a concussive blast that shattered the trunk. Several were slapped to the ground senseless. The man in the rear collapsed heavily, but rose again and veered into the jungle.
Any left?
Hey, all right, we got an informant.
Able 1 here, Stony Base. We've got 4 captives. 2 aren't responsive, but alive.
What about the 2 that are responsive?
They're less than cooperative. They felt disinclined to answer our questions for quite a while. Then we persuaded them to come clean with what they knew.
What persuaded them?
They thought we had their families. They've got wives and children living with them here. They're hidden in a cave in the jungle set up specifically for that purpose. We haven't seen hide nor hair of them, but the Mattia fighters didn't know that. They thought that from the intelligence we had of the compound, we'd been spying on them and knew how they behaved. We're staying out of sight, holed up in one of their central buildings, which appears to be some sort of a community center.
Good plan. We don't know if you've got all the mercenaries. Any of them or their wives or children could be hiding out in the jungle looking for a chance to peg you guys.
My thoughts exactly. Gadgets has been keeping an eye out while Paul questioned the captives.
And I'm pretty much done. We got lucky in our strikes. Took out the 2 top men. They're demoralized. Add to that the perceived threat of killing off their wives and kids. These guys are in a sad state.
So what have they told you?
Not a damn thing. They say they don't know anything, and I believe them. All the arrangements for the Bedoya Dam job were made anonymously, just like with our friends in Cinchona Village. The Mattia leadership was suspicious of working under such conditions, but all scum have their price. They were finally swayed by a large bonus. They were paid very well for the job, all in cash, and they never knew a thing.
All right, you did your best. At least we've shut them down. I suppose that counts for something.
Barb, with the stakes we're playing with, what we've just accomplished counts for very little.
Your extraction is on its way. Jack's en route in a Navy chopper. ETA 77 minutes.
What about our friends?
The Brazilians are coming to get them. They're at least 2 hours out. You'll move the prisoners to a spot on the bank of the Amazon where your tributary intersects. The Brazilians will pick them up there. That way their families won't have the chance to come in and get them in the interim. But you'll have to move fast. The Brazilians don't know who it is that's taken the Mattia down, and they might not be too happy if they knew U.S. paramilitaries were operating on their soil.
Understood. Then what, Stony?
Working on that, Able 1. Right now, we just don't know.
Stonyman Farm, Virginia.
Price and Katzenellenbogen came through the door of the cybernetics lab with eager but not hopeful looks on their tired faces.
We've struck out there. Tell us you've got something.
I wish I could. There's nothing to tell you yet. I've started going through the databases for more on our Mattia friends. So far, there's very little, and I don't think I'm going to get more.
I think you're right. I believe we're going to find out this is nothing but a marginally successful mercenary group without a solid link to the financial and organizational backing of the dam breaks.
That leaves Phoenix.
The lead Phoenix is following isn't substantial. My hopes there aren't high.
Carmen Delahunt entered the room without a word, touching the control that caused the screen on the wall to switch from an FBI database display to a CNN broadcast. The reporter was standing on the Andes mountain perch that had become familiar to news watchers in the past day, set against the backdrop of the crumpled Bedoya Dam.
The investigation continues, as does the cleanup downstream. More than 230 bodies have been recovered up and down the stretch of the Race River. Another 200 people remain missing, but no bodies have been reported discovered since 5 a.m. this morning Eastern Time, making the likelihood of survivors slim indeed. We will now take you to the San Diego dam blast investigation.
It was hard for Price to admit that she had still entertained hope of Mac Boland's survival, but somehow she had. And every piece of information and every passing hour made that hope seem foolish. She tried to quash it and to convince herself once and for all that Mac Boland was gone from this world. He had finally faced something monstrous and powerful enough to decimate his enormous vitality. It had taken 250,000 tons of collapsing concrete, but the executioner was finally dead. Maybe. She couldn't help herself. The hope remained even now, a full day and a half after the fact, despite her best wisdom.
Peru.
The old man's heart lurched and nearly came to a halt in his chest. He staggered away from the door and landed in a chair, breathing heavily. He grabbed at his chest and leaned forward over the floor, his eyes upturned in horror. The corpse got to its feet and walked toward him.
Stay back!
I'm not going to hurt you.
You are dead?
No. I'm very much alive. I think I have you to thank for that.
I thought you were dead. I started to dig a grave.
How did I get here?
I found you after the waters came down the canyon like a tidal wave. Now the river is deeper than before. You must have been swept away by the tidal wave, yes?
I suppose so. I can't remember.
You saved yourself. I found you above the water line. You crawled out of the water. I found the trail of mud you made. Your body was covered in it. I washed it off as best I could. I tried to wake you, but you wouldn't wake up.
I do have a headache.
You have a headache? Young man, you have a knot on your skull like you started to grow another chin over your ear and you say, I have a headache.
Why didn't you take me to a town or to a doctor?
There is a town, but it is too far for me to go. I was born and I grew up there, but I will never go there again. It is too far. I am too old. People come to me once a month and bring me things I need. Sometimes they do not come. There is no doctor. The last time I went there was to get a doctor. That was 2 years ago. I went to get a doctor for my wife. When I reached the town, they said the doctor had left. Not enough people for him to take care of in a small town. It did not matter. My wife was dead when I got back from the town, so I had to bury her. That was hard work. Too hard for an old man like me, and I knew I would never be strong enough to go into that town again. I am sorry about that. I am sorry if you feel I let you almost die.
No need for that. You took me in. Got me out of the cold. That probably saved my life. I'm grateful.
I wonder if you would tell me what happened. Did the dam burst?
Yeah.
That was the only thing that could have made such a tidal wave, I suppose.
How far is the dam from here?
At least 8 kilometers. I saw it once a few years ago, when it was still being built. Men came and measured my house and said I would not be in danger of the rising water. What is your name, young man?
Mike Belasco.
Bolin put out his hand to the old Indian, who took it in a claw crippled with arthritis. Even his mild grip made the old man wince.
I am Tacna. I am very happy that you are not dead, Mike Belasco.
I'm pleased myself. But I'm going to have to be a rude patient and leave you. I have something to take care of.
Would that have to do with the bursting of the dam?
Yeah.
The old man moved to his single cabinet thoughtfully, removing a loaf of heavy, hard bread and a can of soup. He set the bread on the table and opened the can of soup with an ancient, rusty can opener.
You will need strength to get to the nearest town.
Mac Bolin was torn. He needed to get in contact with the outside world as soon as possible. It was imperative that he find out what was happening and let Stony Man Farm know where he was. But he was also weakened by lack of food. His body had been struggling for 36 long hours to fight off his injuries, without sustenance. When the salty, rich aroma of the soup reached him, his stomach growled expectantly. So he sat at the table to share a meal with the old Indian man who had saved his life.
Over the Caspian Sea.
Mid-morning in North America was early evening in the Central Asian states. The U.S. Air Force troop transport jet was now level at 12,000 feet. It had flown north out of the Persian Gulf, straddling the Iraq-Iran border all the way into Turkish airspace, then making a broad sweeping curve over Azerbaijan before heading in an easterly course over the Caspian.
We're 15 minutes from drop-off. You guys up for this?
We've made high-altitude jumps before, mate.
Anything I can do to help?
Yeah. Toss this, will you?
McCarter gave his team members the once-over, evaluating their state of preparedness. High-altitude face masks were in place. The equipment inventory they were going in with included lightweight enduro-style motorcycles for ground transportation.
Stony Base here. How are your preparations going, Phoenix?
We're ready.
I'm not going to be able to join you on the ground, Phoenix. No satellite feed is available until 1900 hours your time. You'll have to go in without me.
We'll miss you, Stony, but we can handle it.
As Price began feeding coordinates for the satellite uplink to Raphael and Cizo, who would be charged with aligning the dish and getting them in contact with Stony Man Farm when the valuable satellite time became available, McCarter evaluated the team silently. There wasn't a more highly skilled or experienced paramilitary unit on the planet, but at the moment, they were hampered by disillusionment. Mac Bolan was gone, and Gary Manning was halfway across the globe, injured, status unclear. It had a demoralizing impact, to say the least.
Stand by, Phoenix. I'm transferring you now.
Wait, what? Transferring?
Greetings from the USS Roosevelt.
Gary! What the hell are you trying to pull down there?
Oh, this is the life, boys. Lounging on deck, getting 3 squares a day, basking in the warm breezes of the South Pacific Ocean.
Enjoy it while you can. You're gonna have some definite makeup work to do as soon as you get back in the fold.
Yeah, talk about not pulling your weight, Gary. When's the vacation over?
Sad to say, I'm flying back to the States tomorrow. Apparently there's paperwork I can lend a hand with at the farm.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Gary's going to help us in the lab here at the farm. We'll make use of his explosives expertise to help analyze the dam bombings. Any data you manage to scrounge up at the Turkmen sites could be useful.
We'll keep that in mind.
5 minutes.
Good luck. Keep your butts out of the way of the bullets.
Good advice, coming from you. See you soon. Thanks, Stony.
We've got damn little to go on at the moment, Phoenix. I'm hoping you'll dredge up something of value in this investigation.
We'll do what we can, Stony Base.
They were in Turkmen airspace for less than 3 minutes.
Opening the hatch.
The interior was filled with the orange brilliance of the sun, low on the horizon and shining in directly at them. Below them, the world was covered with a blanket of gray haze that masked the landscape. First, the 4 Kawasaki motorcycles went in rapid succession, followed by the package containing the Sat Lake system. Next, an armament package. Finally, the 4 Phoenix Force warriors propelled themselves one after another from the rear door of the transport and into the bright, hazy sky over Central Asia. They were going in heavy, which was nothing new for Phoenix, but they might be wasting their time on a wild goose chase. A U.S. surveillance satellite that dated from the Soviet era had been watching the Central Asian states at the time of the attack on the dams in the Turkmen foothills. Before the satellite was out of range, it had tracked a pair of large helicopters on a westward course that brought them down in the steppes near the western coast of Turkmenistan. The steppes were vast and inhospitable, a stretch of desert-like wasteland 40 miles wide and stretching 140 miles along the coast, bordering equally unpleasant marshlands. The helicopters had disappeared at a point where no human beings were known to live. The U.S. military was ready to hand over the information to the Turkmen military when Kurtzman latched onto it less than 5 hours ago. It had been quickly decided to persuade the president for first crack at the target. James spotted the gray Caspian Sea through the haze far to the west. Beneath him, the marshes were greenish with patches of blue, clear water and brown, dry land. Using his field glasses, he tried to peer through the polarizing haze to find some evidence of human habitation in the wasteland. But he saw nothing. No road or building, no rising distortion of smoke.
They're on to us. I got a chopper powering up north-northeast.
I see it. They're gonna reach us quickly. These blokes must have radar. Get down and get under cover.
Getting down before they get to us might be a challenge, Phoenix 1.
I'll read you on that. Save your asses.
It's a helix. We're ducks on a pond.
I'll distract him. You guys get to the ground.
You're on top. He'll target you last.
Oh, I think I'll command his attention.
Oh, this I gotta see.
The Russian Ka-32 Helix helicopter swept up at the descending team of 4, leveling off when it was still a quarter of a mile away and slowing to set its targets on the lowest jumper, Raphael and Cizo. The 7.62mm machine guns buzzed to life, and McCarter and Hawkins could only watch. M16 M203 combo in hand, James dragged on the chute to steer himself closer to the helix while it slowed to a near stop. He knew he had only seconds to spare, but he also knew he was well out of range of the Soviet assault chopper. He had to get there faster. So, he released the chute drags. A shower of sparks started flying from the helicopter's twin rotors. The fire of the 7.62mm machine guns halted in almost the same instant the ship veered away from the fire. Enciso might have already been ripped in two, but James didn't have time to worry about it. The chopper swept up in a circle like an angry hornet and leveled off 100 feet above him, pointing at him. James allowed his face to register mounting panic as he spiraled away from the chopper and thumbed a high-explosive 40mm grenade into the breech of the M203. The chopper came face-to-face with a Phoenix Force warrior 400 yards away. The instant the grenade was away, he grabbed the quick release on his reserve chute and actuated it. But the ground was huge and coming up fast. Somehow, he managed to maintain consciousness, but he could feel the shock of impact rattling through his body. As he rolled onto all fours, he tried to push himself to his feet, but his right leg crumpled under him. James watched the erratic course of the blasted helicopter above him. It didn't look fatally wounded, but it was going to need serious repairs before going into battle again. It had been worth it, James told himself, allowing the pain of the impact to wash over him.
Cal!
Here.
Hawkins trotted at a ground-eating pace, coming upon his battered teammate behind a low wall of scrub brush.
You injured?
I hurt. That's about all I know so far.
I thought you'd be a sack of broken bones the way you came down. Man, you were moving fast.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Hawkins took James's hand and hoisted him slowly to his feet. James was on his left foot, putting the right one down experimentally. It looked straight, nothing broken. James winced a little when he put his weight on it, but the pain was receding with every passing second.
I think I'll live. It just hurts like hell.
This is gonna slow you down.
Negative. Just give me a few minutes to walk it off.
We might not have a few minutes. You hear those trucks?
Yeah.
They're gonna get here and welcome us proper.
Phoenix 1?
Good to hear your voice, Cal. That move you pulled was bloody brilliant, but I thought we'd have to scoop you off the ground with a shovel.
Not quite. Do you have a fix on the second wave?
3 jeeps coming in. We don't have time to get the bikes unloaded before they get here.
We may want to make some time. I've spotted Helix number 2 coming at us hard and fast.
These guys have the money for some serious transportation.
Phoenix 1, you two take care of the jeeps while TJ and I heat things up for the chopper.
How do you plan on doing that?
More insidious trickery.
Hawkins grabbed the nearest of the fallen packs and hoisted it on his shoulders, bringing it to James's side. It took them all of 30 seconds to remove the remote-controlled 50 caliber machine gun from its case and set it up at the edge of the ground-hugging pillow of scrub brush. James was moving more easily now, and he was convinced the impact had only jarred him. He'd be bruised for a while, but there were no injuries he couldn't work off. He tucked the empty packing canvas underneath the brush hastily.
How's our chopper?
I think they just spotted us.
They crept across bare ground, putting more space between themselves and the deadly helix. The chopper flew through the air, slanted, so the pilot could look directly at the ground not 40 feet below his windshield.
I hope David or Rafe didn't catch that fire.
No time to check. Here she comes.
The helix was moving slowly over the rocky, empty ground, maintaining its angled posture, while Hawkins and James hunkered down in the brush. When the chopper was barely within range, Hawkins activated the remote-controlled Browning they had set up. The chopper turned toward the shots and waited for further response. Then it slowly started to move in a wide circle, never moving its nose from the nest of brush where the Browning machine gun was placed. It was 100 yards away.
Perfect. Got your M203 ready?
Ready and willing. Target the rotor.
I'm shooting goldfish at a kiddie pool.
Raphael Enciso glanced back just long enough to see the evil-looking visage of the Russian helicopter nod forward in a distinctly uncharacteristic manner and plummet to the ground with a crack. He offered up silent thanks to his comrades. With the chopper out of action, he concentrated on 3 military jeeps, probably Soviet as well. The jeeps were too far off to be within range of Enciso's M203, and McCarter was tucked in the brush to his left, another 200 yards back. They were going to have to allow the mercenaries' vehicles to close in before engaging them. Enciso knew the Turkmen mercs would go after the men who had just destroyed their valuable aircraft with a vengeance. That would be at least 12 men against James and Hawkins. It became apparent one of the jeeps was going to cut around a small rise that would bring it as close as could be hoped for. But Enciso was still going to be hard-pressed to get it in time to take proactive measures without making himself an easy target. He scrambled across the hard-packed earth on all fours, paused before the last open stretch of 10 yards to get his bearings, and decided to chance it. As 2 jeeps maneuvered around the rise to the south, all but their roofs and tops of the windows were hidden, and the 3rd jeep was veering north, trouncing over the uneven ground. Enciso sprinted across open land on an intercept path. His rise was just 5 feet above the lower gap the jeep was taking, which meant he was directly in the line of sight of the vehicle's occupants. He saw their reactions when they spotted him, and there was a scramble inside to bring weapons to bear. Enciso reached the edge of the rise and threw himself into a long dive, bringing the M16 up and out in a posture that brought him to a hard landing on his knees and elbows. A mercenary in a battered Soviet army uniform, complete with threadbare hammer and sickle, jumped out and leveled a Kalashnikov rifle into the brush. Enciso's M16 was ready for him. He had a bad low angle, but Enciso could almost feel the bullets buzzing less than a foot above him. He blindly aimed for the jeep's rear seat by memory. As he changed the magazine on the M16, Enciso rose on his hands and knees and threw himself into open space off the edge of the rise. He ended up in a crouch on the opposite side of the jeep, facing the mercenaries from just 6 feet away. One fleeing mercenary dropped and rolled behind a nearby bush, somehow dodging the bullets. Enciso swerved forward and spun around the low mass of shrubs in search of the escaped mercenary. The merc was on the run, apparently uninjured, scrambling for cover in the waist-high clumps of vegetation. He raised his AK in panic, and Enciso wouldn't give him the chance.
Phoenix 1 to Phoenix 2.
M16 hanging over the side, Enciso brought the jeep to a halt before answering the call.
You've got Phoenix 2. Sorry, I was momentarily engaged.
We got a pair of vehicles buzzing around here taking pot shots at us. Where are you?
I'll be there in 20 seconds, Phoenix 1. I'll be in the 3rd jeep. Do me a favor, and don't shoot at me.
Hemmed in, the Phoenix Force commander was trying to come up with a strategy for extricating himself from the clump of earth and brush when another jeep spun into view and braked to a halt. The vehicle was so covered with bullet holes, it looked as if it had been given a leopard print paint job.
That you, Rifle?
I hear you, but I don't see you.
The figure in the 2nd jeep gave a brief wave, which the other jeep caught and braked to a halt. Then Enciso's M16 suddenly appeared out the window. McCarter stepped out of cover and fired into the front seat, chopping through the spider-webbed windshield and taking out the front passenger. There was still movement in the rear, and the Briton rushed close to the vehicle as the figure fell behind the front seats. He couldn't escape the Phoenix Force leader. There was no place for him to hide.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Clint Mahoney was still buttoning his shirt when he emerged from the stairway and grabbed the phone from Colleen Davis. The woman's expression was quietly amused.
Mr. Aya Endovic.
Endovic? How the hell did he contact us?
We haven't disabled the secure number we used with him. I haven't revealed to him that you're available. Shall I dismiss him? He claims that their Turkmen base is under attack.
Mahoney grabbed the phone out of her hand and nodded to the base unit. Davis punched the glowing membrane switch, and the LED display changed as he heard the connection go live in the receiver. Mahoney answered the line with the cover name he used with the CIS mercenaries.
Frank Merchant here.
This is Endovic. What the hell kind of an operation are you running, Merchant? We've got the damned Special Forces group attacking us. You wouldn't believe the losses I'm taking here.
What kind of Special Forces?
A half-dozen guys, maybe. They jumped in less than half an hour ago. They've disabled one of my choppers and completely destroyed the other. I've lost ground troops, too. The question is, how did they find me? Answer me that.
Not because of leaks on my end.
And there were no mistakes at the Turkmen Dam, Merchant, I assure you. This had to have come out of the U.S. Hold on.
Have come out of the U.S. Hold on. What do you want?
Our men are not doing well out there. At least one of the vehicles has been wiped out. I can't raise the other one. The third vehicle has a couple of the soldiers pinned down. They are awaiting orders.
Tell them to get back now. We're pulling out. Do you hear me? We're pulling out. Right now. Get it organized. Did you hear that, Merchant? I've lost more hardware and manpower in the last half an hour than in the 8 years since I started this operation. Now I want to know what you're going to do about it.
I am not responsible for your losses, if that is what you're intimating. What's the situation currently?
I've got 4 men in the field attempting to take them down. I'm going to pull them back in.
Good. Instruct them to attempt to take their attackers into custody.
Have you been listening to a word I've said, Merchant? These guys are deadly. Special forces. Well-equipped and highly motivated. My men can't combat a team like this.
They can make the attempt.
Hold on. Give me the connection to my men out there. Eric, what's your situation?
Taking fire as we retreat. We're trying to get out of range.
Any chance you could double back on them and take them down?
Hardly even spotted them. I can't even tell how many there are. There's 100 of these guys hiding in the bushes for all I know. They're scattered. Hold on. I think I see one.
Eric? Eric! Come in, Eric! Merchant, they've got another one of my men. I'm pulling out.
Gosh, Endovic, I have a proposition for you.
Forget it.
It would increase your fee by 150%.
Go ahead.
I want to know who's behind this intrusion. You take those men into custody and get me some answers, and you'll get that increased fee.
I'm making no promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Calvin James had fired the buckshot round from a distance of under 20 feet. Its driver eviscerated, the Jeep had then fallen onto its side and toppled onto its roof. James jumped out of the brush and pointed the business end of the M16 into the passenger side window as Hawkins came to his assistance, dropping to his knees and grabbing at the bodies. They hoisted them out of the vehicle roughly before they could recover from the accident, if they were still alive. Only one of them was. The driver and front passenger had been obliterated by the savage buckshot round. The skin of their faces flayed. One of the men in the rear had caught a rifle shot in the neck. He had died before the Jeep flipped. The survivor was bleeding from 3 long slices along the left side of his face.
Who's your boss?
Aya Endovic.
Who hired you to destroy the dam?
I don't know that. You think they would tell me that?
This is Phoenix 1 requesting a sitrep.
We've just taken down the last vehicle, Phoenix 1. We're questioning a prisoner.
Rafe managed to apprehend one of these vehicles for himself. We'll be around to pick you up. See what you can learn about the facility.
Understood.
James now noticed that his prisoner was now lying still, his forehead resting heavily against the earth. Playing possum, James assumed. But a pulse check told him the man wasn't acting.
Our man didn't last long enough to offer up intelligence on the facility.
Well, we just have to make do with what we've got. What do we got?
A name. Aya Endovik.
And I got the SatLink unit. It made the fall undamaged. So, how do you want to do this? It's tough to judge the reception we'll get based on the advanced teams they sent out.
Agreed. I don't want to open us up to surprises. Rafe and I will approach in a jeep. Cal, you and TJ will come in on bikes. Rafe and I will allow you two enough time to circle their camp and come up from opposite directions. We'll see what we can see before charging in.
We might have already wiped out the bulk of their manpower. Otherwise, I think they'd send out reinforcements.
Dangerous to depend on that. Let's stay sharp.
Below them, two small convoys of ground-based vehicles were departing a ramshackle collection of buildings. The Phoenix Force warriors were outfitted in communications and cybernetics gear customized from the U.S. Army's Land Warrior program. Based on commercial communications, sensor and materials advances of the late 1990s, the Land Warrior system included an IHAS, Integrated Helmet Assembly Subsystem, using advanced materials for protection at lower weight, mounting a computer and sensor display for interface. That allowed Phoenix Force to view computer-generated graphics such as digital maps, intel, and field personnel locations, all of which could be optimized and downloaded from Stony Man Farm via the SatLink. Unlike Army soldiers, Phoenix Force had a single radio, allowing transmission among the entire team and with the farm. When in broadcast mode, transmissions could take place without hitting a transmit button. Standard in the Land Warrior pack was a computer module and global positioning system, GPS module. Most of the functions for the unit were enabled by a remote input pointing device located on the pack's chest strap. Some operations were also enabled via switches near the hand, allowing for operation even while in a firing position. The frame of the equipment's backpack was configured of materials that allowed it to bend with a natural movement of the commando's body for unparalleled field flexibility and maneuverability. Cables and antennas were constructed inside frame components, cutting down on snagging possibilities. Like the Land Warrior headgear, the body armor offered better ballistic protection without adding weight to the field package. McCarter touched the transmit button on his hand control unit.
Stony Base?
You have Stony Base.
We followed their tracks back to a small compound. Do you have our coordinates?
I do, and I'm looking down by satellite. You should be seeing 6 vehicles heading in opposite directions. We're attempting to track their routes. You're going to have to give us some time on that.
We're going in pursuit. Phoenix 4?
You got Phoenix 4.
You're in position to take the northbound group. Remember, we need talkers.
We're on it.
James coasted the Kawasaki down the hill above the compound, from which he had been monitoring the feverish activity below. It had been apparent upon their arrival that the mercenaries were beating a hasty retreat. Hawkins accelerated at his side, their pace leisurely as they evaluated the landscape ahead of them.
They're going to be taking a dirt road that travels away from the hard site and probably turn west or stay on a northward course. There's not much east of here. If the terrain cooperates, we can pace them and find a place to bring them to a halt.
They accelerated in pursuit of the 3 military jeeps. All were so faded and rusted that their original camouflaged color could scarcely be ascertained. But the vehicles were roaring gutturally and making quick time along the twin trails of bare earth in the scratchy, dense growth of the Central Asian grasslands. As the road became unexpectedly straight for over a half-mile distance, the commandos knew they had no choice but to engage. They readied their M16 combos, accelerating to bring the rear jeep into view. The gunner in the rear jeep had been ready for the appearance of unfriendlies, and he yanked up a deck-mounted 50 caliber machine gun to target James and Hawkins.
Take down that gunner!
Can do.
Did you get him?
I don't know. Shit! Let's get off the road. Phoenix 4, this is really slowing me down.
Me too, but we can't risk getting on the road again with that firepower aimed at us.
Let me see if I can clear our way a bit.
Hawkins spotted movement to the left and saw the last jeep appear between the irregular surface of the land, then disappear again. Hawkins laid the M16A2 M203 across the handlebars and tried to maintain his pace, watching the terrain as he waited for the jeep to come into view again. When it did, He had less than a second to make his shot. Hawkins saw the enemy flop out of the Jeep soundlessly, and the vehicle bolted ahead. But there was at least one passenger still alive, one man left to fire that machine gun. All but ignoring the possibility of sudden drop-offs or wall-like obstacles cropping up in his path, Hawkins sped alongside the convoy, a long 10-foot-tall mound separating him from the road. The rise ended abruptly, and he found himself facing the rear Jeep, its last surviving passenger making an alarmingly small adjustment to the .50 caliber machine gun to target the speeding bike. Hawkins had to make an instant decision. Hawkins spun through the gap onto the packed earth road.
Phoenix 5, calling 4.
You have 4.
I've depopulated the last vehicle. There's just a driver now. I'll use him as a shield while I try to pick off the others.
I'm trying to overtake the leader, and it's not going well. This terrain is a bitch.
I hear that.
Don't go pushing them too hard, Phoenix 5. I need extra time to build my lead.
Every plasma and CRT display in the war room glowed with information coming in from around the world and above it.
Satellite visual coming in on Phoenix 4.
Let's see it.
Kurtzman's eyes wandered to a 3x4 aspect ratio screen it filled with the distorted satellite vision of the unbelievably uneven Turkmen grasslands. They could see Calvin James, obviously on one of the motorcycles, speeding along the twin tire tracks of a dirt road.
Pull back.
The image lifted away from James until the first of the 3 Jeeps became visible on the screen, lurching after him and closing the quarter-mile distance between them.
There's a bridge ahead.
Kurtzman stabbed the transmit button.
Phoenix 4, this is Stony base. There's a bridge ahead of you. Looks wooden to me. Maybe a good place to bring your pursuers to a halt.
Don't know if I'll have time to set up a roadblock, Stony base. They're coming up fast now. They're out for blood.
Across the gully, things get much flatter, Phoenix 4. This just might be your last opportunity to stop them.
I'm going for it, Stony.
Phoenix 4, you there?
He's still up. He's swerving. He's still going for the bridge, but he's catching a lot of fire.
Cal!
James was swerving to confuse the shooter. There was nothing but line of sight between himself and his pursuers. But ahead of him was the structure of a wooden bridge, 30 feet long, over a chasm 20 or 25 feet deep. He spotted the trestle on which it rested in the middle of the expanse, made of old concrete. That trestle wasn't going far, no matter what he threw at it. But the rest of the structure should disintegrate nicely. He whipped out a CS bomb, armed it, and tossed it over his shoulder. James yanked out the M16A2 M203 while accelerating, thumbing a high-explosive round into the grenade launcher as he reached the bridge. James swerved hard and fast to avoid the gunner's path, then felt the impact of the .50 caliber round slam into his shoulder.
Phoenix 5, this is Stony base.
You got 5, Stony.
Phoenix 4 just went down hard. His body armor might have kept him alive, but he's been knocked off his bike.
I'm coming into sight now, Stony. I'm about a half-mile back, but I see the bridge. They're almost on him, Stony.
Can you get to him?
That's a negative, Stony. Wait, Phoenix 4 is up.
Say again?
Kurtzman glared at his display, praying it was true. James staggered to his feet with the amazing realization that none of his limbs were dangling uselessly, and he tucked the M16A2 M203 hard against his battered torso, bruising his ribs. Through shock-blurred vision, he saw the Jeep coming at him, as big as a looming monster, just a couple of car lengths between it and the bridge. James triggered the M203 at the bridge. As he struggled to sharpen his cognitive ability, the Jeep came to a stop within a few paces of the Phoenix Force commando, the off-balance gunner struggling to drag himself back into a standing position. He willed his feet to move, tracking sideways as he thumbed another HE into the breach, knowing he wouldn't have time to use it or get to cover before the machine gun commenced firing. Then the bridge lurched, and the machine gunner flung his hand in the air, flopping out of the rear of the Jeep. James saw what was happening. The bridge was now supported just on the one end. Where the explosive had hit, all structural integrity was gone, and the weight of the vehicle was tearing the supports on the good side away from the cliff. The driver reversed, and as the front end of the bridge began to fall away from the cliff edge, he managed to reach the middle of the wooden structure over the concrete trestle. The teetering of the wooden bridge stabilized. The men sat in the Jeep, afraid to move for fear of upsetting the balance. James just smiled a weary smile. The Jeep followed the shards of the bridge into the chasm. James hit the dirt at the sound of the gunshots, relishing the moment of rest. He risked a glance to look for activity through the haze of smoke and dust. The second Jeep was stopped at the lip of the chasm, and the driver, fisting a 9mm pistol, stood peering into the depths at the ruin, then back over the expanse to the other side, looking for James in vain. Behind him, the third Jeep was braking to a halt. Hawkins took in the scene in front of him. The chasm was empty where the bridge should have been, and the first Jeep was gone. The survivors had no way of escape except through him. Already the driver of the rear vehicle and the machine gunner in the second vehicle were scrambling to train weapons his way. Hawkins rustled in his pack for a plastique and detonator set while tapping at the transmit button on his helmet.
Phoenix 4, what do you see going on from your vantage point?
You're still getting their act together. Wait, they're on the move, heading for you.
I'll be ready for them.
You're on your own. No way I can reach you, buddy.
Understood. I can handle it. Are they sticking to the road?
So far.
Hawkins stomped on the kickstand and swung off the motorcycle, running for the rise and dropping on all fours as he reached the top and peered around the large boulder that rested on top of it. He evaluated the speed of the approaching Jeeps, tucked the plastique behind the boulder, and flipped on the detonator. He headed back for the bike on the run, jumping onto it with enough force to push it off the stand. As the countdown in his head reached 0, he pulled away from the rise and thumbed the detonator. Rocks slammed into the Jeep at the front of the line, crashing into the body panel, destroying the glass and cracking open the driver's face, skull, and flesh. His mangled body was tossed aside, and the Jeep spun sideways, lifting up on its side, then tumbling upside down on the track. Hawkins hunched over the handlebars of the motorcycle as the blast rocked the barren Turkmen landscape, wincing at the rattle of small stone and soil debris striking his body. Something hard thumped against his helmet. He didn't bother to look. Aaron Kurtzman directed the blurry digital image into the chasm that cut the track in two. The spy satellite was able to feed him low-resolution images at a frame rate of 5 per second, producing a jerky and sometimes confusing semblance of video motion. He was back in touch with James, and his relief was almost tangible.
Can you get down into that chasm, Phoenix 4? We could use a photo of the occupants of that Jeep.
Affirmative.
With a clattering of fingers on the terminal, Kurtzman sped the satellite image cross-country, backtracking on the dirt road until he had a view of the Jeeps from directly overhead. The image on the screen blurred, and when it cleared again, one of the Jeeps was sitting sideways in the road. It hung there for a couple of frames before flopping upside down on the road. The other Jeep pulled to a halt within a few feet of the disabled vehicle, pausing as if indecisive. Without sound, the scene was eerily peaceful. Then the figures began jumping out of the Jeeps in jerks and spurts of motion.
Phoenix 5 to Stony Base.
Phoenix 5, this is Stony Base.
I just blew the hell out of something.
Well, you did yourself more harm than good. You blocked the road on them. They're coming after you on foot. I'd count 5 of them.
What's Cal's status?
He won't reach you for a while. David and Rafe are still chasing down the others. You'll have to consider yourself independent for the time being.
Akira Takaido was watching a high-resolution digital image of a corpse's face scroll across his computer screen, nodding his head in time to music only he could hear. He moved the mouse to grab the image.
Coming your way, Carmen.
Across the room, Carmen Delahunt nodded her head and intercepted the image as it flew onto her computer screen, and quickly initiated a series of search operations using software developed by herself and others on the Stony Man Farm cybernetics team. Once a year, the world's top hackers assembled for a convention in California, at which time they typically held a roundtable discussion to alert and advise world security experts about flaws in their safeguard electronic systems. Speaking under the cover of their online code names, the hackers were invariably 2 steps ahead of even the global security systems, a fact that never failed to make headlines. One of the savants in the global hacker hierarchy was a secretive figure codenamed Gregor, an acknowledged frontrunner in security bypass strategy. His input had spurred high-level efforts to beef up Pentagon and other Defense Department electronic firewalls, and resulted in job offers from more government agencies than he could count. He turned down all the offers. Those agencies didn't realize Gregor, alias Akira Tokaido, already had a government job, of sorts. Tokaido's software, manipulated by Carmen Delahunt, ripped mercilessly and automatically through safeguards, firewalls, and security procedures of various international and American law enforcement and intelligence agencies, scanning for faces that matched those of her dead man. Due to the nature and geographic location of the operation, she was starting with Interpol, MI6, and GSG-9 databases, those most likely to include Russians and Central Asians. As results began to feed into the terminal from the initial image, she assembled a report. Across the room, Aaron Kurtzman could do little at the moment except watch. He seriously disliked having Phoenix Force in such a fragmented state. It unnerved him to realize Hawkins was maneuvering around the Turkmen landscape with 5 highly trained, highly motivated soldiers gunning for him. The bike would only give him so much of an advantage. And now the motorcycle, according to the satellite image, had come once again to a stop.
Talk to me, Phoenix 5.
Hawkins pulled the motorcycle behind a massive, dense grassland brush and watched across the small open plain of ground-hugging grass for the arrival of what amounted to a small army. His last glimpse showed them in dogged pursuit. The first mercenary jogged into the open with a companion close behind him, both realizing abruptly how precarious their position was. Too late for them. Hawkins knew 3 more mercenaries were out there tracking him, and he couldn't expect any assistance anytime soon. How was he going to take them out? Calvin James had taken the photos Stony wanted of the pair of dead men in the smashed Jeep, although he seriously doubted they'd be able to ID what was left of the driver, and now was making his way back up to the track on the opposite side. Maybe he'd get there in time to actually do some good for Hawkins. He rode out the pain as he yanked himself hand over hand up the side of the 25-foot wall and peered over the top, finding himself alone. The physical effort was actually doing him good, working out the unimportant, distracting aches. The throb in his shoulder where he was shot wasn't receding, but he could live with it. James clambered to the surface and started a quick trot after the 3 surviving hardmen. Hawkins dropped the bike on its side. Hawkins quickly jogged behind a small pile of fallen earth, laying the broken scrap of plastic where it was almost out of sight. Speeding on foot to the mouth of the canyon, he circled around it until he was out of sight of the approaching gunmen. They were still on his trail, vivid on the small display screen of his Land Warrior headgear as 3 small blue triangles amid the chaos of the landscape. A single orange triangle indicated himself, and as he pumped up the incline that would carry him to a canyon overlook, he thumbed the chest control to expand the perspective of his LW display. The appearance of the second orange triangle at the edge of the screen was reassuring.
Phoenix 4, this is 5. I got your icon on screen.
Phoenix 5, I'm seeing you too. What's going on?
I planted a fake wreck in a confined space.
Stony base here. Think they'll fall for it?
No matter how they react, it'll probably involve splitting up to investigate. If I get lucky, they'll be unfamiliar with the terrain and the law will enter the canyon.
I'll have 3 steers in a crowd.
Yeah, and if you're unlucky, they'll see through the ploy, or they'll know the terrain. They'll all home in on your actual location.
Roger that, Stony Base.
5, this is 4. I lost my horse, but I might get there in time to lend a hand in the cattle drive.
I'd be much obliged.
We should have taken the damn bikes.
They'd soon discovered the rearmost of the 3 jeeps ahead of them was armed with a deck-mounted .50 caliber machine gun with a competent gunman behind it. It was very effectively keeping the Phoenix Force duo from closing in.
Any advice, Stony Base?
We're looking into it. There might be an opportunity coming up in about a mile.
Explain, Stony Base.
There's a hairpin in the road. We're trying to evaluate the details. Looks like there's a sharp decline, and then a 180-degree hairpin, and finally more decline. If you can overcome some distance while the jeeps are on the curve, you'll be able to fire down on them a lot better than they'll be able to fire back.
An effective way to use the terrain against them.
TJ's been making use of the local geology. Maybe a small avalanche would be useful for you as well.
We'll see what we can do.
Hawkins found a spot overhanging the canyon floor that looked down on the turn. This was the point where the hardmen would see that the canyon came to a dead end. It would also be the spot where they would see the staged wreckage. He alternated watching the mouth of the canyon and the images on the LW display. Extensive experience with the combat units and the earlier SIPE technology hadn't convinced him of their 100% reliability. There was no electronic technology that could replace human observation. But the encroaching blue triangles turned into human beings at precisely the moment he judged they would. Hunkered down against the rock, he watched the 3 gunners slow in hesitation as they came to the canyon mouth. They decided on a leapfrog approach, and Hawkins couldn't have been happier as they went in, one after another, covering each other for brief spurts of movement through the canyon.
I'm on the move, Stony Base. Keep me informed.
Cat-footing to ground level, he started around to the mouth of the canyon.
One of them has reached a sharp turn in the direction of the canyon.
The others?
Standing by. Okay, the rear man is on the move, moving deeper into the canyon. He's with the front man now. Number 3 is holding back.
His distance to the mouth of the canyon, Stony Base?
11 meters, Phoenix 4.
Keep me informed.
Choosing a buckshot round for the M203, Hawkins also fisted a CS grenade as he moved stealthily toward the canyon opening.
Movement.
I see it.
One of the front men is going in deeper. Number 2 is staying put. 3 is retreating out of the canyon.
Hawkins saw it and reacted by stepping into the open at the mouth of the canyon with the M16 M203 leveled. With the buckshot round in the M203, he was holding, in essence, 7 shotguns. Hawkins had pulled back from sight before the sound of the blast had dissipated, slamming the CS grenade into the grenade launcher. He stepped into the open again. The brief glimpse he got before pulling himself into cover again showed him one man slumped in a bloody crouch and another figure peering around the bend into the canyon, agape at the horror. Hawkins was wary but satisfied as the CS popped and the canyon filled with smoke. 2 hardmen were alive and trapped, virtually helpless.
Come out with your hands in the air!
I'm dying. I got hit with some shrapnel.
Doesn't look like it to me, unless I have to put a bullet in you myself.
The bloodied figure managed to climb out and creep in Hawkins' direction, trying to force his eyes open against the stinging effect of the gas. The other survivor was right behind him, hands in the air.
All right, stop, both of you. Hands behind your back. Good. Now turn around.
Can you use a hand?
Nope. I think the situation's about winding down.
Well, hope the rest of our team can say the same thing.
Let's move in tight. I'm gonna hurry those bastards up. I don't want that arsehole in the rear to think about slowing down to cover his mates during the hairpin.
Understood.
McCarter rode out the burst of speed as he was getting to his feet, leveling the M16A2 M203 on top of the windshield frame and aiming high. The driver of the closest jeep scrambled for cover, and even the machine gun operator dodged. The driver was running scared and closing in fast on the next Jeep. The earth fell away to the right-hand side of the fleeing vehicles, and the road went into a decline. The convoy of Jeeps had entered the hairpin turn and slowed to a crawl. McCarter could see why. The surface was uneven and so narrow it barely accommodated the wheelbase of the vehicles. The road was without a shoulder, and a small twist of the wheel would send them into oblivion.
I'm going to bring it down on top of it.
But we're too far away. Enciso!
The Cuban-born commando ran in the direction of the rear Jeep in what appeared to be a suicide charge. Enciso dove for a man-sized boulder protruding from the cliff wall at the side of the road. McCarter was ducking low in the passenger seat and peered over the dashboard. Enciso was in position, but trapped while the machine gunner was watching for him. Time to take the gunner's attention.
Life, I'm gonna use your head for a football after this.
McCarter moved slowly and steadily to the rear of the Jeep until the machine gun was targeting him. Only then did he jump to cover behind the vehicle. A second later, a deadly barrage of rounds clanked and whined off the bodywork and engine block. As if on cue, Enciso stepped around the boulder, M203 activated, and aimed high to account for a significant drop. The machine gunner had thrown up his hands reflexively, but dropped them again when he realized that the AG grenade had hit the rock above him. He went for the deck-mounted weapon. The Jeep and its occupants were buried in seconds.
Well, that worked out pretty well, I think.
Can it, Rafe? There's still two more.
The simple strategy became more complicated. They couldn't simply fire down on the rest of the Jeep convoy due to an overhang. They couldn't even see the road from where they were.
Bugger. Give me an HE round.
You'd just be wasting...
We can't bloody well do nothing.
Right.
Fire in the hole!
A great one-ton chunk of rock had separated from the cliff at the Briton's feet and tumbled onto the road below. But it had been too late. The final pair of Jeeps had passed beneath it with what had to have been seconds to spare. They had reached the bottom of the steep incline at the level ground and were pulling away onto a barely distinct trail that disappeared into the Turkmen steppes. They were already out of weapons range, and by the time Enciso had come warily to McCarter's side, they watched the Jeep disappear from sight. Escaped.
Stony Base, come in. This is Phoenix 1.
Stony Base here.
We got zilch, Stony.
Yeah, hold on, Phoenix, hold on.
They stood amid the chaos and death of their own making, on the side of a cliff, in the middle of the Central Asian wasteland, and listened to nothingness on their radios.
Phoenix 1, this is 4.
1 here. Everything okay?
Everything's good on our end. TJ and I have a couple of locals in custody, but something's up at Stony Base.
Yeah, Base seemed a little curt. What's going on?
We're clueless. I was hoping you'd know.
Stony Base?
Hold on, Phoenix!
Stonyman Farm, Virginia.
At the moment the call came through the line to Aaron Kurtzman, his eyes scanned the identification window at the bottom of his monitor, and he froze. It had been longer than he could remember that something shocked him so completely he was unable to move or act. But for 5 long seconds, he did nothing but stare at the small display at the bottom of his screen, his mind churning. Then he shook off the shock. He had men in the field. Phoenix was on the ground in Central Asia, and in need of constant support. He simply couldn't afford to pay attention to the little window in the bottom corner of his computer screen.
Barb?
What's up, Aaron?
I'm transferring a call to you. I'm not free to take it. Line 4.
This is Price.
Stryker here.
Time abruptly halted. It was as if, for a fraction of a second, Barbara Price was in some other dimension.
Mac?
Hope you didn't deal me out. I've still got cards to play.
Thank God in heaven. We thought you were dead.
I've felt better.
You're hurt? Where are you?
Peru, somewhere. A village by the name of Padilla. I'm on the only phone in the entire village.
Answer my first question. Are you injured?
I've got a hell of a headache. Probably a medium-sized concussion. More cuts and scrapes than I can count. Other than that, I'm okay. All the limbs are working when I tell them to. I was dragged out of the river by a local, and apparently I had a high fever for 24 hours. I'm right in assuming it has been less than 2 days since the Bedoya Dam was blown?
Yes, Mac, this is incredible. I'm not kidding. We thought you were dead and gone.
I'm not dead yet. I need a chopper in the Andes for my extraction. When we get a secure uplink, you can tell me how we stand.
I'll tell you, we've got Phoenix and Abel in the field now, trying to track down the parties behind Bedoya Dam. And the others.
There's been other dams blown?
San Diego and southwestern Turkmenistan.
Shit. What's the situation in Lima?
Grim. People have to have water, so they're using what they have, clean or not. The cholera death toll is climbing by the hour, and as it incubates, it's going to get much worse before it gets any better.
How close are you to fingering the perpetrator?
Phoenix is on the ground in Turkmenistan now, trying to round up the responsible parties. Abel's tagged the doers in San Diego and Peru, but they were strictly hired help. If you've got intel that will take us to the brains behind these outfits, we'd sure like to know it.
I do. Get me on a good line and I'll give you everything I've got. Where's Abel now?
At least 800 miles away from your current position. They took out a Merc base off an Amazon tributary in Brazil, and they're getting air transportation to a U.S. Navy destroyer currently cruising north of Chimbote. Gary's there under a doctor's care. You weren't the only one who's been knocked on the head in the past few days.
Gary's with Abel? I've been gone for... Right. Get me on the same ship. Gary can bring me up to speed. We'll conference from there.
Agreed. I've pinpointed your location. I'll charter a helicopter from a nearby base as soon as we hang up. Not terribly secure, but it's the quickest solution. I'll give the pilot coordinates for the USS Roosevelt and start working on landing clearances. I'll need to call in some favors with the Navy.
Fine.
And Mac, it's good to hear your voice.
Barb, it's good to be heard.
USS Roosevelt, Atlantic Ocean, 225 miles northwest of Lima, Peru.
Communique coming in, sir.
Let me see it, Workman.
Yes, sir.
Be prepared to receive civilian helicopter and passenger in need of medical attention. Arriving approximately 1900 hours. Orders verifying this request coming via regular channels. Who sent this?
Unknown, sir.
Unknown? Is this ship in the habit of taking orders from any fool who broadcasts on our frequency?
It came through a secure messaging system, although without identification, Captain.
So how do you know it's legit?
I don't, sir.
We are not a hospital ship! Who the hell do these people think they are? Tell them they aren't landing!
This is Wortman. One moment, Admiral. Certainly. It's the Admiral.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course, Admiral. I understand. Can you tell me the... Of course. Yes, Admiral. Well, let them land!
Wortman was given the task of welcoming the new arrival for the busy captain. When the helicopter hit the deck, the pilot stayed aboard while the passenger shoved at the door and stepped out onto the pavement. The man looked like he'd been through hell, kicking and screaming the whole way. His face was scratched and bruised. His clothing, black pants, shoes, and shirt were ripped and tattered. Recently dried blood clung to his arms and hands, his scalp, and his chin. But the dark-haired, bronzed-skinned man didn't look weakened. His blue eyes burned with a startling vividness, almost a tangible menace, and his powerful jawline gave him a hawkish appearance. The shredded garments revealed strong, muscular arms, and his hands looked as if they saw some kind of hard labor. All in all, he wasn't the kind of guy Wortman would want as an enemy.
Mike Velasco.
Mr. Velasco, you look like you need a stretcher.
No thanks, I'll walk. First I need to see one of my companions. The man with a concussion brought in yesterday.
Right. Come this way.
He led the man below deck, down 3 levels, and along several long hallways. Belasco never fell behind, his powerful steps never lagging from weariness. Maybe his wounds weren't as bad as they looked. Wortman halted in front of the door to the VIP guest rooms assigned to the other stranger.
There you are, Mr. Belasco.
Thanks. And if you could send the doctor, I would appreciate it.
Certainly.
As Wortman made his way back down the hall to the sickbay, he found himself following a trail of blood drops that he was sure went all the way back to the helicopter landing pad. Manning stared at the man in the doorway.
You look like death warmed over.
Speak for yourself.
Jesus, Mac, it's good to see you. Everybody thought you were a goner.
So I've been told.
Yeah, they told me a dead man was gonna visit me. That's all they were able to give me, and I hope to God it was you. But I couldn't let myself believe until you walked into the room.
This room secure?
Who knows?
Then I'll be vague. How are you feeling?
Are you asking because you're so considerate?
I'm asking because I've got things to get done and I could use an assist.
I think you'd better let Doc check you over before you start formulating new plans. I mean it. You don't look good.
Tockney did the best he could. His talents didn't extend to stitchery. Most of the abrasions were torn open during the hike out of the mountains to Padilla. The doctor's on his way.
You look starved, too.
I had lunch in the village, but I could eat again.
The trail ends here, Doctor.
Just stitch me up the best you can, Doctor. I don't have much time.
He removed his shirt and pointed at a hideous, blackened gash that started at his right collarbone and extended down over his shoulder blade. His shirt was soaked with blood, which was running down his arm.
This is probably the best place to start.
Whoa. What happened to you anyway?
I had a bad fall.
The doctor knew this was all he was going to get about the events causing the injuries, so he started to ask about Boland's specific symptoms as he began sewing up the shoulder gash. Manning, meanwhile, called a nurse through his hospital intercom. By the time stitches had been placed in Boland's shoulder, scalp, and over his ribs, a huge lunch had arrived. Boland started to eat as the doctor departed.
Transportation is on its way?
In fact, our favorite pilot brought us down here. He was hopping mad that he wasn't free to fetch you off that mountain personally. But he got the assignment of chauffeuring a very able-bodied group of men who were on a hunting expedition in the Amazon jungle.
Boland nodded. Jack Grimaldi was a personal friend to the executioner, and an ace pilot with a broader base of aircraft experience than most of the flyboys on the planet. He'd piloted everything from restored antique biplanes to prototype spy aircraft. He was also a warrior who had fought at Boland's side time and again.
ETA?
1 hour, 20 minutes. More than enough time to get those x-rays the doc wanted.
I can think of a more constructive and restorative way to spend the time.
Boland finished the sandwich and stretched out in a cushioned guest chair, asleep within minutes. The ship's captain, Pollen, had received another call from the Admiral. Wortman decided it had to have been extremely persuasive, because when the third helicopter in 2 days was on a final approach to the Navy destroyer, Pollen himself was on hand to meet it, exhibiting his best behavior, with Wortman at his side. It took less than a minute for Able Team and Jack Grimaldi to welcome Boland on his return from the dead. Then Manning punched up the secure channel that had already been established through the Navy communications link. What followed was a breakneck exchange of information between Able Team, Price, and Kurtzman.
Well, there you are, Stryker. Now you know just about everything we do, and it isn't a hell of a lot. We've now found and neutralized teams of perpetrators in South America, San Diego, and Turkmenistan, but they're all hired hands. None of them know why these dams are being targeted or who's behind it.
That's where I can be of some assistance. Here's a name for you. Clint Mahoney.
Let me look that up.
In seconds, the screen on the Navy-linked computer was coming to life with the face of a sandy-haired Irishman of about 40. It was a mugshot that dated back almost 15 years.
Is this the guy?
I couldn't tell you. I've never seen him. What's his background?
Hold on. I'm going to Scotland Yard database for more. Okay. Clint Mahoney was born in Northern Ireland. His father was vehemently anti-British. Looks like he was considered a violent offender even before the outset of the Troubles. Father and son fled the island in the 1960s when they were identified as primary instigators of violence during what were supposed to have been peaceful demonstrations against the British. These guys essentially helped initiate the violence. Clint was just a teenager at the time. The elder Mahoney died in 1974. Clint stayed in contact with his father's old comrades in arms, early leaders of various Irish terrorist groups. Looks like Clint Mahoney returned to Ireland and tried to make a name for himself as a soldier, but even they considered him sadistic in his treatment of the English. Looks like the British blame him for the torture and murders of several young British soldiers. Eventually, the Irish groups considered him too dangerous to retain. So, by the late 1970s, he's back in the U.S. and starts using his skills as an enforcer for various crime outfits. He's been implicated in 23 murders, according to FBI files. Known links with the most radical Irish independence organizations were retained, but he did no further work for them. Looks like he eventually became too dangerous for the families to use. Something to do with a hit on a mob bookie who was found tortured to death. Jesus, along with his wife and young daughter. After that, he played it low-key for most of the 1980s before turning to industrial extortion. He'd buy specialized equipment, then drive up its price by sabotaging similar equipment from competing suppliers. He then set off a bidding war for his equipment. He got rich and managed to avoid prosecution despite FBI and state organized crime probes. CIA files say Langley became interested in him when it became apparent a large percentage of his profits were going back to Ireland. But Mahoney managed to avoid serious charges and he stayed out of jail. And he's been steering approximately the same course for the past decade.
Great. Now plug another name into the equation, Bear. Joshua Econ.
Okay. There it is.
A new face showed up on their screen. This time, it was a scrawny man whose bulbous eyes were circled by dark rings. His cheeks were shrunken, and his thin hair was naturally unkempt. If it hadn't been for the USC sweatshirt he was wearing, he would have looked like a starving street beggar from a Charles Dickens novel.
That's him in 1993. He's got a doctorate in environmental engineering and chemistry. Lots of job offers, but none of them worked out. Brilliant researcher, it looks like, but there's a note that says he has an abrasive personality. Not much on him for the past few years. Wait, check this out. You're looking at an exploded drawing from the U.S. Patent Office, awarded to him 2 years ago. It's a device for desalination of seawater in large quantities. Looks like he formed a corporation and attempted to obtain financing to build these devices. Man, they must be big. They're talking about units for processing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of gallons of water every year.
Big enough that several units could supply a city the size of San Diego or Lima, or even the southern cities on the border of Turkmenistan. Anything about an Econ Mahoney alliance?
Still looking. I'm not finding it yet.
It's there. I know it. Mahoney has teamed up with Econ. Maybe bought him out or extorted controlling interest in the technology. Now he's creating a market for the technology.
I'll keep looking.
And in the meantime?
Meanwhile, Iron Man, I think it best that your team stay in South America. Since this was the first target, and since the less well-developed water distribution infrastructure in Lima will make the Lima situation desperate before that in San Diego, I'm betting this is where Mahoney and or Econ will make their sales pitch. I think we ought to have someone on hand when the pitch is made.
Agreed. What about you, Stryker?
I'm going to call on Mr. Mahoney.
Then your destination is Santa Fe.
To hell with sitting on our thumbs in Lima. Send us with Stryker. God only knows what he's going to be walking into in New Mexico.
I agree with your assessment, but not your solution. I want you in Lima. I know it grinds your gears to be sitting around doing nothing, Iron Man, but that's just the way it is. Stryker, I'll have a Stony black suit team waiting at the Santa Fe airport with transportation. They'll be fully debriefed by the time you meet up with them.
ETA?
I'd say 10 hours.
I'll be there and waiting in 8. Now let's move.
Passengers going through customs at the international airport in Lima were heavily laden with boxes and bags filled with bottled water. Hastily erected signs warned foreign visitors that all water inside the city was considered unsafe to drink until it had been boiled. Jared Mahoney ignored it all. He didn't drink water anyway. except to mix it with his whiskey. The alcohol killed the germs. He was anxiously looking forward to the coming days, and he was slightly confused and taken aback by his farewell gift from Colleen Davis. But he'd worry about her later. Right now, he wanted to get to the hotel, get out of the crowds. It was obvious these people weren't showering much these days. They'd fix that soon enough. Joshua Econ plodded along at Jared Mahoney's side, as lifeless as a zombie. He looked morosely at the man Jared pointed to, a dapper figure in a three-piece suit carrying a sign with the Mahoney Corporation printed on it. Two stiff soldiers waited at either shoulder.
There's our ride. Hello, I'm Jared Mahoney. This is Dr. Joshua Econ.
He handed the man his suitcase. He kept the carry-on for himself. He had a week's supply of crystal meth carefully hidden inside, and he wasn't about to let it out of his hands. The large adobe mansion stood on 200 acres of New Mexico desert, 5 miles from the city of Santa Fe. The mountains to the west were sharply defined in the extraordinarily clean air. The sky was a brilliant blue, highlighted with streaks of white clouds. The desert scenery was almost too crisp and colorful, as if it were an artificially enhanced photograph, an effect of the dry, clean atmosphere, which was marred in the afternoon by the cloud of dust that buffeted behind a hunter-green sports utility vehicle. The grounds of the mansion were surrounded by no visible security fencing, but the mile-long, fresh asphalt drive from the highway was blocked by iron gates set into decorative brick pillars.
Yes?
Frank Hogan to see Miss Davis.
Repeat your name, please.
Frank Hogan.
You are not expected, Mr. Hogan. What is your affiliation?
Tragan Corporation. I am with my partner, Katrin Tracy, and my Vice President of Engineering, Fred Spadeja. We're interested in negotiating a purchase of some of the technology held by Ms. Davis.
Please wait 1 minute.
Colleen Davis found the webpage for Tragan Corporation and scanned it, while her searches of other global databases downloaded more information on the company. The picture that materialized was intriguing. This was a high-technology entrepreneurship of the first order, composed of just 3 main players and a tiny support staff, yet generating millions in revenues, with minuscule overhead. Nearly all of those revenues were profit. Hogan, Tracy, and Spadeja had started out in 1996 with the purchase of a telecommunications technology that specialized in converting low-bandwidth phone lines to high bandwidth through a combination of software and an electronic caching device. They contracted the manufacture of their components, sold tens of millions of units in a few years, and recently sold the technology at a massive profit. Other technology acquisitions had occurred. Most of them, if not as wildly successful as the data transfer technology, were still pulling in consistent, substantial profits. Hogan had a background in chemical engineering. Tracy was a graduate of Reykjavik University, where she earned a doctorate in thermal engineering. Spadeja received his doctorate from MIT. An interesting bunch. Almost idly it occurred to Davis that they might be fakes. She effortlessly broke through the firewalls at Reykjavik University and soon found herself poring over Tracy's coursework and her doctoral thesis on the dynamics of deep well thermal energy harvest methodology. That satisfied her that they were legitimate. So what did they want with her? She saw no harm in trying to find out.
Please come in.
Thank you. Well, that seemed to have worked.
For a second there, I thought they were going to tell us to go to hell.
Ah, cowboy. Ye of little faith.
We've got ourselves covered. Bear created so much electronic documentation on Tragan and its 3 principles, we'll all probably get pegged for an IRS audit in the near future.
Faith I've got, and I'm sure our paperwork is impeccably accurate. But these folks didn't have to let us in, whether they believe us or not.
Now we just have to keep them believing us until we learn what we came to learn.
The meeting room was decorated in a Western motif with a cool, natural tile floor, a deerskin rug, and a large stone fireplace. The furnishings were tanned leather, handmade, and very expensive. Kissinger sank into a chair so hugely overstuffed it was nearly as wide as a car.
You could measure this room in acres.
John Cowboy Kissinger was a tall man, broad across the shoulders and narrow at the hips, but the chair had the effect of making him look almost thin and frail. He appeared dapper and at ease in a slate gray suit, but by his own standards, he was overdressed. On the farm, he was normally to be found in much more casual attire. Kissinger's eyes scanned the room's nearly hidden security components before he pulled off his dark glasses, folded them neatly, and tucked them in his jacket pocket. Katzenellenbogen strolled to the sofa, allowing his prosthetic right arm to hang naturally at his side, and with his left he overused the wooden cane. He was able to lean broadly to one side as he sat on the couch, and he managed to see out the front picture window far enough to make out a pair of casually dressed but disciplined-looking guards. Their automatic weapons were close at hand, and each had a holstered handgun on his hip. They were tucked in a shady corner of the house, tough to spot, but with a broad view of the entire side expanse of the estate. He communicated this to the others with a quick glance. They had expected it. The three of them had left Virginia at dawn, chartering a jet out of Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C., just in case they were tracked back that far. There had been an obvious need to ascertain the validity of this target. Intelligence on the Mahoney organization had told them only that there was a base of operations outside Santa Fe. The threads that tied him to this house were thin at best. While Bolin was in transit, Price had deemed it best to make an evaluation of the site. If they came up with nothing, they might want to reevaluate their intention to stage a hard probe. When Colleen Davis entered the room a few minutes later, they were all somewhat surprised to find themselves faced with what looked like a teenaged girl. She was petite, with narrow limbs and a curvaceous but svelte figure. Her features were Celtic and attractive, and dressed in sandals, jeans, and a white cotton riding blouse, she looked like nothing so much as a pretty Irish schoolgirl.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Davis.
Katrin Tracy.
Fred Spadeja.
Frank Hogan.
Hogan was an older man, but seemed ageless, which Davis found attractive in a fatherly way. Despite the cane, the prosthetic arm, and the silver gray hair, he sparkled with an incredible vitality in his deep blue, crystal clear eyes.
Let me make you drinks. Would you like to try some nice New Mexican white wine?
Certainly.
None for me, thanks. I'd take a mineral water if you had some.
That sounds good to me.
Of course. I don't have staff. I hate being waited on by servants. You flew in from D.C. this morning.
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Find this part of the country to be a little bit warmer than I'm used to.
Mr. Spadeja.
Call me Fred, ma'am.
Price was next to Katz on the large couch, and Davis slid onto the cushion beside her as she poured the wine, as clear as water itself, into the glasses.
I suppose you are wondering why we are here, Miss Davis.
Colleen, please. I think I have a pretty good idea, Frank, and I hope I'm not going to disappoint you. I've just done some quick research at TragonCorp.com and got a feel for the business your firm specializes in.
Good. And we know something of your own specialties, Colleen.
Oh, yes. And what are my specialties?
We know you've purchased the rights to some technologies patented by Dr. Joshua Econ. As you've probably guessed, we're interested in purchasing those rights from you.
Specifically?
Specifically?
I purchased a 99-year lease on the rights to all of Dr. Econ's patented technologies.
Ah, yes. I've studied that portfolio. We both know there's only one useful patent in the lot. The water purification patent.
I'm not selling.
I'm sure you know as well as I do the potential for the development of the technology, Miss Davis, but the truth is, you don't have the resources for developing it to the full potential.
Neither do you, Frank. Tragon Corporation doesn't have anything in the way of laboratories or manufacturing.
But I've got the contacts. True, large-scale desalination has little similarity to telecommunications, but I can guarantee you I have already lined up design laboratories for optimization of Dr. Econ's technology. I've got verbal commitments for the manufacturing and material supply, for the cabinets and a transport infrastructure. Colleen, I even have an industrial design firm on retainer to make the units look good.
I've personally studied the capabilities of our contract manufacturers. They've got the staff to pull off large-scale production, and very quickly. We can have a prototype built in a week, and production underway in 2.
As I'm sure you're aware, Colleen, there is no better time than the present for marketing these units.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to say no. What you might not be aware of, Mr. Hogan, is that I purchased more than simply Dr. Ekan's patent rights. I purchased Dr. Ekan himself. He has been working with me for months on the optimization of his technology.
Well, he might have invented the process, but he doesn't have the know-how to create an inexpensively producible unit out of it.
You're right about that. We have also arranged for contract manufacture of the units. In fact, we fielded prototypes in the past 2 months and are prepared to start production to order. I'm afraid you're too late, Dr. Hogan.
Have you actually made sales of the equipment, though, Colleen?
Davis paused to consider that, then shrugged her shoulders very slightly, glancing at a diamond-studded watch on her thin, freckled wrist.
That I'll know in just a few hours. And I'm sure it will be public knowledge by the end of the day. Dr. Ekan and my salesman are meeting with Peruvian government representatives as we speak.
Another look passed from Price to Kissinger to Katzenellenbogen. Davis caught it all.
The devil in a white blouse.
Beside him, Price nodded thoughtfully, her eyes focused on the distant mountains. Then she gave a shiver.
Whew, she was creepy. Heartless and absolutely ice cold. You could feel the frost in her fingers.
She as good as told us she has no interest in saving lives. All she wants is the profits from the technology.
Give me Bear.
How's the New Mexico desert?
A lot chillier than you would think.
Did you run into Mahoney?
Just his Ice Princess Davis. She's not biting, and there's going to be an announcement involving Peru in a few hours.
Set up a transfer of your recording of the conversation, and I'll have Takedo run it through our transcriber. I'll have Carmen comb for more on the sales meeting.
Thanks.
So, what's the plan? Are we still going along with Stryker's intended probe of the place?
That's still the plan, yes.
Now, the Black Suit team is fully prepped. Guys are sitting around waiting for the go or no-go.
Get them in the air. Stryker's scheduled to land in Santa Fe before midnight. They have plenty of time to get themselves set up before the 3 a.m. probe launch.
All right. Well, let's start going over the security system. We'll map out everything you people encountered inside.
Hold on, Bear. I'm putting you on speaker.
Along with the architectural drawings we've got on the house, we were able to finagle a satellite scan a few hours ago. Mahoney has apparently been doing some remodeling without getting the proper municipal building permits.
Yeah, I spotted several cameras covering just about every square inch of the interior, but I don't think most people would have even known they were there.
There were no obvious security surveillance optics in sight, but there were tiny bug eyes everywhere.
Somewhere there has to be staff to keep an eye on all those images.
I did spot a couple armed guards on the premises. Who knows how many are hiding in the rafters.
Our thermal imaging shows a couple of hot spots inside. One is a small room on the first floor right off the courtyard. The heat signatures look like monitors to me. 6 or 8 of them, maybe more. The second hot spot's on the third floor. There's a variety of equipment there from what I'm reading. Monitors, telecommunications, maybe a server or a heavy-duty PC.
Mahoney's got his own little war room. Actually, I'll bet Davis is the mastermind there. She's the one with the expertise, according to her profile.
Any chance of Akira getting inside those systems? That might save Mac and our black suits the trouble.
Actually, Akira's been at it for over an hour. He's got the IP pinned down, but Davis is too smart to allow him access.
Akira's the best there is. Are you telling me he met his match?
Even Akira can't get through the security measures Davis is employing. She's using the best firewall there is. She keeps the system turned off when she's not using it. Even a hacker extraordinaire like our guy can't get data off a drive that's not spinning.
Well then, we'll just have to ask Stryker to flip the switch for us.
Clint Mahoney sat at the desk in his suite at the Mirage Hotel, wearing lightweight headphones and staring at the TraganCorp.com homepage with his brow furrowed. He didn't like what he saw. He looked up at Davis's face, pale and impassive, in the top right corner of his screen.
What was their reaction to your refusal?
Very businesslike. They were clearly disappointed. They could see the profit potential, but once they understood I had already taken the same marketing tack they planned, they knew they weren't dealing with a techno-geek open to manipulation.
Were they interested in the house?
You think they were checking the place out?
Why not?
You can't steal patented technology rights via burglary, Clint.
Maybe they don't care about the rights to the technology. Maybe they were searching for a link between the destruction of the dams and the company that'll be benefiting from it.
You still worried about that?
I'm damn worried. Somebody has been on us from the very start. That asshole on the dam in Peru. Where in God's name did he come from? The raid on those stupid Indians, not to mention the gang in San Diego.
The man at the dam in Peru is buried under 1,000 tons of concrete. The South American mercenaries and the California gangs were set up to take the fall for us. You intended for those raids to occur. No surprises there.
Yeah, but we never planned for a reaction as swift as the one we're seeing. I get the feeling there's a highly organized group of some kind trying to track us down.
There's no way they could have that much on us. If there was such a group, it would have to be US-based, which means you're talking about some sort of CIA, FBI task force. That kind of bureaucracy. They could never field a team fast enough to react with the speed we've witnessed in the South American mercenary probes and the San Diego gang takedown.
So, who did?
Locals. The Brazilians took out the Indians. The Peruvians took down the mercs in the Andes. The city police, maybe the FBI, took out the Latin Rangers in San Diego. There was no single organization behind them. You're overreacting.
Maybe. You never answer my question. Were the TraganCorp people interested in the house?
Only mildly. They have too much of their own money to be impressed by wealth, and they didn't show the slightest interest in our security systems. I watched the tapes of their behavior prior to my appearance. Nothing suspicious.
Yeah. You know, Colleen, we're two of a kind. You're the daughter I never had.
You still planning on returning tonight?
No. McDonough wants to spend another night on site.
What for? We've put a dozen surveillance cameras in place.
He needs to get a feel for the site. He needs to go with his gut feelings on this.
Is he nervous?
No. Keep in mind, this dwarfs our other undertakings. He's simply being extra careful.
The prostitute on Mahoney's bed had given up on sleeping. She came up behind him and kissed his neck, then stood rubbing his shoulders. Mahoney watched Davis assess the image of the naked young woman, a UNLV freshman. Even in Davis's low-resolution feed, Mahoney knew the woman would be exquisite. She was also very expensive.
Nice. Why not bring her home with you, Clint?
I just might. What are you doing for the next 12 hours?
The girl bit her lip and smiled.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah?
We're staying an extra night, McDonough.
What? What for?
That's just a precaution. There could be trouble at the house, and I'd rather not be there if and when it goes down.
Did you warn Colleen?
I was just talking to her.
So what do we do until tomorrow?
It's Las Vegas, my boy. We enjoy ourselves.
By the time the four Hummers approached the estate, the moon had risen over the nearby mountain, illuminating a stretch of shadow-embraced open country that only the artificially lit grounds and pool broke.
We're gonna be spotted pretty quick in the open.
Maybe even sooner. We have no idea what kind of electronic security system they have in place, only that it's extensive.
Let me send in one of my electronics guys. With his know-how and the intel we've got on this place, one man can sneak past their systems better than all of us. Once he's made his way through them, he'll have a good idea what kind of system is in place, and how to go about taking it down without alerting enemy guns. Get us in nice and quiet.
Fine, but not alone. I'm going with him.
The black suit commander knew better than to argue with Bolin.
Okay, let's get ready.
Perkins, during a military career heavy with combat experience, had never before found himself working for an outfit as strange as the farm. He had been culled from the Navy SEALs for the job. Others in his outfit were from the Rangers and other U.S. military special operations groups. Down to a man, they were specially requested by the farm to serve on their black suit teams, although who actually did the requesting the commander had never known. He was also in the dark about the agency affiliation of the farm. For all Perkins could tell, the farm might even be some sort of independent agency, free of the constraints of the other military groups. They sure acted like it. There was also a distinct lack of military formality among the senior staff of the farm. While they all appeared to have military training, no rank was designated. Some of the senior staff didn't even appear to be American. Even the names of the senior staff seemed subject to change on a rotating basis. The man he was working with right now was no exception. The black suit leader knew him only as Stony 1 and Stryker. Who Stryker was, what his capabilities were, why he was given virtually limitless authority by the farm, was beyond the black suit leader's understanding. But this man, this Stryker, had proved himself to the black suit commander on more than one occasion. Any doubts he might have had about working at this nameless stranger's side had vanished months ago. Right now, Stryker was clad in the same head-to-toe black suit and combat cosmetics as the rest of the team. And more than any man he had ever seen, this warrior looked at home in the darkness. Perkins's electronics expert emerged from the ranks, distinguished from the other black suits by a heavy black backpack and a small array of electronic sensing devices strapped to his wrists and combat webbing. Bolin knew the man's capabilities and had, in fact, helped cull him from the ranks of the Rangers with special electronics training. He was one of the best on the planet at what he did. This night, he was simply Black Suit 4.
Tell me about your infiltration strategy.
Sandy soil and low levels of precipitation make this location ideal for the use of buried sensors. We'll be searching for them.
Motion detectors?
They'll be scanning for large mass signatures. They can't be sounding alerts every time a desert hare runs through the yard.
In minutes, the pair set out across the sandy soil, hidden by the darkness of the mountain's shadow. Bolin's personal armory had been restocked by Stony Man Farm, and he was using a pair of suppressed firearms as his lead weapons during the clandestine part of the probe. The longer they kept themselves a secret, the better. The Beretta 93R holstered under his left arm was silenced, courtesy of the Stony Man Farm armory. But even Cowboy Kissinger couldn't truly silence a firearm. The best he could do was stifle it somewhat, and either one of Bolin's suppressed weapons would make an audible noise when fired. Wilkins, the black suit electronics expert, was walking a few paces in front of Bolin, one eye on the ground and another on the small cone-shaped display on a handheld computer. At first glance, it looked as if it were showing nothing but blue fog with a few pockmarks and pinholes. Bolin knew better. He recognized the display as an ultrasound unit, broadcasting it into the soil in front of them and analyzing the bounced-back sound signatures. He knew it wasn't looking for the security hardware. A glass fiber cable might register as a plant root or as nothing at all. What it was after was the telltale anomalous soil density where digging for the placement of the security system cables and sensors took place. The black suit came to a halt at the instant a small thin line appeared on the monitor. Bolin, looking over his shoulder, recognized it for what it was. The line stretched across the ground in front of them, far too straight to have been caused naturally. But it had been placed there long enough that all surface evidence of its existence was long gone. Looking at the spot with the naked eye revealed no sign of whatever lay there.
I make a conduit. I'm looking for sensors and inputs. Here they are. Can't make them out well enough for a precise ID, but the fact that they're completely buried under the soil means they're probably pressure sensitive. Now, they're spaced about 6 inches apart.
Let's look for a gap. There, towards the rocks.
It took them about 10 minutes to find it, but the black suit's display found a large change in the subsurface density, around which the conduit came to a complete stop.
There's a boulder. Buried under the sand, but too close to the surface to allow them to plant their monitors.
Right. This is our entry point.
they slipped through the gap in the invisible protective field, then headed for the house, which they now approached from the southeast, finding no more security measures until they reached the building itself and crouched behind a decorative giant agave plant. The approach direction was advantageous, bringing them to within 5 paces of the house before they would emerge into the floodlights. Then they were vulnerable to digital video surveillance. If they were caught by one of the hidden cameras, and if the video feed was constantly being digitally analyzed for motion, the alarm would sound within seconds.
Can you find the cameras?
I'm not making any promises.
Bolin had full confidence in the man. Recruitment by the farm meant the man was about the best in his field, anywhere. And the farm equipment was state-of-the-art. If this black suit electronics man couldn't find the cameras, then they probably couldn't be found.
Got them. Watch me make magic.
He retreated 3 yards from the agave into the blackness and made quick work of erecting a small tripod on thin, hollow telescopic aluminum legs. The tiny laser snapped into a brace at the top, and a nearly invisible tracer laser dot appeared on the wall of the house. The black suit used a remote control the size of a silver dollar to adjust the laser's servo motors, which were themselves no bigger than pencil erasers. Ensconced in blackness, they remained hidden from the human or electronic monitors behind the camera during the entire process. When the tracer disappeared into the tiny black dot in the adobe wall, Bolin knew the black suit had successfully found his mark. The magnitude of the laser light was increased, and the camera became inoperative. Inside, security personnel would be getting a strange warning signal from the security electronics. With any luck, one of them would be out to investigate within seconds.
Try to stay out of the path of the emitter. Depending on the robustness of their equipment, the camera might go functional again if the laser stops scrambling it.
Understood. Look sharp.
Nothing blocking it.
You did something to it.
I didn't touch it.
Well, the interference changed. Now it's black.
I'll open it up.
The guard took a pen-sized screwdriver from his shirt pocket, stabbed at a latch hidden inside the wall, and pulled open a panel no larger than a paperback book.
Huh?
Crouching, Bolin pushed the camera panel closed again, then skirted the barely visible laser, allowing it to continue confusing the other watchmen. With a quick wave, he summoned the black suit. Together they lifted the dead guard and carried him through the archway into the courtyard, depositing him in a dark corner. The way was clear. A door to the interior was outlined in the blackness by light coming around its edges. Bolin, throwing knife at the ready, nodded for the black suit to do the honors.
Huh? What the...
Bolin stepped into the small guardroom, sweeping the 93R over the area quickly before deciding there was no one else on duty. The black suit was already taking his place at the controls, nodding to himself as he assessed the layout of the system. In 15 seconds, he began a controlled shutdown of the system. No one in the place would know their elaborate protection grid was suddenly inoperative.
It's off.
Commander, all security systems have been taken offline. I suggest you follow our route into the building. Move cross-country to the southeast side of the building. Look for an arched entrance to a courtyard and the entrance to a guard room.
Copy that, Stony 1.
Bolin leaned over a monitor as the black suit pulled a map of the mansion and its electronic defenses onto the screen, comparing them to his mental image of the layout faxed to him from Stony Man Farm as he was flying up from South America. He quickly digested the new version of the layout and assessed the entry points he wanted.
The large rooms on the 3rd floor look like bedrooms. I'm going there first.
Keep in touch. They've got every room in the house wired for movement, if not video. I can track you and alert you if anybody else is in your vicinity.
Good. I'll start with this room, then head down the hallway, in series.
I'll be watching.
Bolin headed out of the control room to a set of rear stairs, which he followed to the 3rd floor. In the glimmering moonlight from a diamond-shaped 4-paned window, the executioner emerged on the 3rd floor in a peaceful hallway. The largest of the bedrooms was closest, and he tried the door. The noise was too loud for his liking, but inside he heard no sudden rustle of bedclothes. After 5 seconds, he stepped to the door, passing into the room in a darting burst of movement that minimized his silhouette in the faintly illuminated doorway. Inside, he hugged the floor and peered into the blackness, to which his eyes were adjusting rapidly, and saw movement from the bed's occupant. The figure sat up quickly and stared at the door, the whites of his eyes flashing as he tried to blink the sleep out of them.
I have a gun leveled at your head. You so much as sneeze and I'll shoot you.
Don't shoot.
Are you Clint Mahoney?
Who?
Bolin knew the lack of recognition was a pretense, and he had the luxury of time to wait out the end of the game. He stood there, faceless in the blackness, until his silence unnerved the Irishman.
I'm not Mahoney.
Name?
Marty O'Connell.
Why is Mahoney committing mass murder?
He isn't committing mass murder, you moron. He's just blowing up some property.
The cholera death toll in Lima might hit 10,000 within the month. Those murders are on your head.
Listen, Yank, we just blew up some fucking dams.
Why?
For the money.
The man rolled out the other side of the bed and made a grab for his handgun. Bolin easily sidestepped the blanket and tracked O'Connell's silhouette.
Stryker, this is Black Suit 4.
Stryker here.
There's movement all around you.
I made some noise. What's going on in the hall outside the bedroom?
2 guards flanking the door, close proximity. Don't go out that way.
Right. I'll just jump out the window. I'm kidding. Stryker out.
Bolin mentally pictured a pair of armed guards storming into the hallway and standing outside of it, unsure of their next step. Bolin took a similar position, hard up against the wall next to the door. He raised his Beretta and waited.
Go! Oh!
Colleen Davis wrinkled the pale skin of her forehead and tucked her sandy red hair behind her ears, as if it would allow her to hear better. There was a moment of silence.
Shit.
She strode to the closet for a stash of weapons stored there. She snatched up a bullpup-designed French FAMAS assault rifle and a Glock. She retreated to the middle of the room, watching the door. She turned to the window, which looked onto the well-lit grounds around the huge house. The night looked empty until she moved closer to the window and spotted dark, furtive movement close to the house. She was surrounded. Davis peered out the window again, seeing the way was now clear. She grabbed at the aluminum rungs bolted into the roof, put there when the house was retrofitted for Mahoney for the singular purpose of facilitating an emergency escape. She hung from it for a moment, then swung her legs and curled her entire body up over the next rod, climbing onto the roof. Wilkins, the black suit in charge of security, was squinting into his screen. Some sort of large shadow had moved over half of the camera just seconds after the last of the black suits completed a circle of that side of the building. Then it was gone. It shouldn't have been there, 30 feet in the air. He quickly realized that someone might have moved in front of it while exiting one of the windows, although the aspect of the movement seemed too slow for that. He turned his attention quickly to the camera in the other corner of the house, which covered only part of the same section of the grounds. Nothing.
Commander, I've got unknowns on the ground on the north side of the main house.
Negative. We just patrolled the north side.
They emerged right after you guys passed, Commander.
Armed?
Unknown. Their security camera coverage at that point leaves something to be desired.
Bolin tucked the 93R into the shoulder holster and pulled the Beretta M3P police shotgun from its straps. He went to the next door down the hall and decided he just didn't have time for locks. The executioner retreated a few paces as he made a quick assessment of the gunner's position on the other side of the wall and placed the barrel within inches of the wallboard. At that signal, he entered the room. Bolin grabbed at the fallen auto rifle and ejected it through the window glass, then left the wounded man where he had fallen. If he survived, he might have answers to give. Right now, he was in no shape to speak coherently.
Black Suit 4, this is Black Suit Commander. Nobody on the north side of the building, although somebody just tossed out a rifle.
Commander, Stony 1 here. I sent the gun. The top floor is cleaned out. Proceed inside and start cleaning up.
Affirmative. We're moving in.
Bolin monitored the progress of MacDonald and his black suit team, but his attention was centered on a quick power-up of the large, hardware-packed control room he discovered on the 3rd floor of the building. In 15 seconds, the central computer was booted and various peripherals and terminals were coming online.
Stony, this is Stony 1. You should have access any second.
Stand by. Yeah, we just got in. Good work, Stony 1.
Bolin watched the main computer terminal, which displayed only a typical computer desktop. There was no indication on his end that the Stony Man Farm cybernetics team's specially configured search and download software pushed the CPU to the limit, electronically tapping into its contents. Bolin removed a special cellular modem from his pack and found an auxiliary telecom outlet on the CPU, snapping it into place in a matter of seconds. Then he trailed the cable out for a couple of feet behind the unit and tucked the modem behind the desk. It would be found easily in a search, but if anybody had that much time, Bolin had other problems.
Anything more I can do here to speed things up?
Look for other computers or data storage peripherals that aren't hooked up to the system. Davis might have kept sensitive material in separate devices as an added security measure. Oh, also, grab any and all disks you see lying around.
Negative on that, Stony. No DVDs, no zips, no floppies. And all the drives appear to be tied into the system you've accessed.
Oh, good. That means...
Damn it!
Son of a bitch. Stony 1, somebody just cut the T1 cable. I'm establishing the auxiliary connection you set up.
The download would have slowed tremendously. Kurtzman's cellular modem, as fast as it was, could never hope to equal the data transfer capabilities of a T1 line. But Davis or Mahoney, or whoever it was that had physically broken the T1 connection, would never know it was there and might never think to look for it. Even if disaster struck Bolin and the Black Suit team in the next few minutes, the data download would most likely continue uninterrupted.
Black Suit 4 here. I've got them. They're on the roof, over the northwest side of the building.
Bolin nodded to himself. They were directly above him. Made sense that it was where the cable for the T1 fed into the building.
Black Suit Commander here. I'm on my way. The building appears clear. Keep the perimeter secure.
Then Bolin thought about Colleen Davis. She would have been careful enough to plan for a quick escape should it be necessary. She would make that escape. But how? Over land, avoiding the roads. She'd go into the desert. She'd have a capable vehicle staged for such an escape.
Black Suit 4, this is Stony 1. There's a carport or garage somewhere.
Roger that. A large one in front and a smaller garage on the southern end.
Keep those garage doors closed if you can, Black Suit 4.
Negative, Stony 1. These home automation systems allow for local override of all systems. Anybody who wants to get out can do it with the flip of a switch.
Can you monitor, Black Suit 4?
Affirmative, Stony 1. No movement. Wait, Stony 1, I have a figure in the small garage on the southern end of the house. Man, it just dropped out of nowhere. I think it came out of the ceiling.
That made perfect sense to Bolin.
The figure's moving fast. It looks like they've got a Hummer, and they're already out the door.
Bolin hit the landing on the first floor with both feet and headed through a door that he knew would take him into the main carport. The lights were on. Black Suit 4 now had the entire estate blazing.
Movement in the main garage. Is that you, Stony 1?
Affirmative. Get those doors open.
He found what he wanted in the last auto stall, a Honda Valkyrie motorcycle. It wasn't designed for the desert by any stretch of the imagination, but it was powerful. Handled correctly, such a vehicle might be able to catch up to the Hummer. He just hoped the mechanics were as immaculately maintained as the well-waxed paint and polished chrome.
Stony 1 here. I'm in pursuit on 2 wheels.
I'm watching the Hummer head south-southeast into the desert, traveling with lights on. You should be able to pick them up, Stony 1.
Affirmative. You online, Stony Base?
Stony Base here. Bear's culling the data.
Have you got me GPS positioned?
Affirmative, Stony 1.
I have visual on the fleeing Hummer. It's approximately 1,000 yards ahead of me on an identical heading. Estimate I'll close in 5.
Even the asphalt-trained suspension wasn't being tested by the rises and falls in the sandy, dry earth. It swept the occasional vegetation aside without notice. A shallow but large depression suddenly appeared ahead in the far-reaching high beams, and Bolin reacted with even greater speed, drenching the massive 6-cylinder powerhouse with fuel and gripping tightly as the motorcycle roared forward with a throaty display of power. The Hummer became visible within 4 minutes. He snatched at the shotgun, swung it onto the handlebars, and transferred it to his left hand. The need to accelerate was more important than the need to brake, he reasoned. He'd just have to hope for no insurmountable details in the landscape. Bolin closed in tight on the Hummer and allowed its behavior to tell him when the terrain altered. He moved in fast, raising himself in his seat to help ride out a series of small earthen trenches, then closed in on the right rear of the vehicle and aimed for the tire.
Damn it!
Pieces of rubber had shredded off the tires, but they had refused to deflate. The Hummer swerved at him, and Bolin's inability to brake nearly cost him his life. Bolin shook off the near-death experience, crediting his reflexes for keeping him on the bike. The Hummer had swerved and swung into a 180. The headlights pierced the night. There was no time to search for the dangling shotgun. Bolin snatched at the .44 Magnum Desert Eagle as the careening Hummer swung broadside. Bolin saw Colleen Davis was at the wheel. For a fraction of a second, for one of the few times in his years as a soldier, Mac Bolin paused in the midst of battle. The face of the driver was that of a young woman with pretty pale skin and flowing reddish blonde hair, beautiful even in the garish blaze of the motorcycle's headlights. Bolin was reminded suddenly of another woman he had known once, long ago. Then a 9mm Glock pistol appeared in the hands of the driver, and the memory faded. She was Colleen Davis, murderer of children. They both fired at the same moment. Bolin pressed on the spot the bullet hit his body armor carefully. Nothing was broken, but he would have a large, ugly bruise on his ribs for weeks to come. A painful reminder of a moment of indecision. As he lifted her head, he saw that Colleen Davis bore a single black entry wound in her face, just above the left eye.
Hey, check this out.
What's up?
I tracked this as we were downloading all that data off the Mahoney system. Check this out.
What is that?
It was extremely seldom that he didn't recognize one of the application windows on his own system. This one showed nothing except a simple cartoon graphic of a pair of eyes looking around a corner.
A voyeur. It's a little bit of software I built to look for lurkers on the server during an emergency download.
Oh, yeah, I remember discussing this a year ago. You were going to implement this in our emergency download system.
Yeah, I did. Then I more or less forgot about it until today. We've never raided a system with somebody watching us before. Then, when it came up as we started the download on the T1, I didn't want to bother you. So I went ahead and traced it back to its source. That was about the best we could do with it. Whoever he was, he got cut off when the T1 cable got sliced.
And the source?
The Mirage. You know the big hotel in Vegas with the guys with the white tigers?
Yeah, I've stayed there.
Our lurker is there right now.
Can you give me a room number?
Sorry, Bear. You know what hotel phone systems are like. I got as far as the electronic switching system in their basement. After that, my trace got lost in the chaos.
Ah, too bad. Now tell me this guy didn't get into our systems.
Nope. Didn't even try, actually. Probably didn't have the expertise to trace us back to the source. Even if he did, you know he wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of finagling his way through our security.
Right. What do you think it means?
It means one of the key players wasn't at home in Santa Fe when our teams let themselves in the front door. Whoever it was just happened to be accessing the system at the same time we were.
No, can't be. Mac powered it up for us. The system wasn't online until that time.
Then the only thing that makes sense is that somebody was sitting there waiting for the system to come online. Somebody who knew the IP for this specific piece of hardware. Somebody's system was just sitting there waiting for activity to start. Or else they just happened to stumble onto us.
I'd say that's unlikely. I'm inclined to agree with your first idea. Somebody was keeping an eye on this system, just waiting for it to get up and running, then look on whatever activity took place, assuming they were able to watch what was happening.
They were. They had full system access, and I wasn't about to try to block them. I was afraid that if I did, I'd send our own download into toxic shock.
So he had to be an insider. Why would an insider spy on his own computer?
Maybe as a security measure?
Why would they be expecting an intrusive system download?
Oh, come on. I've given you the answer like 6 times in a row. Now it's your turn.
Right. We could learn that by knowing who was looking in. And we figured that out by determining who was not present at the Santa Fe mansion.
Stony Base here. You online, Stony 1?
I'm getting you, Stony Base.
It's urgent that I get photos ASAP.
Bolin looked questioningly at Perkins, the black suit commander who had set up a small command center in the kitchen.
Perkins here, Stony Base. Photos will be downloading to you in 90 seconds or less. Incidentally, we've got a survivor.
The man in the bedroom on the 3rd floor.
Yes, sir. Blasted all to hell, but he'll live. My men are stabilizing him now.
Wilkins, Black Suit 4, entered the room with a small memory card.
I got lots of good snaps of all of them, but none of them would smile for me.
Give me that. We're uploading that to you now.
Stony Base, you're going to be getting some bad news when you look at those pictures.
What kind of bad news?
The missing persons variety. Clint Mahoney's face won't be among the images you receive.
Anybody else missing?
Yeah, Dr. Econ.
How about Davis?
She's here.
Ah, here she is. Yeah, I'm getting her picture right now. Whew, she was looking better this afternoon.
My fault.
I have a feeling Mahoney and or Econ are on vacation, specifically Vegas. We caught a voyeur and traced it back to the Mirage.
Strange time for a holiday. And not much of a lead. That's a large hotel. But if it is Mahoney or Econ, I'll find them.
So you're heading to Vegas?
I'm out of other things to do, unless you've got a better lead for me to follow.
I'm sorry to say that I don't. I'll arrange for you to take one of the black suit vehicles.
No need. I've got my own transportation.
Leaving Perkins and his team to clean up the mess, he headed out. It was the middle of the night, and the road stretching between himself and Las Vegas, Nevada, was 600 miles of the loneliest asphalt in America. Well before dawn, he crossed into Arizona and found himself wishing it was light out. He appreciated the vast, lonely beauty of the long stretches of Four Corners landscape. He felt for the people who lived there, their spirit all but destroyed, their endless suffering. There was nothing he could do to help such people as the Navajo, Pueblo, and Zuni. Or was there? When the early dawn came over the horizon, Bolin was within sight of the startling green patchwork of land that was one of the Navajo agricultural cooperatives, where the people piped their precious water from miles and miles away and carefully urged the soil to grow great, vivid fields of crops, forcing abundance out of the stingy soil of the desert. Bolin's thoughts unwillingly pictured the results of the loss of that water. It wouldn't kill the Navajo. They'd survive. Subsistence would come, as it always did, from the federal government. But once again, the ego of the people would have taken a blow, as they failed in their attempt to adapt to the world without committing cultural suicide. At the same time, there appeared all too vividly an image of the turn of events that would bring about such devastation. He didn't want to think it was true. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he was letting his imagination run away with him. He was dog-tired, but the inertia of his soldier's will kept him awake and alert as the morning grew bright and hot, and soon he was wheeling the motorcycle across the great dam that watered the southwestern U.S.
They did what? I'm sorry, Hal. They made a deal?
The President of the United States of America opened his hands in a helpless gesture. He was somewhat taken aback. Not many men had the brass balls to raise their voices in the Oval Office. Even Hal Brognola, usually.
I thought it best you hear it from me. They signed away their souls to the devil. They paid the murderers of their own people for services rendered. They aren't even convinced that Mahoney was behind the Bedoya Dam blast. Oh, they know. There's no evidence to tie Mahoney to the crimes. Nothing convincing enough for the Peruvians. And they're desperate, Hal. I know they're in dire straits, Mr. President. I've been getting regular reports on the situation on the city streets in Lima. A city of millions of people. Red Cross and UN relief efforts are capable of just so much. They can't possibly hope to bring in the huge amounts of water a city that size needs just to exist day to day. Lima needs a method for providing large amounts of clean water, and that's what they're buying. Just like Mahoney planned. Perhaps. They couldn't have cooperated with his terrorist efforts any more effectively.
What would you have them do? Allow their streets to become ever-expanding cesspools of disease? Or grab for any option that will help save their population? I know what I'd do.
I would save my people. Worry about prosecuting the guilty parties later, after the damage control. The United States refuses to negotiate with terrorists.
This President of the United States refuses to let vast numbers of his people die when there's a way of saving them. No ethical leader would do so.
Mr. President, don't tell me you intend to purchase desalinization units from Mahoney.
I don't. But the mayor of San Diego does. And I sure as hell am not going to tell him he can't. Mahoney's technology is the only choice, literally. Without a huge supply of clean water, which no other government or agency in the hemisphere has any hope of providing, San Diego will literally wither and die. She'll be a bankrupt ghost town in months.
She'll be bankrupt anyway. If Econ has brokered his deal with the Peruvians, I can only assume his next stop is Turkmenistan. I have a feeling he'll walk out of that meeting with a bill of sale as well. When he gets to San Diego, the market with the most money, he'll conveniently claim his manufacturing resources are tapped out. He'll have to charge San Diego incredibly exorbitant rates. San Diego won't be able to afford it. They'll go to the state. California won't be able to afford it. Guess who'll foot the bill?
We'll see.
Less than 2 hours later, Brognola sat in the war room with a sweet roll and a coffee. The roll was made with fruit out of the farm's orchard and was delicious. The coffee was made by Aaron Kurtzman and was atrocious. The screen showed a snarling young man's face.
Who's that?
Mahoney's son, Jared. He's in his early 20s. They haven't exactly had a close father and son relationship, but they hooked up with each other recently. Mahoney found him rotting in jail on a small-time drug charge. He got him out and gave him a place to stay. Jared was living in Santa Fe until he and Econ traveled to Lima together.
This is Mahoney's salesman?
Not a good one by all accounts. All reports say he's arrogant, rude, and almost always intoxicated. He goes through periods of extreme agitation that suggest he's using narcotics in addition to alcohol. But he managed to stay sober enough to strike a hard bargain with the Peruvian government.
Only because the Peruvians had no choice. They're paying a small fortune for each and every one of the 200 desalination units they've promised to buy. The 2-year deal will eventually gross Mahoney close to $750 million U.S. The Peruvians had to come up with $50 million U.S. on the spot just to close the deal. Jared Mahoney insisted the cash be deposited in a Mahoney account within an hour of signing the deal, or all agreements were null and void.
He's behaving like an extortionist. What's happening to that $50 million?
You're not going to like what we found. We started the trace as soon as we were alerted to it. One disadvantage of Mahoney's little scheme is that he's trying to make it look perfectly legit, which means the cash travels through legitimate channels, and we can follow it.
Follow it where?
Just about everywhere on the American continent. It journeyed from Peru to Brazil, then to the Caymans, to Los Angeles, to Boston. Then it finally left the Americas. Each and every time it went from one Mahoney account to another, each one unknown by us and inactive until the transaction started. The trail was well planned.
For what purpose?
For creating red tape in case the Peruvians demand it back, if and when they decide Mahoney was actually guilty of causing their water supply problems in the first place. Each of the accounts was owned by a distinct legal corporation of some kind, established by Mahoney for this one purpose. It might have taken him just a few hours to make the money transfers, but any legal action designed to drag it back along that trail would be subject to years of potential legal delays.
We thought Davis was the system's whiz.
She was. She set this all up months ago. Mahoney didn't have to know all the intricacies to make use of it this morning.
So where is it now?
Here's the kicker. It was converted to currency.
Where?
Without a word, Kurtzman pressed a button, and the screen displayed a map of the globe. It zoomed in between Iceland and Great Britain.
The Faroes? Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Mahoney could buy the entire island chain off Denmark for that much cash. Why there?
To the left of the map appeared the face of a haggard, brutal-looking man in a yellow fisherman's raincoat.
Clive White, an old friend of Clint Mahoney from the days of the Troubles. He runs a pair of shipping vessels out of Estroy these days. But he's been to the U.S. to visit Mahoney annually for the past 4 years, and Mahoney stops by to visit him every once in a while as well. This intelligence is all courtesy of the British, by the way. They've been keeping a very close eye on him for the past decade.
What did he do to warrant their attention?
Nothing that they have proof of, but they are sure he's the logistician behind a number of violent acts against English citizens. Murder, bombing, arson, you name it. He was run out of Ireland after the peace accords in 1998, then changed his identity and managed to bury himself pretty deeply in his new life. The Danes probably don't even know who they've got living on their island.
Have you pegged him as the individual cashing in on the Peruvian down payment?
Yes.
Then what?
Within an hour of receiving the payment and taking the cash, White headed out to sea in his flagship vessel, the Deep Seven. For an ugly little fishing trawler, it's moving like a bat out of hell. We've been keeping an eye on him every minute we're able.
Price hit a remote control that replaced the photo of Clive White with a low-orbit satellite black and white photo of the ocean. One of the Faroe Islands dominated the upper half of the shot. At the bottom of the screen, the tiny dot of the Deep Seven was computer-enhanced with red. In the next shot, it had turned south, and in regular succession, the next several shots, taken from various orbital angles and perspectives, showed it gradually heading southeast, deeper into the North Sea. All at once, another ship appeared in one of the shots, and Price held the image on the screen.
We don't know who that is. The Deep Seven stopped at this point and waited for the other ship. Clearly it was a planned meeting. They sat in the middle of the ocean together until just 20 minutes ago.
Long enough to transfer the cash and transfer something else aboard the fishing trawler in exchange.
That was our thought.
What happened 20 minutes ago?
Price hit the button and the final satellite image was shown. The unknown ship was now sailing away southeast to the northern coast of Europe, perhaps the Scandinavian peninsula. The Deep Seven was continuing southwest toward Great Britain.
Mahoney works fast, you have to give him that. He's had the money for less than a day, and already he's using the funds to renew terrorism back home.
That was our assumption, but it's only an assumption. We can't be sure until we see what, if anything, was transferred to the Deep Seven.
So let's take a look.
I thought you'd see it my way. Phoenix is en route to the North Sea from Central Asia. They were striking out in Turkmenistan anyway.
No more leads on our friend Aya Endovic?
He's fled Turkmenistan and is probably holed up in far eastern Russia by now. He has contacts there. His organization was essentially destroyed in the Phoenix raid when we decimated his ranks of officers. By spreading the word implicating him in the dam attack, we've made his name mud in his home country.
Even the rabble are out to get him now.
Not worth pursuing, then.
We've got bigger fish to fry, in my opinion. If he's not dragged out of his house by a mob, Endovic will still be lurking when this is all over. We can take care of him later. He and Clint Mahoney won't be working together again anytime soon.
Right. Fine. What's the strategy in the North Sea?
Depends on the behavior of the Deep Seven in the next 8 hours. As Bear said, this isn't your ordinary fishing trawler. She's cruising at 40 knots at the moment, and we think she can go much faster, judging by some of the distances she's covered today.
Looks like she's heading directly toward England. That makes me a little uneasy.
Yeah. Can't be a social call.
They can't make the British East Coast before Phoenix pops in for a visit, no matter how fast their engines are. Then we'll get some answers.
At 10 a.m., Aaron Kurtzman provided Bolin with the room number for Clint Mahoney. In the end, the solution for locating Mahoney among the thousands of hotel guests was a simple task. Kurtzman had simply searched for any room from which phone calls had been made to Lima, Peru. There was just one, a suite reserved under the name of Frank Merchant. Bolin staked out the door for half an hour and struck pay dirt. The man who emerged matched the photo the soldier had memorized of Clint Mahoney. He was followed by another man, an Irishman Kurtzman had identified as Thomas McDonough. Bolin was just in time. They were checking out. As he stood in the small elevator lobby on the 14th floor, pretending to read a paper and occasionally glance at his watch, as if he were waiting for a tardy wife, he watched them heavily tip an arriving bellboy and pass off their luggage. Bolin rode to the lobby with a pair of terrorists, staring at the numbers of the LED display the whole way down. He slumped against the wall, looking as small as he could, but no change in posture could hide the strength in his physique. and he caught Mahoney giving him the once-over. None of them said a word. Bolin wondered briefly if he should just take out the pair of them right then and there. At once, he discarded the idea. The Mahoney organization, as wounded as it had been by the raid at the Santa Fe mansion the night before, was still alive and kicking. Cutting off the head of the beast wouldn't slow it at this stage. The trick was to get the entire body of it together and completely dismember it. The list of names Stonyman Farm had extracted from the Santa Fe electronics system was extensive. Many of the major players in the organization had yet to be tracked down. Bolin left the hotel and made for the parking garage, then pulled to the front of the building. The front drive to the lobby entrance was so long he could straddle the Valkyrie at the curb 50 yards away from the entrance and still see every person who entered or left. He watched the Mahoney McDonough baggage materialize in a bellboy's cart, and 5 minutes later, a Suburban rolled past him and stopped at the curb. McDonough got out and tipped the bellboy again when he loaded the baggage in the rear of the big vehicle. Bolin wished he'd had more time to equip himself more thoroughly before this trip. He would have easily been able to get a small bug into that luggage during the period it was out of their sight. Then he would be hearing the entire conversation going on right now inside the Suburban. He didn't dwell on it. He'd find some way of learning their plans.
I'm about an hour northeast of Vegas. There's a small city around here called Overton, but we're a good 20 minutes outside it. Mahoney's just established himself a new base of operations, if I'm seeing this correctly. Address is 175 Waterfowl Road off of Route 169.
We're on it. Anything happening there?
You could say that. It looks like Mahoney's going to start a war with the state of Nevada. He's got vehicles arriving regularly. 3 so far this afternoon. Mostly heavy-duty diesel pickups with caps and a few sport utility vehicles. They're unloading boxes of what appear to be explosives on the grounds of the home.
Great.
Yeah. They're going after the Hoover Dam. I don't think there's any way of denying it any longer.
Do they have lake access?
A private dock.
Okay, I'm getting the details on the address now. He rented the house just 24 hours ago. 6,000 square feet of luxury estate on 5 acres of beautiful unspoiled Lake Mead shoreline. Private dock and use of 2 small pleasure craft. Beauty and luxury in a rugged, secluded setting just 1 hour north of Las Vegas.
Perfect vacation getaway for the overworked mass murderer. Where's Abel?
Still in Lima. I wanted them on the scene in case the opportunity arose to apprehend Dr. Econ.
That's not going to happen?
No. Instead, he's become the national hero. He struck a deal with the government of Peru to sell them desalinization devices. He'll take them for hundreds of millions at what he's charging. And with the strong economic trading ties Peru is developing, especially with Japan, Peru can't risk simply taking the technology and using it illegally. Peruvian patented technology trade would dry up overnight.
I assume the doctor is trying to market his wares in Turkmenistan now?
Sure. With their recent oil deals starting to pay off, they've got money to pay for the technology.
And the U.S.?
Econ and Jared Mahoney have an appointment to meet with the mayor of San Diego and his staff day after tomorrow. The assumption is by that time, Econ will force Southern California to pay for startup of the manufacturing. The U.S. taxpayer will end up paying 2 or 3 times as much as the Peruvian taxpayer, who is already being ripped off.
And it's all slated to fund a new terrorist war against the English.
That's a good guess. I've got Phoenix on that. They're scheduled to rendezvous with the Deep Seven in a few hours.
If Able Team is just sitting on their thumbs in South America, get them up here, pronto. I want them prepped to take down Mahoney and his organization.
What's the schedule?
Well, that's up to Mahoney. I have a feeling I'm only seeing the small tip of a very large iceberg.
I second that feeling. The data we got out of the computer system in Santa Fe included a hierarchical organizational chart that includes at least 40 U.S.-based men. All are identified strictly by code names, and so far we haven't found any way of getting the real names of these people. Even when we do, we can start going after them.
I don't want to disparage your efforts, but I'm not counting on you finding that key. Besides, we might not need it. If we wait, Mahoney is going to gather many of those men around him.
The implication from what little useful data we're uncovering is that Mahoney's being especially careful about what he calls Phase 4. and we can only assume Hoover Dam is Phase 4. This time, he intends to use his own people for the operation.
So the good news is Mahoney's organization will all be here in Nevada. If we can manage to take care of them all at once, this scheme may be stopped before it goes any further. The bad news is it'll be that much harder to shut down Phase 4.
And if you don't want to scare them off, we can't call for outside assistance until the last minute. It's just us farmers.
Get the Black Suit team here as fast as possible. When Phoenix finishes in the British Isles, plan on bringing them in. Then we'll all just sit here until the time is right.
Hurry up and wait.
Precisely.
Abel will be on its way in an hour. Perkins' team, too. Both will join you by midnight. Phoenix's schedule is a big fat unknown until they figure out what's going on. There's certainly something going on in the North Sea, but damned if we know what it is.
North Sea.
What are our chances of getting onto that boat?
Slim to none. I can dive into it.
That's a hell of a drop.
Difficult, but not impossible. They're moving fast, but not faster than I can go during the controlled fall, and they're lit well enough. Finding the target won't be a problem.
Then what? You get on board and take down the crew on your own?
Oh, you're not getting out of work that easily. I'm betting their attention will be fixed on the horizon. They'll be watching for patrol boats, not a single unarmed man. I believe I'll be able to sneak around long enough to cut some wires or throw some circuits. Stop them dead in the water. Then you guys can come alongside and join me for the cruise.
Hey, now, aren't we making this too hard on ourselves? It seems easier just to wait and see what'll happen when they dock. Surely somebody'll search them.
I got a bad feeling about this bleeding boat, mates. She's not what she seems. That's obvious enough just by her speed. I'm not going to be happy until I've laid bare the rest of her secrets.
40 minutes later, the Deep Seven appeared as a small batch of lights hugging the dark ocean. Phoenix Force's de Havilland aircraft was cruising high enough to avoid any suspicions the crew might have had of the aircraft, as long as they didn't linger there unnecessarily.
They sure as hell aren't going to expect some crazy son of a bitch jumping out of a plane in the middle of the night.
We'll be 20 minutes behind you. If you miss, we'll be sure...
I won't miss. I've got zero desire to go floating around the North Sea in the middle of the night. I'll see you on board.
Enciso gave a brief wave as McCarter got the word from the cockpit and signaled the Cuban-born commando who headed for the exit.
Phoenix 2 here. You with me, Phoenix 1?
I'm with you, Rafe.
Stony Base, you on the line?
Stony Base here. Go ahead, Phoenix 2.
No problems out here. I'm deploying now.
The trawler's rate of travel made it about the fastest fishing vessel in Europe, but with the airfoil guided correctly, Enciso caught up to it and hovered just above its aft end, watching for signs of activity. The only indication of life came from the forecastle, where the bridge windows offered the pilot of the vessel a 360-degree view. A dim light glowed from within the forecastle, from a small, green-shaded banker's desk lamp, and the luminescence from banks of controls. Enciso didn't know much about fishing vessel control systems, but what he saw, even from that far out, didn't fit his image of a fishing trawler.
Phoenix 2 here. I'm seeing high-end electronics in the control room.
To be expected. They'd have to upgrade the controls when they put in new power plants.
Which still doesn't explain why they need the power plants in the first place.
That's what we're gonna find out, mate.
Enciso was trying to follow the movements of the figures on the bridge, which revealed just 2 men. The faint illumination didn't show him their features, and he had to make his best guess about the direction they were facing from their behavior. Not that he had much choice. He was dropping. With a sudden tilt forward, he steered toward the deck. He twisted hard and dragged in the billowing material of the chute until it was wadded into a large ball. He hit the transmit button on his chest.
Phoenix 2 here. The Cuban has landed.
The crane's control was mounted on 2-inch posts on the deck, presumably to allow water to flow under it instead of into it. He hastily stuffed the chute there. Enciso waited for no more than 10 seconds, the time it took him to pull out a silenced 92F and a 2-edged fighting knife, then stepped into the open. The deck remained deserted. Enciso crossed the deck in a crouch, taking up a position behind a steel, deck-mounted container intended to house the nets when they weren't in use, and found he had a better view of the bridge from that position.
Phoenix 2 here.
What's your status, Phoenix 2?
I'm on deck. I've got a pretty good view of the bridge. There are 2 crew members inside. I've managed to stay undetected. There's no crew on the deck. This place sure is quiet.
Stay sharp, Phoenix 2. There's gotta be more than just the captain and his first mate.
Roger that, Stony Base.
The darkness on the deck made the next stage of his search more difficult. He moved cautiously, quickly around the deck, moving from one hiding place to another. Finally, he found himself crouching at the base of the wall of the forecastle. There was a small panel set into the wall with a danger high voltage sign emblazoned in letters that were almost unreadable in the darkness.
Phoenix 2 here. I found the emergency power cutoff.
Roger that, Phoenix 2. Phoenix 1, 4, and 5 are on their way down. They'll hit the water in the next 90 seconds. I read them about 1,000 yards behind you. You'll need about 2 minutes to have the raft inflated and running, another 5 to reach the deep 7.
Standing by. Phoenix 5, you have any idea how long we can expect a power outage to affect the control systems?
T.J. Hawkins, the youngest member of Phoenix Force, was also the most up-to-date on electronics and state-of-the-art microprocessors, which led to long, enthusiastic discussions with Aaron Kurtzman and Gadgets Schwartz that the other commandos found indecipherable and monotonous. But this time, Hawkins' expertise was foiled by his ignorance of the system under discussion.
Unknown Phoenix 2, they could have anything going on that bridge, including a battery backup that won't only save the system in case of a power outage, but allow it to continue to operate.
Stony Base here. What are the consequences if that's the case, Phoenix 5?
Then the Deep 7 might not even slow in her tracks when we cut her power.
Hey, I never bargained for pulling off this stunt all on my own.
Relax, that's only a possibility, Rafe. We'll know in 120 seconds, mates. Stony Base, we're dropping in.
Roger that, Phoenix 1.
Enciso listened to virtual silence. The rapid thrum of the engines below his feet notwithstanding, the dark emptiness of the night on the speeding fishing trawler was almost peaceful. He was experienced enough to know this was just the calm before the hurricane. He relaxed, allowing his body to melt into a yoga-like state of highly lucid serenity. If there was one thing years of karate and kung fu training had taught him, it was that the most effective warriors were the dispassionate, relaxed, highly sensitized fighters. He wanted to be in such a state when the chaos commenced. And it wouldn't be long now. At the 120-second mark, he got to his feet, scanned the bare deck for movement, then crossed to the access panel for the power. First, he reached into the deepest part of the cavity and placed a small, remotely activated explosive in place, out of sight. The explosive was actually Plan B for stopping the trawler. Plan A was much simpler. Pull the circuit breaker. The trawler's speed dropped so quickly, Enciso had to brace his feet to maintain his balance. He adjusted the circuit breaker so that it looked as if it had simply popped out of its slot, then descended into the shadows of the deck equipment. Walking in a crouch, he made his way to the rear of the trawler, coming to a stop at a point where he had a 180-degree view of the sea to the northeast of the vessel. He dragged the thermal imaging glasses over his eyes, watching the empty water for signs of his team. The hush of the waves against the hull was nothing compared to the sound of the engine. The fishermen were sure to come out of the forecastle soon.
Phoenix 1 here, Phoenix 2.
2 flashlight beams swept across the deck, looking for the source of the break. Enciso pushed the tone signal one time, generating a single beep at McCarter's end, while enabling him to stay silent as the 2 men closed in.
Right. We're 4 minutes out.
2 men, he considered, unsuspecting and maybe not even armed. He could get to his feet and take them out with a single shot each from the silenced Beretta leathered against his ribcage. If the 2 of them were the total crew of the trawler, then the operation would be instantly controlled. He discarded the idea when another flashlight lit up. The men were systematically checking the machinery, their speediness driven into them from years on the seas. They had moved closer to the side of the deck, and Enciso inched away, keeping himself out of their line of sight. Their flashlight's glow, even pointed down at the deck, was enough to make him visible. And then the figures on the deck went back to the forecastle and were gone. Enciso didn't allow himself to be relieved. They were nowhere near out of the woods yet. He wouldn't feel the smallest measure of safety until the rest of Phoenix Force was on board, and he scanned the steady swells of the sea with his thermal field glasses, finding it easy now to pick up the approaching warm spots on the cool ocean.
Phoenix 2 here. I'm alone again.
Everything under control, Phoenix 2.
For the time being.
The small electric motor, specially noise-insulated for covert operations, was valiantly spinning against the rolling of the North Sea and didn't appear to Enciso to be getting anywhere. Two figures stomped out onto the deck again, and one of them went straight for the circuit breaker. After near total darkness, even the warning lights and the bridge glow were bright, and Enciso stiffened as he lowered the glasses and realized he was able to make out the indistinct shape of the approaching raft, like a small mass of flotsam. Enciso grabbed the small remote control out of his pocket and opened the tiny window to the switch.
Phoenix 2 here. Kill your motor. You're getting close and they'll hear you soon.
Roger that. Engine's off.
More footsteps and the door slammed again. Enciso risked a look, now finding 3 men on the deck, huddled around the open panel as the last wisps of smoke seeped out of it into the night. The new arrival took the flashlight from one of the others and examined the cavity. Enciso turned away just long enough to glance at the approaching raft through the thermal field glasses. By the time he turned back, the new arrival on the deck had his arm all the way inside the cavity and was feeling around the burned area. He withdrew it, holding something and glaring at it in the white illumination of the flashlight. Even from across the deck, Enciso could make it out as part of his detonator. It took less than 5 more seconds for the man holding the blackened component to figure it out. He dropped it to the deck and strode purposefully to the entrance with a whispered command that the Phoenix Force commando couldn't make out.
They just figured out they're not alone. They've retreated to the interior.
We'll join you in 2 minutes.
Enciso waited, feeling the charge in the night despite the utter silence from the ship and the sea. The bridge was dead. Not a peep came from the forecastle. The warm glow of the arriving raft had disappeared from his view against the side of the trawler, and Enciso couldn't risk crawling out into the open to assist their boarding. For a fraction of a second, he felt completely alone.
Son of a bitch! They bypassed the breaker.
McCarter dropped the tiny oar he'd been paddling with and snatched at the electric motor control. The screws on the fishing vessel began spinning, and the sea at the rear began to turn white as the vessel pushed forward with amazing agility for such a large, ugly hulk of a boat.
This is gonna be close. We're getting closer, but their boat's not at full speed yet.
But we are. This is all she's got.
Jane, give me the rope.
We've matched speed.
Right, just give me a second.
Are you making a lasso?
You got a better idea, City Slicker? Phoenix 2, this is Phoenix 5. Will you be ready to catch a line?
I'll try, Phoenix 5. Give me a count.
3, 2, 1! I just wrote me a boat!
Aren't you the cowboy?
Phoenix 2 here. You're secure. Shit!
Enciso spun away in a crouch, exposed for 1 long second as he sought cover. He dropped below the lip of the opening into the cargo section. He was in a bad place, and he knew it. Flat. He was in the worst possible position for quick movement. He'd have to get to his feet, which would give the attacker ample time to fire another blast of buckshot. He inched along the deck until he was looking around the cargo bay opening, but there was nothing he could see. As soon as the gunner came into view, he'd be able to empty the shotgun at Enciso in the same instant the Cuban fired at him. The Phoenix Force commando was in no mood to exchange an eye for an eye.
Phoenix 2 here. Give me a distraction. Anything.
Enciso sat up fast and found the man standing in the open just a few paces away, turning toward the rifle fire. At that instant, he realized his mistake and turned back, but it was too late. Enciso jumped to his feet and ran to the forecastle, flattening against the wall with the Beretta close to his face. He made a quick evaluation of the scenario. If he had remained unobserved, the 2 men on the bridge, and he was still assuming there were only 2 other men on the trawler, would see their fallen comrade and believe he'd been shot from the gunfire coming from off the ship.
Phoenix 2 here. Stay where you are for the time being. They'll have a clean shot at you if you try and get on board.
Phoenix 1 here. We're standing by.
Enciso stepped quickly into the open, looking up at the bridge window, spotting one of the men glaring at the railing with a wrinkled brow. The Cuban was ready.
Talk to me.
Phoenix 2 here. I'm okay. Just hit the deck a little hard. Can you make the shot?
Phoenix 4? Yeah, I think I can make it.
Thanks. I'm not sure he's the last of them, so watch yourself.
Roger that. We join you momentarily.
I knew I'd end up cleaning up this whole mess on my own.
TJ, think you can figure out these controls?
Pretty spiffy setup for guys who just want to net a bunch of cod. I'll get started.
I'll go see if there's anybody down in the living quarters.
So, you like my shot?
No, I've done better.
Oh, really? When?
Just the other.
Bloody hell.
What's wrong?
David?
Don't touch anything. This boat is booby-trapped.
They've done what?
Here's the situation as we best figure it. They're planning to destroy a major part of the English coastal towns. They've hollowed out the guts of the boat to put in as many explosives as they could fit.
The computer system is using its global positioning input to drive itself directly to the target. They put in a high-grade powertrain to keep it going so fast no regular Coast Guard vessel would be able to get on board. They planned on escaping before they got too near the coast. We put a stop to that.
Yeah, thanks for the help.
The system's got security programming, I assume?
Oh yeah. When I try to access the system, it tells me I have to enter a password correctly the first time, or the system will blow the boat.
Is there a modem? If we could get access to the system here, we could work on it from this end.
I'm afraid we don't have time for that, Stony Base. We've spotted lights already on the coast. We've got to get off this tub and blow her remotely.
That's Lowestoft you're seeing, Phoenix 1. Large city on the eastern British coast.
I know it. Stony Base, if this trawler gets far enough into the dock before it blows, it could take out every building for blocks. We're talking thousands of lives lost.
Understood, Phoenix 1. Plant your detonators and get out of there.
McCarter gestured below, and James and Enciso were down the companionway in minutes, staging their small explosives and detonators throughout the mountains of explosive packages. The process was completed in 45 seconds.
Let's get out of here. What the bloody hell is going on?
She must be programmed to increase her speed as she closes in on the town, catch against Coast Guard.
Can't you slow it down?
Not without setting off the security system. She'll blow us all to smithereens.
Then let's get off this bucket while we still can.
The four of them descended from the bridge in a hurry and crossed the tilted deck in an ungainly, spread-eagled gait to allow them to stay on their feet. The inflatable raft was bouncing and flopping on the huge wake of the vessel, its thin nylon line stretched as tight as piano wire. McCarter spotted the lights of the town approaching the trawler with nightmarish speed.
Off! Now!
Without hesitation, they hurtled themselves into the empty space off the rear of the Deep Seven. McCarter followed them, running into the rail, and leapt into the open air. He thumbed the detonator in his hand as his body descended into the blast of the trawler's slashing wake.
Oh, Jesus.
The Stony Man pilot was a major in the U.S. Air Force. He'd flown combat missions over Iraq during the Gulf War and had been part of the long-term mission to control Saddam Hussein's ongoing belligerence against the world. He'd never seen anything like this. The vessel had been moving so fast over the water that the raging fire continued to travel on the surface of the ocean, reaching out toward the dock of the city of Lowestoft. The fire engulfed a whole line of darkened boats, obliterating them instantly. The concrete docks endured the eruption as it rolled over them, but the wooden fittings and the rubber tires used to cushion the docked vessels melted in the fury. The pilot had all but forgotten he was at the controls of the de Havilland, and he stared in helpless amazement as the billowing fire expanded in the direction of the wall of wooden structures on dry land. Some were warehouses, but some were seaside residences. The pilot could make out small windows and even wooden balconies hanging off the rear of the flats. His teeth clenched hard, and he couldn't force his eyes to turn away as the blast yellowed in its core. The wall of flame slowed its expansion, then miraculously halted and died a sudden, implosive death. The monster collapsed upon itself and faded, leaving only a great ball of smoke and 100 small fires. The buildings on the shore remained untouched by the conflagration.
Thank God.
Stony Base here. We've lost contact with Phoenix Force. Can you make visual contact?
We'll attempt, Stony Base.
Ragnola heard the report of the explosion in his farm office and hurried to the computer lab for more information.
We've got them.
What's their status?
Unknown. We've arranged a helicopter pickup. Our pilot reports seeing all 4 in the raft. 3 are conscious. We're having a radio drop to the raft. All their communications must have been knocked out by the blast or the water or both.
Let me know when you know anything.
Of course, Hal.
And when you get a chance, connect me with Stryker.
He actually called to check in a minute ago before we heard about Phoenix.
Really? Well, patch him in.
Line 2.
It's Hal.
Stryker, what's up?
Have you heard about Phoenix?
Price kept me informed. This one is turning out to be a real bastard.
I was thinking along those lines myself.
Most men would have been satisfied with making a lot of money, especially someone who started out poor and uneducated. Not Clint Mahoney. He's so fueled by hatred, he's willing to go to all these lengths just to perpetrate violence against the enemies of his father.
Exactly. A cause he doesn't even have motivation to believe in himself.
His upbringing at the hands of a fanatic was cause enough. Now he's passing it along to the next generation. When is his son scheduled to return to the U.S.?
Day after tomorrow. Word is, he's already completed negotiations of a sale to the Turkmen government. He's extorting millions out of them.
What's the destination of that down payment?
Unknown. But I'd bet my government paycheck Mahoney has plans for it.
As well as the funds he's going to get from San Diego. But who will he negotiate with if he succeeds in knocking out the Hoover Dam?
Who won't he negotiate with? Half the cities in the Southwest get most or all of their water via the Hoover Dam water system. Those with the most money and the best proximity to a dirty or saline water source are the most likely customers. He can't possibly service them all. The cities without seawater access, or the money to pay Mahoney, will have to do without. Even the federal government wouldn't be able to come up with enough cash or resources to pay him off.
And rebuilding the system?
It would take years. By then, we'll see billions in bankruptcies and dozens of deserted towns and cities.
All for the sake of one man's misguided sense of justice. We have to stop him, and now.
Thursday, 2:00 a.m. Hoover Dam, southeastern Nevada.
Marine Captain Jackson Vanderling crossed the asphalt under the cold glare of the streetlight and marched up the steps, looking down on the surface of Lake Mead. The troop transport vehicle was parked on the earth, looking out over the vast stretch of calm water. A Marine descended from the cab of the vehicle as he approached. They nodded to each other, and they both went on their way. Nothing to report. Again. He knew why he and his men were there. The sabotage of the dams in Peru, Turkmenistan, and Southern California had received a lot of news coverage. The possibility of it happening again in the U.S. was highly improbable, but the politicians couldn't afford to be caught with their pants down. Not again. There had to be military protection on all the big dams, just in case. So Vanderling and his men were sitting on the Hoover Dam to cover some politician's ass. He didn't like it, but it was part of the job. There were worse things than sitting out on the edge of a big lake in the middle of the night. The air was comfortable, the skies were clear. The worst thing that could happen was getting bored to death. He never heard the approach of the black-suited strangers, never saw the flash of the shielded firearms, never heard the cough of the suppressed weapons. But he felt the impact like a sudden sharp bee sting against his neck. When he went to grab it, Vanderling realized his arms wouldn't function. In fact, his entire body was failing to respond to the signals his brain was sending them. He rolled, paralyzed, onto his back. Vanderling stared up at the clear-as-glass sky. The stars were vivid and brighter than he had ever seen them. Now he heard them. Vanderling felt removed from it all. Maybe he was already dead. Then slow blackness crept over his vision, starting at the edge of the sky and spreading like smoke. He knew utter terror then. He was really dying. His consciousness was fading for good. When the blackness closed in entirely, he would be over and done with. There were worse last things to see than stars, he supposed. The smoky blackness swarmed, covering up every point of light. Then, there was nothing.
Stony 1, come in.
Stryker here.
We've lost contact with Hoover Dam.
Give me a status report on the SOGs.
Able team, including Manning and Grimaldi, is en route from Las Vegas in an Army CH-47 Chinook helicopter. ETA at the dam in 33 minutes.
Phoenix?
They'll be making a flyover in 41 minutes. They're rested and prepped to shoot in.
McCarter?
Beat up and probably suffering from a concussion, but he insists on leading the team down. He's a stubborn SOB, you know?
Perkins?
Standing by. The black suit team finished clearing up Davis's estate and can be en route and on the scene about the same time as Abel. Are we converging on the dam?
We are. Strike her out.
The warrior creeped across the bare landscape and descended from the slope of the rocky perch that had served as his overlook for 24 long hours. He paddled with strong, easy strokes into the deeper water and around the outcropping that allowed him entrance to the shallow inlet of Clint Mahoney's rental house. Bolin ignored the 26-foot Stratus SF, a watercraft that had been provided along with the rental of the house, which rested dark and silent on one side of the wide, new wooden dock. He headed for the sleek 42-foot Carver, an aft cabin model outfitted with twin 350 Crusader engines, a lot of luxury boat for a wide, peaceful lake like Meade. The engines were running at idle, and the interior was well illuminated. Although Bolin had watched just one man board the craft, he knew others were coming. Mahoney and his upper management weren't about to miss witnessing their largest profit-making venture yet, and Bolin intended to join them for the show. He eased through the water to the rear of the Carver and dragged himself up the ladder, standing on the swimming platform, dripping for a long minute, while waiting for signs of alarm from the interior. There was nothing. He crossed the sun lounge and peered into the top command bridge. A man stood there smoking a cigar and staring out into the night, a Sig Sauer P-228 with a Laser Max targeting unit internally mounted, holstered under his left arm. Bolin moved to the interior of the boat, allowing his K-Bar fighting knife to serve as his lead weapon. He wasn't required to use it, as he found the dinette and closed lower bridge and 2 staterooms empty. He had been standing by, waiting for a full day, but he was the consummate warrior, and he could wait a while longer, if necessary. He moved into hiding into one of the staterooms, taking up a position out of sight of the door. Bolin felt grim satisfaction. The boat would move far into the middle of Lake Meade. There was nothing but blackness outside the small stateroom windows. It was just them and him. They would be going down this night. Bolin made a silent oath to himself in the darkness. These killers of innocent children would meet their fate. If they took Bolin down with them, then so be it. That was his fate, an inevitability he had long ago come to terms with. When the time came, he would accept that fate with a warrior's grace. If it came this night, he was ready for it. With the engines spun down again and the cabin cruiser moving along at a gentle couple of knots per hour, Clint Mahoney stood at the rear of the sun lounge and took the heavy glass from David Boyle. There was just a half-inch of liquid in its wide bottom, which was fine. He wanted enough for a toast without slowing anyone's reflexes. There was still a good hour to an hour and a half before the final stage of the project was accomplished. Recent news was distracting, but not dire enough to put a halt to this night's plans. When everyone was armed with a glass of whiskey, he raised his.
We've had some bad news out of Britain, as you all know by now. Our friends have sprung a leak somewhere along their European pipeline, and as a result, our first victorious strike against England was a great disaster. Our promotional campaign was scheduled for lunch now. It has been delayed, of course. But I have been told by our friend the doctor that my son has successfully negotiated a contract with the Turkmen government that exceeded our expectations. In addition to finance and construction of our new Central Asian manufacturing facility, the Turkmen government will pay us a guaranteed $2 million per unit, with a guarantee of purchasing a minimum of 100 units over the next year. Like our arrangement with Peru, a down payment was required immediately to hold that price. The down payment was made and is now on its way to our friends in Europe. Mr. Albright has assured me he'll be able to pull off stage 2 of our operation without the problems Mr. White experienced.
Bolin mentally burned the name Albright into his memory. There was a man to be reckoned with, sometime in the future.
Now, you all know that I will only work with professionals and experts. That's why I need to pay top dollar. That is the purpose of my extraordinary global capital raising ventures. My long-term project isn't being executed out of some primitive thirst for power, no. I'm intent on making a real difference. With my capital, and with the extensive arms and explosive supply capabilities of our source, we can wreak high-grade havoc on the English. We will bring them to their knees, gentlemen. We'll have them begging for mercy. Their politicians will have no choice but to pull themselves out of Ireland, along with all the English rabble they planted on our island. We will, I promise you, accomplish what our compatriots failed to accomplish during the decades of the Troubles. And we most certainly will accomplish what the peace accords pretend to accomplish. We will restore the freedom and honor and church of our Ireland. By this time tomorrow, we can start laying claim to the profits from our great destructive deeds in Peru, Turkmenistan, and here in the U.S. We'll be done creating a market bigger than we can possibly serve. We'll have played both sides against the middle like no one else in history. Now, let's be on our way. I wouldn't want to miss our hour of greatest triumph. This time, I'm giving myself the honor of performing the detonation.
Stony Base, are you reading me?
Go ahead, Stony One.
How are things proceeding at the dam?
Everybody's about to arrive and commence with the party. Are you going to be on time?
I'll be fashionably late, but I'm coming on the VIP boat. I'm transferring the recording of Mahoney's speech. This will give more than enough evidence to prosecute if anything...
I understand. Receiving the file now.
My first order of business will be to find out more about the arms supplier. He could be somebody we've never even heard of. I don't like the sound of that.
Me neither. Even if we stop Mahoney cold in his tracks, we'll have the European arm of the organization to track down. It might save a lot of lives if we can identify and eliminate their hardware source.
Absolutely.
But that intelligence isn't worth losing your own life over.
I'll give survival my best effort. Keep your ears open. I'm about to get company.
The man who entered wandered to the washroom door at the rear of the stateroom. Bolin had the Beretta 93R leveled directly at the dome of his skull, ready to fire at any evidence that he had spotted the soldier. But the man went straight to the washroom, and the stateroom door had swung shut and latched of its own accord. Bolin crossed to the washroom entrance, where he lay in wait, holstering the Beretta.
This is a K-bar fighting knife sticking into your guts. Don't move, or I push. I said don't move. Last chance. I want the name of your European arms source.
The man's eyes wavered and crossed, and he tried to make some sort of plaintive plea. Bolin relaxed the tension in the hand that was almost entirely cutting off the man's breath.
Kosimbe! Bay.
Spell it slowly.
Kosimby.
City.
Alexandria, Egypt.
Catch that, Stony Base?
Yep, I heard it.
Good.
Bolin perched the dead man on the toilet. He was inching open the stateroom door when the craft began to slow. With their eyes on the spectacle they were creating, the remaining 4 men would, he hoped, be less aware of the goings-on aboard their own vessel. 2 of them were in sight up to their shoulders, standing on the sun lounge, with their hands gripped on the supports. The 3rd and 4th men could be almost anywhere, in the next stateroom, in the command bridge, or on the deck. The soldier leveled the Beretta 93R as he strode through the dining area to the companionway. Time was running out. Bolin raced up the companionway, transferring the 93R to his left hand while drawing the big Desert Eagle pistol with his right. The US-made version of the big handgun was put together in the .44 Magnum configuration and fitted with a 6-inch barrel. The fleeting shadow of a figure rose from the deck. Bolin leapt up the companionway to the command bridge and through the wide window opening. The Desert Eagle had drilled a hole in the man's chest and taken him down hard, his heart ripped apart by skeletal shrapnel. The deck was otherwise empty. 1 man was missing. Where was Clint Mahoney? A faint click came through the hull. Bolin felt it beneath his feet. It was a below-deck door latching, and he retreated to the front of the deck, far out onto the nose of the cruiser, where the lights from the command bridge and the interior windows barely reached. Mahoney, he realized, had to have been in the second stateroom, or one of the heads. Bolin was still dangerously exposed, and he knew it, but anybody coming up from the inside would have to pass through the lower station and dining area. The soldier would see them far better than they would see him. For a long moment there was no further movement or sound from the interior of the pleasure boat. Then Bolin saw a faint dark shape pass along the bottom of the window that showed him the lower helm station. He reacted quickly, but didn't squeeze the trigger of the Desert Eagle. The shape was gone. Bolin descended into a lower crouch as the vessel accelerated tremendously in a matter of seconds. Mahoney had to be hugging the ground under the lower helm, groping for the controls. The direction of the boat changed too. It had been cutting a long diagonal path across the wide open section of the lake that ended at the base of the Hoover Dam. Now the nose of the craft aimed at the massive concrete wall, as if intending to ram it. The executioner glanced back long enough to judge the distance. He had less than a minute prior to impact, but he wasn't sure Mahoney intended to end both their lives against the blank wall of the dam. He aimed for the lower helm. Bolin advanced along the deck, firing another couple of rounds into the helm. He was ripping up the cabinetry, but didn't appear to be doing vital damage to the controls, and he couldn't get so much as a glimpse of Mahoney. Time was growing short as the massive wall towered over the 42-foot craft, and Bolin dropped to the deck. The sudden change in direction was going to come soon. The deck guardrail was thin tubular steel, just 18 inches high, but it was all he had to work with. He tucked away his weapons and grabbed at the rail with all his strength. Then the cabin cruiser turned so hard and fast, Bolin was sure the craft would roll onto its roof, and his body slammed into the rail with tremendous force. The rail ripped right out of the fiberglass deck. Bolin found himself airborne, the great concrete wall looming over him like a mountain. He released the useless steel. For a fleeting moment, he expected to make impact with the dam itself. Every bone in his body would shatter like a dropped porcelain bowl. Then he splashed into the lake, water forced powerfully down his throat and nostrils. The whiteness threatened to cover him like a blanket. Bolin opened his eyes and found himself struggling in blackness, blinded by the water. The sudsy foam of air flowed past him, but in different directions, as if gravity were being ignored and the foam no longer needed to find the surface. For a long moment in the chaos, Bolin was unable to determine direction himself, and the screaming in his lungs and the burning in his head added to the confusion. Suddenly, for the first time, his amnesia about the final moments at Bedoya Dam vanished, and he was bombarded with the memory of falling through the catastrophe of collapsing stone and exploding water. The past and the present mixed and blended until they were both happening now. Then he recalled the crystallization of the survival instinct that had occurred during the cataclysm at Bedoya. He wouldn't stop fighting to survive, not until his last cell was drained of energy, not until his heart had grown entirely still, not until the last synapse in his warrior's brain had ceased to fire with thought and will. Bolin became still, ignoring the screaming of his deprived respiratory system, and allowed the inevitability of gravity to carry his body aright. Then he knew the way to the surface, and he stroked with strong, steady strokes out of the depths of the Black Lake and into the cool, life-giving air. As his face erupted into the night, he coughed out a lungful of water and sucked at the air, grateful to be alive, grateful that he had had another chance to complete the task at hand. Above him, the Hoover Dam was a flurry of activity.
Stony Farm, Virginia.
Stryker. Stryker, come in, Stony 1.
Barbara Price looked at the wide screen hanging blank on the war room wall, feeling just as empty. She had a complicated battle to organize. There was simply no time to worry about one element.
Flyboy, are you with me?
Read you loud and clear, Stony Base.
Status?
Able team is on the ground, offloaded at the scheduled debarkation point. En route now to the Phoenix drop-off. ETA is 45 seconds.
Able 1, you online?
Able 1 here. I read you, Stony Base. We're standing by.
Phoenix 1, this is Stony Base.
Phoenix 1 here. We check out and we're standing by for debarkation.
Black Suit Commander, this is Stony Base.
We're ready to move out.
Price nodded. The teams were nearly staged.
Akira.
I'm ready.
Bear.
We'll have eyes in 2, 1. In position.
The expansive wall screen flickered to life and filled with a broad thermal image. Cold and dark at the top of the screen, the massive dark wall of the Hoover Dam held the cool, deep lake precariously in its grasp.
Give me a close-up of the activity, Bear.
Here it comes.
Kurtzman played with the image, closing in on a section of the Hoover Dam almost directly above the ground-level generating station. A webbing of nylon ropes was strung over the side of the dam, and a frantic gray-suited work crew positioned the prepared explosive charges.
Those look a lot like the charges Mac described at Bedoya.
Yeah, maybe 3 times as many. Where the hell did they get all that material without us knowing about it?
Phoenix 1.
We're on the ground, Stony Base.
What's the status on Phoenix 3?
He's a little irritated about being left out of the action.
Phoenix 3 here. I'll live with it.
Manning's battering had made the Navy doctors worried about his constitution. Price had given him orders to stay out of combat scenarios. Manning rebelled when the order came for the convergence of the Stony Man teams at Hoover, and they had compromised. Manning would stay with Grimaldi on the chopper, where he would serve as gunner and communications liaison. The chopper was equipped with a deck-mounted 50 caliber Browning machine gun. Price transmitted a message that went to Phoenix Force and Able Team, as well as the Black Suit teams.
Stony Base here. Begin your approach as planned.
Hoover Dam, west approach.
I spot 3 jeeps.
All right, 1 each.
Let us see you can count. I've got the first one.
Paul, damn it!
Iron Man,
get back in cover!
take one out for me.
You... damn it!
They're turning around.
I got it! Whoa! See, Iron Man? We each got one, with the apotheosis of sharing. We could start a kid show.
Gadgets, never mind. Able 1 here. We got a hot reception. I think they know we're here.
Understood, Able 1. I'll pass that along.
Hoover Dam, east approach.
Stay sharp, mates. Able met up with the welcoming committee, and we might too.
The road that crossed over the top of the dam and extended east into the desert was laid inside a canyon, machine cut into the living rock. Phoenix Force traveled atop it on foot. With a flick of his wrist, McCarter sent James ahead. The Black Commando sped over the rocky ground, watching simultaneously for traffic on the road and movement atop the rock. He stopped suddenly at a point 30 paces ahead of the others.
Phoenix 4 here. I've got 3 vehicles approaching on the highway. Give me a few seconds and I'll give you a description.
He raised his field glasses and watched the approaching vehicles, none of which were traveling without headlights.
2 open-top vehicles, 3 in the first Jeep and 2 in the second. Automatic rifles all around. The third is a big SUV, number of occupants unknown. I suggest you stop them on your end and I'll hem them in from behind.
Phoenix 1 here. Sounds like a plan.
James hugged the earth as the 3 vehicles cruised past him, their attentive occupants unable to distinguish him in his night camouflage. He rose to his knees as they left him behind, moving into the road when a sudden barrage of automatic weapons fire slammed into the lead Jeep. The Phoenix Force commandos were invisible even to James in the darkness, and the second Jeep was trapped. It couldn't proceed forward, it couldn't retreat fast enough to avoid the withering fire, and there was no visible enemy to defend itself against. The rear SUV's driver simply turned tail, which was what James was waiting for. When the door flung open from the crashed Jeep, James already had a grenade ready. James hadn't counted exactly how many gunners were in the vehicle, and it didn't matter now.
Stony Base here. Phoenix 4, you've got another vehicle moving in fast.
Copy that.
James scrambled for the burning SUV. The Phoenix Force Commando rolled behind the wrecked SUV, putting the carcass between himself and the oncoming Jeep.
Bull, you still with us?
Alive and kicking. Phoenix 3, you guys in the vicinity?
Way ahead of you, Cal.
We're on them in 3 seconds. 2, 1.
When James got to his feet, he spotted the chopper stuck in the air at a 30-degree angle, with Manning strapped in behind the swivel-mounted weapon. The Jeep was nothing more than a pile of broken metal parts.
Phoenix 4 here. I need...
Phoenix 3 here. Sorry, had to make sure I got him.
I can confirm that you scored a few hits. Thanks, pal.
There's Mahoney's boat.
Kurtzman panned the shot and closed in on the small shape in the lake 100 yards from the dam.
What's he up to?
He's watching and supervising.
All the action is on the other side. And what is Stryker up to?
I don't know, but we can't chance sending Jack and Gary after him with Stryker on board.
Mahoney will be planning on going to shore before the dam is blown.
Probably won't even bother with a dock. He'll just drive it onto the shore. The boat's worthless to him without a lake anyway.
You're right. Let's keep a close eye on his behavior. When Mahoney heads for land, we know we're running out of time.
The panel truck had been brought to a halt directly in the middle of the dam. The roof was outfitted with reinforced sheet steel guard plates to the front and rear. A pair of Spanish-made Amelia machine guns protruded from between the long slots in the steel guards, one fore, one aft.
Gadget, do you have a shot?
Negative. I step out, I'll be torn to bits.
Right. Flyboy, think you can get in close enough to take those guys out?
We're checking it out. They got a steel shield for a roof.
We're wasting our fire. We can't penetrate that roof. They're ignoring us. Wait, I see activity down there.
There's 2 snipers on the wall, Flyboy. Pull out.
You don't have to tell me.
There was somebody else wandering around down there, though. Do we have anybody else on the scene at the dam?
That's a negative. Stryker is no longer in contact with us. We assume he's still on the Mahoney watercraft in the middle of the lake. Is it possible you spotted him?
Can't confirm one way or the other, Stony Base.
Black Suit Commander, get your snipers to work on theirs.
Bolin had shed his waterlogged and useless radio, and had no way of knowing how the battle went or where his skills were best placed. When he had found the inspection ladder rungs set into the concrete wall, he started up without hesitation. He'd holstered his weapons. Soaked with water, he couldn't trust either one of them to function properly. They were a last resort. He'd make use of the Marine-issue K-Bar fighting knife and see what kind of pickup weapon he could acquire. When he reached the top of the dam and scrambled over the wall, he curled against the traffic barrier to scout the scene. As the helicopter swerved away to avoid rifle fire from the other side of the panel truck, Bolin crept to the vehicle, climbed the mounting rungs, and peered into the protected compartment at the top of the truck. A pair of gunners squatted on their hands and knees, carefully watching the road in both directions. Each was embracing a swivel-mounted Amelia machine gun. 200-round ammunition boxes filled the interior of the compartment, as if the gunners had settled in for a long war. Each also had a handgun holstered on his hip. Bolin wasted 15 seconds waiting for a distraction that never came. Then he acted. Bolin quickly examined the construction of the shelter. For quick assembly, the massive steel plates were connected with thick bolts and heavy wing nuts. It took him just seconds to unscrew the 8 connectors holding on the roof and shove off the massive steel plate. The soldier grabbed the nearest Amelia, resting it on top of the steel side shield, and aimed it down at the small building.
Hey, we got a problem up here.
The first face that emerged from the enclosure was that of Thomas McDonough, the brain behind Mahoney's dam blasting projects. Bolin recognized him easily from the photos supplied by Stony Man. At first, he stared at the executioner with a kind of irritated confusion. Then realization came all at once, and McDonough turned for a hasty retreat into the shielded enclosure. He collapsed in pieces. Bolin armed himself with pistols belonging to the dead gunners and grabbed spare boxes of ammos for the Amelia. He draped the machine gun from his shoulder by its strap and stepped onto the ladder to clamber down the side of the panel truck, running towards McDonough's mangled corpse. Normally, the building he had come out of was used for a box office and starting point for the tour of the dam, and it housed the elevator that descended down the middle of the structure. Now, the building was empty, but the wall of the dam was filled with workmen, some of whom apparently knew that Mahoney's defenses had failed spectacularly. They were descending the long nylon lines as fast as possible. Boland wouldn't allow these murderers of innocents to escape. There had to be no chance for them to ever gain freedom to perpetrate their evil. He stepped onto the narrow wall at the top of the magnificent dam and stared down as if into oblivion, Amelia machine gun in hand. The workmen hung like insects on the massive wall and gazed up in horror at the executioner. Like ants hosed off a window, the relentless spray of the machine gun fire brushed them off the concrete wall and sent them skidding and flopping down the incline to the deadly impact hundreds of feet below. The Amelia's box of 200 rounds emptied, and the machine gun chugged dry. The night became eerily still. Then, the explosions began. Mahoney felt strangely alone in the darkness, more alone than he had felt in decades since the death of his father. He had found brotherhood in his companions, bound together in mutual love for their homeland and for the dark determination to go to any length to save it. A few of those comrades had been wiped out at the house in Santa Fe. Many more died in one bloody, horrific moment aboard this very craft just minutes earlier, when the madman had ripped through the pleasure craft like a berserker. Mahoney had barely been able to shake him off the craft, leaving him alone with the corpses of his comrades. In the brief glimpse he had obtained of the stranger's face, it had looked bizarrely familiar, and only now did it occur to Clint Mahoney where he had seen that face before. Bedoya. Holy Christ. It simply couldn't be. It was impossible that any man could have survived the crash of Bedoya. Yet it was true. He knew it suddenly and irrevocably. And if the man had survived Bedoya, then he had to have been the mastermind behind the destruction at the house in Santa Fe. Then it occurred to him suddenly that if that warrior had survived Bedoya, he would most certainly have survived Mahoney dunking him in the lake. He was still alive. Maybe he was swimming to shore. Maybe he was swimming through the darkness after Clint Mahoney on the pleasure craft. The thought filled the man with more fear than he had known in most of his adult life. He gazed into the blackness of the lake as if he expected to see a monster lunge out of it and engulf him. Mahoney turned towards the sound and saw a constant stream of fire from the top of the dam. He brought up his binoculars and saw his men being torn away from the dam, hitting the ground with sickening force. Then he knew where his nameless adversary had gone upon being thrown into the water. Mahoney had deposited him within easy striking distance of the machine gun bank. But 6 explosive packages were in place. He tried to remember the engineering schematics McDonough had devised. He had recommended a minimum of 18 shaped charges to effectively puncture and open the Hoover Dam. 24 charges had been planned, just in case, as a safety margin. 6 charges wouldn't even come close, but they just might damage the dam enough to have long-term negative effects. Most importantly, it might be enough to bring down his adversary and wash away the Special Forces team at the base of the dam. The charges wouldn't have been linked, but that wasn't a problem. Each was designed with a secondary detonation system, tied into Mahoney's cellular pocket-sized controls. The Southern Nevada cellular phone system would transmit the signals. He thumbed the controls of the detonator, his eyes alternating between its small, illuminated plastic keys and the distant, illuminated battleground of the dam. Idly, it occurred to him that the 6 explosive charges just might do enough damage to adversely affect the level of Lake Mead. He might be committing suicide. He contemplated making a run for the shore, to the landing site where the 2 Lincoln town cars were staged as escape vehicles. But that would take precious minutes. He couldn't give his adversary that much time to get to safety. Mahoney hoped his son would continue the enterprise he had started. It seemed unlikely that Jared would possess the initiative to do so. It didn't matter. Not now.
Rot in hell.
Bolin immediately dropped the Amelia and dove for the nearest nylon rope, ripping the skin of his fingers against the concrete. As the tremor hit, he wrapped the rope around his wrists and grabbed in vain with his free left hand. He felt his body swing away from the wall as the structure rumbled. Then he fell back against it. The white lightning flashed through his consciousness again. If he surrendered to it now, he thought vaguely, it was going to be a long way down.
Repeat, the dam is blowing!
For Barbara Price, time slowed as the satellite image of the Hoover Dam, electronically gathered from low geosynchronous orbit, shuddered on the big wall display screen.
Black Suit Commander, this is Stony Base. Get your team to high ground now.
Copy that, Stony Base. We're on our way, but our options are limited.
Understood. Good luck. Phoenix and Able, back off.
Phoenix is way ahead of you there. Able 1 here. Roger that. Shit!
The tiny gray streak on the screen that was the Hoover Dam belched part of itself into all directions. The small gray splotch that was the CH-47 Chinook helicopter swung low over it.
Flyboy, what are you doing? Pull up now!
Negative, Stony Base.
Flyboy, one good-sized chunk of concrete is going to send you and Phoenix 3 to the ground in a big hurry.
I'm aware of that, Stony Base. I got Stryker in sight at the top of the dam. I'm going in for him.
Price knew it was foolhardy, and that she should be ordering Grimaldi and Manning to pull out to a safe distance. She said nothing. Bolin ignored the fresh flow of blood gushing from his knees and feet where they had dragged against the surface, and raised his head to the sound of the heaving chopper rotors. The big Chinook was hovering over the top of the dam, tilted nearly on its side. As Jack Grimaldi battled with the controls for stability, Gary Manning dangled from his safety harness and played out the lifeline. The explosions had started at a point only 100 feet below the apex of the huge structure. Mahoney was blowing everything he had. The lower devices hadn't been staged. Each explosion came 20 feet nearer to Bolin. The executioner walked along the face of the dam and found the topmost explosive package. He sliced the webbing that held the explosives and drew out the cellular receiver that would detonate it. He shrugged the 100-pound mass of webbed explosives onto his shoulders and made a quick grab at the lifeline harness from the chopper.
To the boat!
Manning gave a thumbs up and spoke into his headset. The harness began reeling him in as the chopper began an almost directly vertical ascent. He clung hard to the lifeline with one arm and refused to release the explosive mass with the other. The chopper rose and cleared Bolin over the top of the dam, then raced out over the agitated lake. Below him, he spotted the Carver pleasure craft sitting in the water, facing the dam as if waiting for the real show to begin. The red light on the cellular receiver in his hands was warm and steady, and there was 10 seconds to go when Bolin saw Clint Mahoney look up at him from the command bridge. His jaw dropped. In that moment, Mahoney knew the identity of the man hanging precariously from the belly of the huge bug-like aircraft. He knew what it was the executioner had on one shoulder. Mahoney knew he had lost the battle. His adversary, his nameless executioner, was victorious. Bolin's count was at 4 when Grimaldi brought him to the perfect dropping point high above the bobbing watercraft. He released it and watched it sail in a long, low arc through 3, then 2. At the 1 count, as Grimaldi took them out of there, Mahoney made a last-ditch effort to stop the irreversible chain of events. He tossed the cellular controller into the cold, dark lake. He was seconds too late. Where the boat once was stood a short-lived crater in the face of the lake. When the water flowed in and refilled the void, the plastic debris began rising to the surface. The metal pieces sank. The human scrap scattered and was gone.
California.
When the private long-range passenger jet came to a stop at the end of the runway, Jared Mahoney expected it to turn and head for the private hangars at San Diego International Airport. But the aircraft just sat there.
What's the problem?
We've been told to sit tight. There's heavy commercial traffic in our way. It'll be clear in 3 minutes.
Whatever, hurry it up.
Jared Mahoney needed a fix, and he was getting jumpy. The flight had been 3 hours longer than he had planned, and his supply of meth was depleted. Econ stiffened in the seat across the wide carpeted aisle, looking out the window.
What's going on? Jared, put that gun away.
Shut up, old man.
Jared Mahoney?
Who the fuck are you?
I presume that's a yes.
I'll fucking...
As the stranger extracted the handgun from Jared's dead fingers, Dr. Joshua Econ looked as if he were about to vomit. When he could no longer make his legs work, he sank into his seat.
You struck a hard bargain with the people of Peru and Turkmenistan. I wonder if you would consider renegotiating those contracts.
Yes, of course.
The stranger nodded. He didn't smile. Econ somehow knew with absolute certainty that this man would have killed him too if he had given the wrong answer. After Econ was handed off to the FBI at San Diego International, Boland found Grimaldi lovingly prepping the Cessna Citation aircraft leased for him by Stony Man Farm. Boland sat in the co-pilot's seat as they taxied and lifted off the runway. The craft's nose pointed into the rising sun. When they reached 18,000 feet, Jack Grimaldi clapped him lightly on his left shoulder, one of the few unbandaged parts of Boland's body.
We got this entire jet to ourselves. Go take advantage of it. Have a drink. Eat a steak. Take a nap.
Maybe I will.
He took Grimaldi's suggestions to heart. He was battered and empty, in need of refilling and rejuvenation. He warmed up 2 of the meals the catering service had provided and devoured them, washing them down with a couple of beers. The people of Peru, Turkmenistan, and San Diego would get their desalination technology at cost. The Red Cross was hopeful that it could help stem the tide of infectious diseases in Lima, and that fresh water would eventually help break the hold cholera had on the city. Still, hundreds would die as a result of weeks of bad water. In the Turkmen cities, the damage in terms of human lives was still being assessed. Bragnola had been right. This had been a hard battle. McCarter and Manning would be recovering for some time. Several black suits had been wounded by falling rock in Nevada, and one black suit warrior, a young ranger, was being sent home to his family in a wooden box. Some battles in the War Everlasting were harder than others. Mac Boland laid across 2 seats and willed himself to sleep. It didn't come easy.
Stony Man, Thirst for Power is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2007, The Cutting Corporation.